far for these lands. In the shadows and the stories of the promised land. Now to take our place beyond.
You're on the roof of the world, in the cradle of the stones, where vengeful winds cut to the bone, and there's no turning back.
Welcome one and all right back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Alk Battery. I couldn't be more excited. We only got 2 best of 3s tonight, but they're going to be some fun ones. You excited too?
Yes, I'm so glad that we have not only our 2 best of 3s, but honestly, good matches here today. You know, we're looking at Weibo versus TT coming up first, and we're praying. Please, Weibo, don't do this to me, man.
Look good at once. I know it's no Smash drama, but we've been having some fun our own right going forward. Yeah, hey, I had to get the crack of the smile there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the format that we've been having so far in this one and where exactly we are in that format. We've cleaned it up a little bit. I really actually do love this graphic, giving a little bit more of a concise effort on what's going forward here as we are in that second part of the split out.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is, while we're not seeing any of our Group Nirvana games, the fact that 2 teams are going to be eliminated for the rest of the year is a huge format and I think stakes change for so much of the LPL. But here in Group Ascent, it's that top 4 immediately going into playoffs. And honestly, I think another play-in phase similar to like our placement / last chance promotion tournament was a lot of fun. So I think seeing that bottom 6 having to fight for their spot for playoffs is super interesting.
And there's a lot of big names trying to squeeze into that top 4 effort there in Group Ascent. But honestly, I think the biggest thing that we'll look back on this split and be like, yeah, that was the difference maker, was the Group Nirvana teams don't get to play like ever. It feels like it literally single round robin versus double round robin is so ridiculous in terms of the amount of games played and the difference in that. But it's really interesting when you think about it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings that we do have going on here so far, as we do have some likely names at the top of the list here in Group Ascent.
Everybody in Group Ascent has finally played. We were waiting on WE last night, and JDG did take care of that series pretty swiftly. So, gonna be interesting to see, again, this top of the table. We looked coming into Group Ascent, and out of 10 teams, we're like, okay, top, 6 is probably looking pretty locked. Every single upset in this double round robin from either TT, WE, or an FPX is going to be a huge game changer, especially when we're talking about the breakdown going into playoffs.
Yeah, and then you look, obviously we've only gotten 2 series, at least on the side of Group Nirvana, but we'll be getting more games from them as time goes on. We have a lot more games to play here and a lot more days of LPL. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Weibo roster here first and foremost, though. A team that you will know very well, but a team that has been struggling to function on the same page.
Yeah, here in Split 2, they did have a pretty tough opponent in TES, but I think when we look at this Weibo roster, so far, I think they're showing more of the same that we got from them in Split 1 with minor changes in performance. I will say Hung has slowly started to kind of acclimatize to where we are on this Weibo roster, but I think the solo lanes in particular for Weibo have been struggling so far in this early split of Split 2.
And that's hard to say when you have such a powerhouse in the jungle like Tien, a guy that has definitely put a little bit more respect on his own name here in recent history, but trying to find that in between, trying to figure out that balance between giving Tien a lot of resources and finding ways for him to delve out those resources. We're going to go ahead and okay, we're going to talk about the clips, I believe, here coming up next. Talking about the setup here as well, looking at a lot of the things that can go right for this team, but some of the things that also maybe didn't end up going their way.
Specifically in this TES matchup, Xiaohu got completely clapped by Cream, which I did not think, if you told me this like a year and a half ago, that would be a sentence that is perfectly legal. Happens. I just feel like Xiaohu, despite, I think, some of the legendary nature of a player like this, despite some of his performances in recent years and some other rosters, so far in 2025, I feel like he has been very hit or miss. His Aurora games have looked really good, but the fact that you're losing as Rise into Ari is not something that we expect for such a legendary player.
Yeah, and I think you can even look back to the placement stage as well and have some question mark pings in some of those games too. But it's a situation where we have seen like a consecutive drop across the board on this team, and it's something where we know that like once they get running, they can be a dominant force, but they are a team who's teetering on being out of that top 4 conversation in Group Ascent.
Yeah, I for sure this is top 6. I am just wondering, kind of,
Yeah.
in my mind, top 4 can, I think 4th spot in particular is a bit in the air. I know that people are really riding high on this Anyone's Legend roster, but as we'll probably see later on tonight, I think there is some room there for some magic in the 4th spot.
Very true. By the way, speaking of magic, a team that feels like they used to have some magic, maybe have lost a little bit of that. Let's talk about their opponents tonight, TT. This is a team that garnered so much attention in Split 1. Maybe haven't lived up to those expectations here in Split 2, but are vying to be that kind of middle-of-the-pack team in Group Ascent.
Thunder Talk, I mean, what else can we say that we haven't already said here on the broadcast in weeks prior? I mean, an organization that really hasn't been doing too hot in the LPL and almost its entire organizational history, but now coming in with this year, I think you have exciting prospects in the bot lane with 1xN and Feather, and while we brought in a player like Satab, I think it has raised their floor just a little bit, and it's that single series versus BLG in Split 1 that I think has garnered a lot of goodwill for this team, and I think maybe, look, I know a lot of people are big fans of them, Lennon, but I really do feel like we got to come back to earth with these guys. This is probably
The
like
miracle
a 10th
run is
to
over.
8th place team in the
Yeah.
LPL.
Yeah, but I want to take a little bit more of an introspective look on some of their gameplay
This
against
crevice
FPX
with
specifically.
FPX.
Oh, yeah.
They started this split,
Oh,
at
okay.
least this
They look
this
right
part
onto the
of
front.
the split,
Beachwan looking
with a
immediately for
really
care.
tough
The
2-0
Yone
loss to
completely
BLG.
CC'd and not
This
getting a chance to
game,
play
or
the game.
this
They
series
turn
rather,
right onto
had a lot of
Satab,
really
looking for the
back and
bunny.
forth moments, but the thing
Aurora's
that
taken
shown
down, but
the
rest
most
of
for
Thunder
me
Talk
was kind of
have
their
not been threatened
togetherness
yet.
on decision
And the rest
making
of
and
FPX
target
are completely
selection
cut off by
that you
Awesome
could
Boy,
really
forced
see
to flash away.
shine
Beachwan in
through
the
for
middle of
this
it
team
all,
in
but 1xN
specific.
can now
Though,
lay in the
I
Gatling
would
gun,
actually
and
say that,
Shadow is
part of
cut
that is
off
the
from the
fact that
rest of the
most of this
support.
roster has
Shear's got
just been
nothing left
playing
in the
together
tank
for
since
such a
there's no
long
slicing
time,
maelstrom.
so
Goes
they
back
can
in, tries to
kinda
set up the
get
stun.
over the
The
initial
first
questions of
bullet from
synergy with
Awesome finds
teams like
1xN in the
FPX
back,
are going
but
for a
now
little
you have
bit
to
of a
deal with an
different build
Abessa
here,
in
so
melee
I'm glad
range.
that we're seeing
Can he
that
find
as
enough
kind of
damage? It's not going to
a
happen.
solid
He's
line for this
sidestepping
team,
the
but
deadly
I think
flark.
when we look at how they set up around objectives, specifically in the jungle, Beachwan has been kind of the go and primary driver for this squad. It's just been hit or miss. The consistency, especially for our middle of the pack, you know, the soup teams, they have had night and day games. Even looking at their opponents, right? FPX, sometimes they look incredible, but a lot of the other games are just black holes of gameplay.
Yeah, that's and that's the toughest part, but that's also where maybe some of this talk of double round robin, a lot more games, a lot more opportunities to grow at least, it can be there for TT. And so I'm very curious to see what their trajectory looks like. Obviously now tonight a little bit of a tough opponent against Weibo, but also the opportunity to knock Weibo down to 0-2 start in Group Ascend would be a little bit fun in that regard. But now,
Fun?
obviously, hey,
Lennon!
you got to throw a little bit of fun into the works here.
Oh my
on.
god,
I know
no. If
Weibo
Weibo
fans are
start
gonna be limited.
0-2, we are breaking all the glass. There is insane amount. I don't even know if we're going to have a stream later, because Kelsey's just going to completely riot the show. I mean, we're going to lose TN. He's going to be 0-2. She's not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, I know. The puppet here, you know, making sure everything goes the right way for sure. I'm very curious though. Now, what version of Weibo we get, because again, their last performance to top esports, yes, they did go 3 games, but there's a lot to be asked of this team from that series, I think, and a lot of cleanliness that you want to see.
Yeah, again, it's the solo lanes for me. You know, as supposedly the only light fan on the broadcast, I think he has not
Hey,
been
I'm a
living up
light
to some of
fan.
You don't have a
light
graphic
fan.
after you, okay?
I don't,
So
I don't.
when you get
I
your
don't.
own light fan, you can join me up here. But
All
he
right.
has, I think, not really been pulling some of his weight in some of these games, but his solo lanes have been letting him down. We talked about Xiaohu earlier. Breathe, I think, has been quite invisible in a lot of games. So I'm kind of looking forward in this series to what experimentation. I think this is a series that, while we say is kind of supposed to be a scheduled win for Weibo, I kind of would like to see a little bit of, you know, some different things. Maybe we incorporate Breathe in different manners. Maybe we finally get a Maokai or a Skarner game from Tien if you're expecting it to be lower level competition.
I do love that you bring up Tien as well, because I think the matchup in jungle is going to be the most important thing. I think Bechuan has a lot to handle when it comes to facing up against Tien. Tien is the kind of jungle that once he smells blood in the water, he turns into a vicious shark. I don't know what
Yep.
else to say. The guy will absolutely stranglehold you out of any kind of control of the jungle. So it's up to Beituan to kind of keep his head above water there and keep at least a proficient hold on what's going to be happening. There's the graphic. You'll love to see it.
There you go.
There you
Enough
go. You got a
said.
graphic made.
Enough said.
The proof is in the pudding. There you go.
Pudding is all over the screen, as you can see. But talking about our
I've always thought it was
junglers,
such a weird statement.
Tien should obviously, like you were saying, have the kind of the matchup here for these two. But I will, I was just kind of hating on TT for a little bit there. He has been, I think, the most explosive player. Sometimes that is a double-edged sword, obviously, but this team doesn't get anything done without him, and in particular, him and Feather really kind of doing some of the dirty work. So I want to see if TT can bring that upset and bring some of that flair that caught so many eyes and hearts of the fans in Split 1.
And there's still a lot of time for them to get to that point, but you'd love to see a little bit of spark of something here at the beginning of the split for sure. But that also brings us to the next conversation that hopefully we'll be looking at in terms of the draft priorities that we see between these teams. We obviously still have to get through the 1v1. We'll be getting the draft after that, but it is really curious to me which version of Tien we're going to get tonight, because we've seen pretty much every version of Under the Sun here so far this year. But trying to see what they're going to try to opt into to give him that control over the jungle into Beituan.
Yeah, I love kind of the fact that he is kind of exploring. I know that Tien in years past has kind of had the splits where he looks like the best player in the league, and other ones where he's kind of hit or miss for the most part. But we have gotten those Lilia games like we were talking about. I know there was an early Zyra game. I think the fact that somehow this team was able to convince Tien to play Zac is kind of an accomplishment all on
That
its
was
own.
dirty, man. That was so dirty.
So I'm quite interested to see
Ivern?
what exactly. What form of Tien are we going to be getting here? Not only just in this game, but I think you kind of pull back the lens a little bit in 2025, because you look at this roster should have aspirations to be going to internationals, potentially competing at Worlds at the end of the year. So kind of what form and how exactly are we going to be ramping up throughout the rest of 2025?
Yeah, Tien has been on fire. I feel like the level up of a lot of our junglers has been really fun to watch. The kind of readaptation into new teams, but still finding old legacy like gameplay moments has been really, really fun for a majority of them. But I have to say, the thing I'm really looking at is how quickly bot lane gets out of hand here. I know we talked about jungle, and that's going to be coincided here. 1xN, if he's not winning, if he's not ahead, they can't close, man. I don't know what to say. It is like a primary win condition for TT, whereas you talked a little bit about it earlier. Light been a bit lackluster there. If they can hold on and not give 1xN that advantage, maybe it's worth it.
Yeah, I will say when TT have won, it hasn't necessarily been through the 2v2. It has been in their really strong team fighting around 1xN. So unless we get some kind of matchup where we're just like, we're playing Caitlyn versus Varus and we're just trying to run at each other, we get like some kind of MF matchup between these two, maybe that's going to be the case. I am just worried that as great of a team fighter as 1xN can be, we're going to get to a stage in the game where TT are either going to flub and engage, they're going to kind of trip over themselves, and then suddenly the game's over, and they're going to get choked out, like you were saying. That's the fear in me. I would love to see TT come in with an upset and, make a lot of people mad, in particular. Maybe, I think at the cost of a social media manager, maybe some forest retribution in the works. But it's an uphill climb here.
Yeah, it is a little bit toughy, but it should be a lot of fun. Now, the next part of this wonderful puzzle that we have is going to be the walkouts into the 1v1 setup. And I think you were mentioning earlier to me, it is going to be Tien versus Hoya. So it is solo lane versus jungler. We were talking about it the other night. We need to actually keep track of which positions are winning the 1v1s the most. But I don't know. Who do you give it to just out of the name recognition?
Tien. I know we were arguing about this earlier. I think Tien should just clap this guy.
After that Ambessa performance, man, come on.
You got carried by Ambessa. Look, Niall couldn't even win a game when he was 16-3 on Nefiri, okay? So if we can't do it on that champion, I don't think it's going to be happening
Nefiri
across.
in the 1v1.
That is true. That is true. So
would be
maybe
fun.
we get some of that here. But I really think Tien, with the level that he has shown just this split, I'm kind of excited to see him in a 1v1.
How? I know we don't really have any context to this, so
Yeah.
I will not fault you for any answer. How much do you think this series means to Weibo? Like, in the grand scheme, it's still double round robin. There's a ton of games to
Yes.
play still. In the
Yeah,
grand scheme of things, do you think this matters to them?
So out of the 18 series that Weibo are going to be playing in this split, I think this is probably bottom half of what their games are going to be. It's early season. It's their first time up against TT. The second round robin is obviously going to be a lot more important. But I think the fact that if we do see a Thunder Talk that is competitive and potentially takes the series, I think we have a lot of questions for a Weibo roster that is, again, supposed to be pushing top 4, at the bare minimum top 6.
Yeah.
So we need to see them close out games, and we need to see them do it in a rather one-sided fashion. Otherwise, we're going to be like, wow, Thunder Talk, maybe they're back, guys. Maybe
They're back!
we've got to...
Oh!
Yeah, and then we see them in their next series, and they get clapped by like a, what is it? Let me try to look at this. They get clapped by Team WE. Right?
Yeah, something. Oh,
Like,
God.
okay, well-
Oh.
That game, too, yesterday
Wow.
was so worrying for me, man. I'm on moderator and socials last night, and then I see JDG just start losing the game.
Oh,
I'm not going to
God,
talk
that
about the
was-
rest of the series because they did
Yeah.
end up winning, but
They did.
God,
They did.
oh, man.
They did. They did indeed. No, but it is interesting to think. I'm a huge believer of momentum in the LPL. I feel like it's such a underlying factor to a lot of the wins that we see through big streaks from teams and things along those lines. I feel like Weibo really need a confidence booster, and definitely can get one over TT
So,
here. But
I think when you talk about momentum, I think it's really important when we look at their, strength of schedule. Weibo,
Yeah.
their next 4 matches, FPX, so you get another freebie, allegedly, AL, NIP,
like that.
and JDG. So, 2 top
Yeah.
10, top half of the bracket. I think you're definitely going to need that going in. TT, their schedule is completely doomed, but we can talk about that after this 1v1.
True that. We're already into it now, though. It is going to be Tien versus Hoya. We have the Gwen Rumble Renekton ban, the Poppy Darius Volley Bear ban. So a little bit of a smorgasbord there from Hoya's ban side. Instant lock of the Varus. So now Tien just has his pick of the litter. The Yorick.
Yes. Okay.
Let's
I wonder
go.
how much actual practice he's put into this. We can say that Tien probably has been spamming it on some secret account, but also
True.
we don't
true.
know. The Yorick did get changed on this patch. I think we got to see it in LTA from Whippo going up against Castle. So we'll see if Tien has been practiced. How much of a ghoul whisperer is he?
All right. How much weight is on Hoya's shoulders here? Is this just cheese supreme? You're like, okay, if you lose, it's all good.
I will say, as an AD carry, we're both AD carry players.
Yeah.
And I have played against a couple of the Yoriks.
Okay.
This champion is pretty ridiculous against the mobile carries.
True.
So they took a lot of power out of just toss E, have a bunch of ghouls jump in the middle of the air and do 1,000 damage for no reason. So maybe the matchup kind of changes a little bit there, but I am very excited to see, again, Hoya. Now you have the range matchup early on, you should be good, but the fact that you skip to level 3 does ease that a little bit for Tien.
It does for sure. I'm very curious what if we're just gonna get fisticuffs early here, if we're just gonna farm it out like we've seen. If you're new here, if you've never seen what's going on, it is a 1v1 for side select in our fearless best of 3. First turret, first to 2 kills, or if we go into overtime with the ring of death, it is the first kill.
Hey, Riot, where's the HUD? They
Yeah,
need to bring the HUD back up. We don't have the health. I mean, the health bars at the top I don't really care about. It's mostly the fact that I want to see summoner spells. Okay, we've got player cams. Let's get the rest of this one up.
We're evolving. It's
So
the Animorphs.
I found out, by the way, the timer that's for the Ring of Fire, it only comes up a minute ahead of time.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be on for the whole thing.
It's in the top right.
Yep.
They don't want you to know. But the funny thing is, the timer comes up. That's just when it pops up. Then in some amalgamous amount of time later, it starts to close.
Yeah, I think it's 15 seconds so that they. Give
No,
them
I'd
enough
like
time
to think it's fluctuating. It doesn't fit my narrative.
Yeah, actually,
It
it's
does, you know?
it's based on the mods. The mods at the time, the TOs,
Yep.
they come in and they're like, I think now's a good time. That was not. Look, they gave Sheer a bunch of time. I know that's the one
They
you're trying to
gave Sheer a
reference.
bunch of time, bro.
They gave him a
That
bunch of
man-
time.
that man
We're
just
not getting
fumbled
much in
the
this
bag.
1v1. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting much. I think Hoya just has good range, and he has pressed the attack. So if Tien tries to take a trade, he's gonna lose a ton of health. Is it just straight tank build from Tien?
Let me go check, because I'll be honest, I've seen the Yorick numbers.
You're not a
I
Yorick
have-
enthusiast.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie here and be like, yeah, actually I've put in like 50 plus games of Yorick and Masters Plus, but I wanna make sure that the general idea of Yorick is still alive. It seems like he's going he's mostly just abusing a lot of the bruiser items right now. He's doing pretty well with Trinity Force. Let me see what one tricks are building.
Look at this. He doesn't even have to do anything, and Hoya
Yep.
loses like a quarter of his health. Love that.
Yeah, okay, so it's still looking vaguely the same. Trinity Force, Sorel does, so wouldn't be surprised to see Tien ever either pick up like an Eclipse early on or just straight up go for the Trinity Force. And we'll see how he's able to use these ghouls. Again, Hoya with level 6, just by manner of him being ranged as well, should be favored in shorter trades, and I think that's why we see something like the press the attack.
You just want to try to keep a health advantage. I will say now we got to level 6s. See if we get any action kicking off. Chains of Corruption is going to be huge, but I will say the Maiden is really annoying, if anything.
Always is. Always is.
It's not Meowkai or like the Meow skin, whatever. Meowrick. It's not Meowkai. Meowrick. So I don't know. You lose points for that, Tien, but still pretty nuts.
Trying to see. He went the one with the beard, so it's Spirit Blossom. Okay. Alright, fair play.
Oh, that Maiden looks pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm
Kinda
surprised
scary.
he's using it already, so I'm assuming he has some level of tech here, because this is...
He's a
We're just
knower.
using this to push the wave. He's just using this to push the wave, and then he gets to walk up to turret, and... we've seen a couple of the turret first bloods already, so I wonder if that's kind of be the case. Yeah, he literally just gets to recall for free. Nice.
Okay.
All right, I love Warwick, man. I love Yorick. Cool champ.
Yeah, so far very interactive. Gonna go with the bladed steel caps and a longsword with a ruby crystal, so you know, change it up a little bit there.
Wow.
But,
I
at
mean,
least has the plated steel caps.
is OP.
Yeah, especially into Hoya's Varus. So Hoya's obviously going on hit. So is it Gwyn's first? Or is it Blade of the Rune King first?
It's Blade of the Ruin King. I think you need just the ability to trade and also have some amount of lifesteal.
You 100% don't win that 1v1 when the Ring of Fire.
This is hilarious. This is such
Okay.
a funny 1v1. Good job.
He got that piercing arrow though. That's massive. The
Yeah, but
hail
he just stopped his
arrows.
back. I think this is a huge win
Okay.
for Tien. He literally, the Maiden is still alive, by the way. He took a recall, walked all the way back over here. He cancels Hoya's back, and now with this wave, Hoya's low-key kind of trapped here. At least for the time being. He's gonna try and take as much of this turret as he can, and it comes
Oh,
at
no.
very little resources. Now that he doesn't have
Oh,
ultimate,
no.
I literally get to do this.
Okay, well, we're starting to see why Tien grabbed this one. Honestly, though, are we leaving this up to it's a mechanical difference, or is it just the fact that he has a bunch of AI helpers? You know,
The AI helpers are nice. You know, this is the one time that I will say AI has been useful and good for the environment here. But I will say Tien's also just playing this really smart.
Yeah,
I think he's
yeah,
playing
yeah.
this very intelligently. So props to Tien. Maybe we get some Yorick jungle. Hey, it has a 55%
Oh
win
my
rate right now.
gosh.
So
don't you put that thought into people's brains, man.
we were talking about his
That
jungle
would be fun.
his jungle pool already. So
We were.
and we
It
said
would be
that
fun.
jungle was going to be very important.
But I think the more important thing is blue side, because then, if Weibo win, then they really can pick whatever they want with B1, with all the
If
meta
we see
choices
B1
available.
Yorick, I think we've already gone down.
We've lost the plot, you know.
Yeah. Ring of Fire in a minute. So
Oh my God!
look at how much
Wait,
damage
wait,
this
wait,
does. Oh
wait,
my
wait,
God.
wait, wait. No
You can't do it.
way.
You can't do it on this wave. I
Okay,
mean, yeah.
okay.
Hoya literally presses ultimate. He one-shots the minion wave, and then Tien's just standing there like, all right, well, I just die for free. Cool.
I mean, he did so much damage to that turret, though. Oh my god. Hoya did stop his back there. I don't know if he can do it again. It does.
Yeah, there's still time.
Presence
Still 30
alone.
seconds. Plus, he's also gonna have the, the quote-unquote from Lennon, the Ring of Fire contraction that is completely random. Definitely not scripted.
Yep, absolutely, definitely not scripted. Definitely isn't a set time for
Ooh.
sure.
Yeah, I think Tien does recognize he has to stay for this wave though, because Hoya with finished Blade of the Ruin King plus the attack speed passive.
Oh,
is
wait.
Gonna do a
If
lot
he
of damage to
loses
this
the
turret.
maiden, that's gonna be tough. Doesn't he? Unless the cooldown's already back up, but I don't think it would be, right?
No, I don't think it starts until
It
he
doesn't
is-
start until it goes down.
Yeah, exactly.
This is tough. You gotta get it back off. Are they just not gonna back? He has so much gold.
Yes, 3,000 gold.
Tien!
Look, he can see to the player cam. He's like,
Tien!
God damn it.
Tien!
Okay, here we go.
Okay, well, he's just gonna go in the end. Yeah, it's literally Blade of the Ruin King versus no item. Tien, what have you done? Hail of Arrows is gonna get the kill, and Tien just lost side select for his team.
It's okay, you know. How many times do TT get to start on the blue side in a series, okay? So, we gotta give some freebies. Still better than the sheer 1v1. So, Tien, I get it. You stayed for a little too long.
He
You
wins
got
that
punished.
100%, bro. Like, there's no world he doesn't win that. That's
Look,
crazy.
he's
Hoya,
just getting some of the
GG.
griefing out of the way now, so that when we get in the series, we get peak Tien. Okay?
That's the big brain. That's why that's why you're here, to keep me honest.
You were
and,
gonna say
keep
pay you the big
brain.
bucks. We both know this is a
We
vol- we're doing
both,
here
we
for
both know it's
volunteers.
very false, so I can't say that anymore. Oh, look at him! Oh no, he's probably me though. He's been laughing.
The mental
entire
tilt
time.
has already
There's
started. We
maybe
lost
a
the
little
1v1.
bit of embarrassment though. I will say the man did not back with like the Ring of Fire was there. He had 3,000 gold and did not back. Oh,
All I'm
that's
saying
hilarious.
is that we have Tien on our screen now, but
Yes.
do we know if our boy Rafa
Muffin Man?
may have been playing? Because that was a
True.
Rafa back. That's what we call the
He
business.
had
of
Rafa
recall.
money.
He had Rafa money, which, hey, 3,000 gold in the bank, not recalling. Guys, I think I messed up our tempo a little bit. Happens. It happens to the best of us.
Happens to the best of us.
I've never seen Tien and Rafa in the same room. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, how do you keep dropping these bombs, man? You're just so big brain. It's crazy.
Now I need to go back and see if Rafa's casted T. wait, he was on the desk for finals, so he could
He
play
could
in
have
between
gone.
the.
He could have got. Yep.
Oh,
he could have gone on
he's
stage
remoting
and played.
in.
Could have gone on stage and played. We'll have to send our best investigators into that now. But now, speaking of investigations, let's talk about this best of three. We set it all up before. We're putting a heavy focus on the jungle matchup coming into this one. Can Beichuan keep his head above water and keep his head at least against Tien in totality here? And can Weibo bring themselves to a 1-1 scoreline in this group ascend and stave away from that 0-2 start? TT will have, of course, chosen blue side to start off after they won the 1v1. They're going to ban away the Kalista to start it off. We already get that Poppy ban as well from Weibo's side
We
of
missed
things.
the
on
ban.
red.
Restart the draft, boys. There we go. As soon as you're doing the regular thing of, just we're keeping the broadcast moving. We're talking about the bans. I saw the X come in rather early, and I was like, we're getting a restart.
Fine.
now.
Everything's fine.
It
Everything's
happened
fine.
yesterday too, so I think
We've definitely
I think it's just
not
a curse.
done this like a lot, and definitely have never had players on stage before. Never,
Well,
ever.
All I'm saying, Lennon, is they won the 1v1, but they are not winning versus
They
the
lost
client. And
the-
honestly,
They lost the,
the
tech
client
check.
the client has been a bit of a beast sometimes when it comes to getting into games.
There's a lot of
and some
spaghetti
random
in there.
stuff happen. Yeah, so I'm
There's a lot
not
of spaghetti.
surprised to see that everybody is 0-1 in terms of matchup.
Just delaying the inevitable draft that will be coming. So I guess that's where we can maybe bring back the conversation about the draft a little bit. I don't think we're going to be getting to York. I'm not going to lie. But when we were talking about these jungles, we were talking about Xin Zhao priority as well. maybe some outliers coming through, but I know that Tien was enjoying the Lilia, has been willing to pull that one out. I do wonder how much prio Vi and the Zidzao will have here, though.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, especially for Weibo, when we talk about their priorities, they have really leaned on the Vi and Zinsao. Same thing for Thundertalk and Beishuan. So for me, it's going to come down to how comfortable are we willing to like first pick an Aurora, especially with, you know, champions that have been kind of starting to move back. And I think in particular, the lack of Yone coming in from Xiaohu for a player that has been around for so long, it seems like he's kind of traded out having to pick up the Yone. He's played a LeBlanc game before we've picked up the Swordsman, and I don't know. I think missing a champion like that has kind of tailored some of their drafts. It also, I think, reflects in the fact that we haven't seen very much Sejuani from Weibo.
True. I'd be very curious. It's so funny as well because Xiaohu is like the side lane king.
Yeah.
And Yone definitely feels like a very strong side lane champion. So maybe one of these days we'll get to see him pull out the double sword, bro. But
so
it is an important yes.
Okay,
Yes.
we were talking about, now that we have time, the draft is hopefully on its way back.
Gigadoon.
There he is. There he is. I want to talk about the strength of schedule for TT going forward because it
Okay.
doesn't get easier. The next 4 matchups.
We just have to talk about it.
It's IG, it's TES, it's AL, and it's NIP. Like,
At
the
least
next
you
best
get them all
matchup
out
is
of the way now.
yeah, I guess they're up against LGD after that. So like, or sorry, they're up against WE after that. So
I hope they weren't
Ki-
against LGT.
kind of playable, but I
True.
don't know. These next 4 matchups are going to be, you know, we're going to call them character building series for the
It's the rite of passage here in Group
Yeah.
Ascend. The biggest thing is we were coming into this one, we were wondering like what FPX and WE's impact in this group is going to be because of the nature of them getting here as the 3rd seed coming from placements and then going through that kind of qualification tournament. But it also has been a little bit of a question of some of these other teams and especially TT on like what impact they're going to have on Group Ascend. We finally get back into it though, and we did not miss a ban this time at least. It is going to be the Nefiri joining the ban table from blue side. You don't see that very often, but definitely terrified of Tien's Nefiri. It is also the Scion band away over there on the side of Weibo.
I think that's so interesting when you look at what TT have been preparing for Hoya. He's been mostly a weak side player, and also just look at kind of the perpetuity of the bans on red side. They've almost entirely been like Jace, Rumble, Gwen, sometimes Nefiri, as well as you know, sometimes the Kalista. So it's interesting to me to see potentially 3 top side champions banned away here from Weibo.
Crazy. That's actually crazy. The Rumble is going to join there. I think that's the one that is like, okay, that's normalized here. But now the question belays to TT what they want to grab first. If they're going to try to get something with a little bit of flexibility to throw a wrench in the works against Weibo, because a 1-2 punch is coming of some very meta champions in that next pick phase for Weibo. It is going to be the Varus coming through for 1xN. I like that with the focus we said earlier, Alec.
Yeah. Give him tools to not only play through the laning phase, but also be very impactful when we talk about being able to play at range and also just having that flexibility in the builds. So we'll see what Weibo are going for an answer. I like the fact that we're hovering the Vi. It does mean that we're potentially opening up for either an Aurora or the Ahri. I think these two have been the most popular. And we're going to get another Xiaohu Ahri game. Let's see if he can kind of push it forward. He's only played 1 game of it this split. He has been so focused on some other mages.
And when you draft this kind of combo, it is a tried and true carry combo between Vi and Ahri, and the lockdown you can provide, the mobility you can have out of mid lane. So they need to find a way to play around each other this time around. Has been a bit of a question mark, even for 2 very legendary names there. I fully expect the Zinzao to be that lock in there. It is going to be the immediate trade in the first game of this Fearless best of 3. So both these champions aren't going to be available further.
I think if they really wanted to, TT can go for the Talia here. If they just want to go for something that's going to be able to match some of Ahri's early damage, an Aurora is still fine here coming out from TT and definitely still plays into giving them strong team fights and at least a mid laner or a mid lane champion that's going to allow them to play sides, which has been so important here in this season so far. We're actually getting a Rise instead, so some of the onus now shifting over to TT in terms of some scaling and getting later into the game.
I like that. Hey, Satab, gonna have a little bit more resources his way. Breathe, gonna swoop in and take the Ambessa away from Hoya. So at least he gets one of the comforts that he's also been willing to go for. But a lot of good backline access right now. A lot of lockdown from the side of Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo have such an explosive composition, and it's going to be about where can they find their targets and when they're going to be able to find them. They're going to have to lock them down with any 3 of these champions' ultimates. So back end of the ban phase here, it's going to be a focus of supports. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Braum taken away or even an Alistar. I think gets a lot of value in this game here for Weibo. And TT, I mean, it looks like they're probably setting up for some kind of pair with their supports. Feather has been, I think, one of the more standout supports when we talk about teams that are here in Group Ascend. So this duo has the possibility to kind of rock up to Light and Hung early on.
Bringing back the JDG developmental squad memories here from all those years ago. But now bringing it into the fold against at least Light having been one of the biggest names of recent history here on the international stage for the LPL. The Alistar comes in, so really good counter engage, but also engage of his own. A good beefy body for Weibo to play around. The answer has to come through for TT, what they want to go ahead and grab to pair up with this Ferris.
We're getting a couple of different champions hovered out here, but Feather's going to be locking in the Nautilus. So TT have good control around space. I think that they have strong side lanes right now. We'll see what Hoya is going to be going for. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Gnar come out here, or even maybe a Gragas, but we kind of see from Thunder Talk, I like the sufficiency of these solo lanes, and they still have the ability to rock into team fights. My worry now here for Weibo, what is this AD carry pick that's going to kind of be that kind of glue piece and allow for this Weibo to play, because they need to go all in. This is a pick comp through and through.
Okay. They're going to be speedy and they're going to run at you real fast. Maybe that's the tempo setting we wanted to see from Weibo into this matchup against TT, where we said on paper this should be a win. This should be a redemptionary moment for Weibo. And now they have to have that execution bar, right? That bar is a little bit higher than I'd say for TT's side of things.
We're going to need to see fast movement out of mid from Tian and Xiaohu. This 2v2 can be explosive when it comes to damage. I wouldn't be surprised, though. We've seen rises very early on. You know, you get like a flash rune prison. Suddenly you open up an area for your jungle there. So a lot to happen here between our 2 mid jungles in these teams.
Should be a lot of fun. We also get the Hoya Aatrox here, another tried and true classic of his. But something that I do fear is going to need to try to find access into this game, and especially find those flank angles for himself, which I think will be fewer and farther between. But between these 2 teams, it's a little bit of a different story. Even if on paper you see Weibo at 0-1, this is still a team full of legendary names and a team that should be vying for at least top 6, as you said, Alk, where TT, they are destined to be a middle-of-the-pack team, but they need to earn their spot there here in Group Ascend. And it's a moment to potentially put WBG on the back burner and put them down 0-2. They did end up taking their last series over that FPX squad, but it was a fight to the death there. Here, they have their backs against the wall against a should-be powerful team in Weibo. We'll see which team is living up to the test tonight. Which team in Group Ascend will be able to take that win here. It should be a lot of fun. I know Weibo definitely have a lot of confidence if they're going with a draft like this. If they're going for the full dive, if they're going for the heads banging on the wall moment here for them. But we're getting into game 1 of this best of 3 Fearless, and we're headed on to the Rift.
Okay. Okay.
They
That's
got
good.
one good one.
I was really afraid that TT were not going to have any, because I remember the night before where it was LGD versus OMG and the stadium was quiet. So happy
I
to
will
see that
say,
TT is starting to gain some.
I hate to be a Debbie Downer to start the split
what's
or start the stream, but I will say there's been a distinct change in the amount of like cheering that I hear. Because, I mean, that used to be literally the biggest bright point for me as a caster in the LPL. Like, literally every team had massive cheers. Even if it was the worst of the worst matchup, you would still hear cheers throughout the entire stadium. I think that's been a stark contrast this year, where teams that don't have big names, they don't get any cheers. And that's such a crazy difference to me, honestly.
Yeah, it's
weird.
pretty sad. I
League's
will agree with
changing.
you on that one. Yep, we got to get more fans out to the stadiums. So.
Bring us there.
All right, so starting off with this game, we've got junglers starting on opposite sides of the map here, which I think really does favor what this Vi can do. Already some good trading down from 1xN and Feather to chunk out Alistar. I just really honestly don't understand why, as Sivir Alistar, we are walking up to these two.
Yeah, and this was a final pick, Sivir, as well. And 1xN had picked his Varus early. Now Hong getting very low. If there was those blight stacks, I think 1xN might be just picking him out. This is also a return to that conversation we had. It's like, okay, maybe they don't pick for the 2v2 lane and they do win through game. Well, now they're winning through this lane so far, at least early, Alk, and 1xN was looking to make a statement down here.
Yeah, and if they keep them trapped under this tower, then, I mean, in a minute and a half time, there's going to be a Xin Sao coming down and ganking you under this turret. There's a very real possibility that this is possible. I mean, even Satab can kind of use some of his mana bar early, take an early roam down, but I think TT are feeling really, really strong about where their lanes are right now.
I do think jungle influence is going to be extremely important to kind of keep track of, but as you had mentioned earlier, that opposite side starts going to lead out to different goals for the two. Feather and 1xN, we're trying to get a little bit of a cheeky bush play. Not going to get it. A back did come through for Weibo's bot lane. So they'll try and play it safe as they can. 1xN going to slow push that one there now as well. As I still think this is a massive step for TT in the right direction of how to deal with Weibo.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that because they don't exactly know where their bottom lane is and they're trying to deny some of these minions, they could have potentially looked for an early plate here. Now, Feather just kind of getting a little bit of vision. This is perfectly fine. I think that Weibo are recognizing that in the early game their bottom lane is going to be suffering, but once we get those ultimates, I think the fact that they empower and enable some of the top side of Weibo will make it much easier for them to find engagements into the backline. But this TT roster gets very tanky very quickly, so I think you got to be a little bit more on the dime, and we'll be seeing if they go for any early objectives and which ones they prioritize.
Yeah, we'll have the first dragon coming up here sooner rather than later. Obviously, the grub's going to be the later aspect of that one there. Still push coming in from TT's bot lane. It will start to even out now that we've gotten to level 3 for Light. He will be able to clear. I mean, that's why you have the Sivir. That could be the potential setup for them as they get the double headbutt pulverized from Hung.
Tien's here.
1xN will get his behind out of there at least. Oh, okay, I thought they were maybe going to look for it on the Feather, but they didn't actually get him in the end. He does end up using his dredge line out. Heal was burned from 1xN.
I mean, that's a flash coming out from Hung. I think the fact that we're just trading a heal is perfectly fine in this instance, gives them the movement speed to get out. I wonder how much of this is actually a change, because we're starting to see heal come back into the fold.
True.
Less so of some of those barriers coming in for our AD carries. So I guess that's something that we'll have to keep a mental note of as we go throughout the season. But I mean, that's still I think a pretty good win here for TT's bot lane. And then you look kind of pulling back the camera a little bit. Again, Ryze is going to become a pretty big monster on 1 and 2 items. And then you have Hoya, who already is doing fine here and is going to have ultimate soon. TT in this early game are looking fine. Early grubs, though, need to be a big priority for Thunder Talk.
And we said Weibo need to kind of keep their head on a swivel and keep going, at least with this composition that definitely loves to be ahead. With those grubs coming up in 30 seconds, we are getting the reset from 1xN. He has the Hail of Blades, like we were talking about, kind of lane dominance earlier. See if this advantage is going to lead out to anything. It is a small one. We'll be transitioning up towards this top side. We did just get the TP up there from Hoya, so I was curious if 1xN would actually deploy out. He does go towards this mid lane. Dragon will take a back seat. It's all about the grub party.
Yeah, so Breathe will at least pick up 1 minion wave, but he's dropping it in favor of just being here for this fight. The fact that our both solo laners have their ultimates will mean this is pretty important. We're getting a start here from Thunder Talk. Their bottom lane has a push up in top lane here for Weibo. They're going to have very easy waves of pushing this in. I think this is just one and done here for Thunder Talk.
Looks like they want to go ahead and take the scuttle. They'll stick around. They are seeding a ton of pressure to Breathe in bot side right now. They are sending Hoya down that way. A second grub goes to TT's side. Realm Warp going to come through as they want to get the play. Wind becomes lightning. They try to get in with the Crescent Guard. Level 6s are there for multiple members, and they were not for Weibo. TT strike first and strike fast. First blood for Thunder Talk.
Okay, so we're kind of using Hoya as like, hey, we're threatening you to potentially have to go for this objective. And then he's able to he gives up a couple of waves there against Breathe. And I think this is a pretty fine trade here for Thunder Talk. Again, we kind of favor some of their solo lanes as this game goes on. And now with Hung being caught out there at the beginning of that fight, they maybe get a little bit of time here to hit on this turret and top lane. So good job from Thunder Talk early on in this matchup.
I think Thunder Talk just caught Weibo sleeping a little bit there. A little bit of sleep at the wheel. Feels like the Realm Warp set up into knowing that they had the level 6 advantages feel really good for TT. And especially in this early advantage for them. Now, we will get reset on things. We'll be getting closer and closer to first items for multiple members as well. Does that change things for Weibo in the presence of aggression that we'll see from them?
If this was the old Ari build, I definitely say that they're probably feeling a lot stronger. But with, Rod of Ages being so powerful in the mid lane right now, one item power spikes, at least for solo lanes, isn't that big. I will say the one wake up that I'm kind of looking at is now Breathe. He's the only one with an individual advantage over his lane opponent, a pretty sizable one at that, half a level up as well. So he might have that eclipse a bit earlier, and Mbessa one item wake up is very, very deadly. I think we've seen it every single time. So I want to see how Weibo are going to be including Breathe, because the best games from this team have been when Breathe actually is able to join and isn't necessarily on a side lane just split pushing.
And that's going to have to rely on Tien there on the Vi. I think he's had a pretty quiet, farm-heavy part to this early game. But the Vi needs to get active, needs to be delving out those resources and getting ganks off. So far, Tien, a jungler that is known to have constant pressure, hasn't necessarily had that against Beichuan. Now we might look at the Dragon coming up here as that next objective, but we are already getting to that next spawn of Grubs here in just about 2 minutes. Would be very beneficial for Weibo to make sure they could fight that one and not give over 6.
They're going to try and go for a dive here. I mean, Hung is staying for a really long time on this top side. They had started making some pings, but now they're late. So this play onto Satab needs to work. Otherwise, they lose priority in mid. They've lost the Dragon. And now even see this. Feather knows something's up. He's heading over to the top side. This really needs to go well for them. Maybe if they can get a second plate, it's good. But you can see Satab knows. He doesn't have that flash. He has Realm Warp coming up.
Yeah, this is tough. Feathers coming around the bend here. They're going to get the CC chain into the damage, into the Spirit Rush, and Tien comes away with the kill. They get Xiaohu tanking up the turret, though they need to be careful. Their health bars are not going to be very hefty. They do get the kill and get out, so dive executed.
Ooh, and instead of going for the Dragon, maybe kind of trying to use the fact that for right now, Varus is going to have a lot easier time of clearing the mid wave. Instead, Beichuan maybe expecting the fight to go a little bit longer, instead is going to deploy out on the top side. And I hope from now on, what we're going to see from Thunder Talk is we're kind of just reinforcing 1xN, and once we have push in mid, we can slowly spread our influence around the map and try to play to one side in particular.
Yo, all I'm going to say is that's a fast cow. Hung going with the boots of swiftness on the giant cow. Get a little bit of speed.
No symbiotic souls. I'm sad.
No
man.
symbiotic souls. I actually do really like the symbiotic souls. Weibo are going to take this Dragon, though, and get themselves set up for potential stacking objective win condition there. Yeah, Grubs will be up in about 30 seconds, so I expect an immediate redeploy up towards top side.
Okay, Xiaohu does have the Rod of Ages complete, but obviously no stacks applied quite yet. Satab did just recall and had to TP, because he died there, he doesn't actually have fully completed Rod of Ages, which I think does change, especially with the pre-mitigation healing that you have access to when you have Rod of Ages. So I wonder how much of a difference this is going to make. I think Satab is still very strong. He has a lot of HP, but he's down almost a full level in terms of experience versus Xiaohu, which feels a little weird to say, especially with how TT, I think, have moved around the map so far.
I will say benefiting his cause, though, is the fact that Yumu's has been completed for 1xN and the Sundered Sky for Beichuan, which I think is the most important thing out of all of that. So Grubs started up by TT. Really no response from Weibo. They have been late to a ton of plays, which is not a typical occurrence for a team that is led in the jungle by Tien. But already on 4 Grubs for TT. See now a little bit of preemptive damage
We're
by
getting teleport
1xN.
coming in.
Maybe a little bit of a tussle on the top side of the fight, though. There's instantly a crescent guard from Beichuan. Hoya has joined the fight. Tian uses his vault break to get out of there. Triple knockup. Chains of Corruption has come through. This fight's getting wild, but here comes the dive. This is what Weibo wanted from the draft. They need to find a target. They execute a target, and already they've gotten a triple kill for Xiaohu. And Weibo, they waited. They were hiding in the bush, and they pounce all of a sudden to a massive lead.
There we go. It's 4 dead immediately there, and what we've been seeing from Thunder Talk in this game is that they are willing to trade farm, willing to trade experience on the map just to make sure that they can overgroup and try to muscle Weibo out of the field. But here and then they get outplayed in some of these fights. I think, again, the solo lanes really stepping up here for Weibo and making the difference in this fight, as in this replay, I'm going to be honest, I'm just looking at the top side of this. You can't really see it in the replay, but Satab is fighting against Ahri and then just never walks back into this play. Satab, unfortunately, a huge passenger in this fight.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit chaotic here, and then immediately you see the instant turn onto the at least eastern portion of this fight by Weibo, and that's what their draft gives them, right? That's the power that their draft and the mobility they have, the dive execution that they have enables them to do, and TT played right into it.
I just see, I'm going to be honest, I literally am still getting flashbanged by what I saw from Satab. He realm warps in, he kills Light, and he goes, oh crap, I can't be here. It just flashes over the wall. He gets out, but it's just, we needed to see more, I think, from them, because if maybe he realm warps in, I think that fight's a little bit different. But now we're in a game state, 13.5 minutes. Again, I think part of them overgrouping now and giving up a lot of these waves kind of bites them as the team that wants to scale, wants to be a little bit earlier on the clock here and try to get some of these grubs. They're now going to be down experience. It just means that level 11 is going to be a lot sooner, especially for Weibo solo lanes.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Xiaohu, a guy that we wanted to see step up, that we said, well, there's been some real disconnections between him and Tian. You think with this veterancy, the amount of dominant splits we've seen from the Xiaohu guy, what has happened, but now we get this Ahri performance. We get him very quickly becoming a mobilizing effort for Weibo in this series to try to get them even up in series score 1-1, at least if they can take this best of 3 over TT. Now, the next setup is this dragon if Weibo want to try to fight over it and get this second dragon for themselves. But you also have to consider the factor of TT's siege potential as time goes on and the scaling factor we talked about them from draft.
Yeah, especially with 5 grubs, I just think that right now, Thunder Talk, you do not need to fight this. I would really be sad to see Thunder Talk rock up into this river brush and try to contest. Let's use some of these grubs. Let's destabilize the map, open up some spaces so that we can either get creative flanks or just control areas of the map that make it difficult for Weibo to walk in later into the game. I think once you open up really long lanes, it might cut you off from some experience, but we've already seen Thunder Talk are willing to give that up and are trying to play a much longer game here.
I like to see a little bit of reservation there. Did have some thoughts on like when they were looking pretty dominant at the 2v2, if they could like kind of propel that any farther forward. Did not find that, and now we just get to fisticuff season against Weibo, who are literally fighting Satab on a ward in bot side, and unfortunately he will fall victim to the rampant cow, baby. Oh, he goes down. Xiaohu gets his 4th kill of the game. He's 4-0-2 and looking good on the Ahri.
And just a really well-placed ward, catching Satab out there. And now that just means Dragon going over to Weibo with 0 repercussions on the map. I mean, Satab, he respawns, he teleport back to this wave, but you already lost the timer there. Breathe as well, starting to, or continuing to bully Hoya in the matchup now. So when are we ever going to be getting these 5 grubs actually going to be useful?
Yeah.
I think it's just so difficult here.
And yeah, I think there's the
I am in the...
Sorry
Okay.
about that, everybody. We were having some technical difficulties. We should be back. No Sona casting anymore.
We got Cho'Gath W'd. It's okay. It happens. We got Malzahar ulted. Both of us.
silence is
There's no
damning.
cage roll though.
There is no cage roll. So we did see there a little bit of catch up. Rift Herald did go the way of TT. It is in the hands of H1 now. Try to get some standing gold with that at some point. Maybe even use it as a distractionary tool against the dragon stacking of Weibo, because if Weibo get one more, it will be sole point decision-making power for them. I will also point out Xiaohu has hit his second item, stopped up the library, got himself a Magi's, and already has 10 chapters in it. Going to be looking to scale that one up as time goes on.
I mean, look, while we were somehow gone, somehow Weibo were able to continue to explode this lead, and now 4,000 gold up. Xiaohu is 3 minutes away from being almost 4 levels on his opponent here. I think it's a damning mistake here from Thunder Talk. The first 10 minutes, they tried to play really fast, really tried to overgroup onto one side of the map to play for an objective, and instead has completely backfired on them. They'll try to make this dive happen, but instead, Weibo, they can continue to just take away these turrets, just get rid of all of the economy of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, it's really tough. And now Breathe is feeling very enabled in the side lane as well, because he himself has now developed an over 1,000 gold lead over his opponent. And it's crazy. It's like, you know, children growing up or something. All of a sudden you look back and it's been like 10 years and things have fully changed. But when you look back just a few minutes ago, TT were in this game. TT were in a driving position in this game. And their scaling factors are still there for them. But Weibo have definitely utilized their momentum well.
Yes, and this was the lead that we wanted to see coming out from Weibo, especially throughout the series. It's something we'll have to track as the series continues to go on, whether or not these games are competitive, because Weibo, it very much should be expected favorites. So, got a minute and a half before this dragon here, Mazel, and I mean, this game looks very difficult to play. Again, yes, they do have the scaling, but they also aren't even playing on the side lanes. We finally got to see them use their 5 grubs, and they barely weren't able to take this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, it's really tough. See if they can get it before that next dragon fight here is going to be in about a minute and 10 seconds. Got second items coming up for TT's members. That dragon will be important for them to fight over. I honestly would have loved for them to maybe keep that Rift Herald around for just a little bit longer to try to maybe distract over this dragon fight. But speaking of those second items, we did just get Black Cleaver for Tien and Navori Quick Blades there for Light. And Light is going to be kind of unsung hero in a lot of these fights, a lot of this clear here going forward now that he's getting a couple items under his belt.
Yeah, especially now that he has the Navori Flicker Blades, like he just one-shots every minion wave. And if he gets time in a fight, he just takes over, right? So him and the rest of Weibo, I love what we've gotten from them in this pick composition with the fact that they have 3 different champions that can immediately snap engage and find an angle for them. Oh my god, 1xN!
Speaking
Big respect!
of, he's shook, bro. He is shook. He knows what's coming if he's just over his steps.
I was going to say, if we're sitting in that situation, there's a Vi that queues forward on you and there's already a Sivir, I'm flashing too, bro. I respect the play coming out from 1xN.
He just knows what could follow there. And it's very tried and true from the draft. Like Weibo, they put their cards on the table, and they are just playing the hand they were dealt. As TT trying to get a little bit of preemptive push in mid lane before that dragon does end up getting started. Looks like Hoya might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets fully dashed onto, has to pot the World Ender and his flash out. And now TT are left with no front line. They're left with everything going to hell in a handbasket. And Weibo, they make it look too damn easy, Alk. There ain't nothing TT can do about this one. They are just being ground into dust.
And that is what I'm Thunder talking about, boys. This was the series that we were looking forward to. Weibo make it look easy, honestly. Just walking around the map, they have so much damage. It's going to be 20 pages here in the Magi's, and under no threat are Weibo of potentially losing this game from this position right now. They'll grab the Dragon, which puts them at soul point here. They already have an overwhelming advantage. Xiaohu is going to be in about a minute's time. He already has 10 stacks of the Rod of Ages. He's going to be 4 levels over this Rise. Not what we wanted to see coming in from Satab. I just don't get it. I mean, Hoya's like trying to like walk in, but now he doesn't have E. Yeah, he just has to give this up.
Yeah, that's just tough. I mean, you can only go with what information you have available to you, and he did not know that he was being watched the entire time by Breathe in the Bush. And then this is what the composition does best, is when you are picked apart, when you're all head for the hills, they will absolutely eviscerate you.
Rest in peace. Maybe the death of Thunder Talk and lane swaps was correctly stated instead of overstated. So, man, it sucks to see, especially for Thunder Talk. But again, for Weibo, I think in the matchups we were kind of talking about, like, this should look good for them. Ari was able to do something. Now Breathe does have the ultimate coming up.
Oh, he's going to try to buy time. There's a TP coming in. Oh, God, they've overcommitted. Oh, my God. What did I just watch? My poor eyes. That was a massive shutdown going the way of TT. Weibo are going to try to get the Atacon, I guess, on the other side of things, but your solo lanes are gone.
I think that was maybe repayment for what happened in the TES series, because a very similar play happened where they're playing, Xiaohu's playing the Rise, he dies, Breathe TPs, and then immediately has to use his flash to not instantly die to TES. Yeah. So he felt like, hey, he did me a solid, I'll go ahead and TP, and this time I will die. And, you know, maybe they're throwing TT a bone there. It's the 2 kills plus the shutdowns and the turret there. A lot of gold going over to Thunder Talk, but now there's an Otacon here for the side of Weibo. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be doing too well.
56 roses to 6, by the way, for Weibo's advantage there. But
that means Satab's XP is going to be even worse now between these two.
It's going to be tough. You know what I'll give Xiaohu? He wanted the numbers to match. I mean, no, I'm a numbers guy, so
10 and 10 on the Rod of Ages and the book. Yep. Good one, man.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, see? You were catching what I was putting down.
Yeah.
See what I was talking. But it is now a situation where TT are a little bit closer in the lead than they were. Maybe now looking for even more. Xiaohu will have to pop that Spirit Rush. Gets the depth charge popped on him. TP coming in now from Breathe. Hung getting a little bit low there. Did have to pop that Unbreakable. TT looking like they have some fighting efforts here, and we're starting to get to the point where we have to talk about those item completions and maybe getting to that precipice for TT at some point in the future.
I am looking at these 3 item spikes coming in for 1xN and for Satab. Looking like he's going for the Zonias for this Rise, getting closer and closer to that. And Weibo, a couple of mistakes, you know, some fumbling here from them slows down the game and allows for the side of Thunder Talk to farm. My issue is in 2 minutes time, at the very least, we're going to have a soul point fight. And with this Baron, if Thunder Talk ever get picked out on a side lane, which can be very easy with Sivir and this Ahri, I think you have to start wondering if Weibo or how strongly Weibo can kind of end this game. How quickly can they get it done? Because like we were saying, this game goes late. There's a very high likely potential that Satab on this Rise can take over.
Oh, they knew Xiaohu was there. The charm going to connect. Xiaohu will not be caught. I'm also looking at this dive team. You know what benefits a dive team? A bunch of movement speed after you use your ultimates. It would be really nice to have that Cloud Soul for Weibo's side of things for sure. So maybe leaning on that side of the map even more so as we see that redeploy already coming through. Looks like Light will try to get back, get his 3rd item here. So Sivir, she's hit the break point now under Light's control with that IE completed. And they're coming right out to fight for this Dragon setup.
I think it's a huge problem now for Thunder Talk. Usually when we're talking about itemization, especially for AD carries or AD champions in general, the lethality option gives you more upfront damage and is typically cheaper, but lacks some of the scaling or higher numbers.
1xN.
1xN, you're probably flashing here, brother.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't get away from the cease and desist like that, even with the extra spell shield there. Right. And now they'll just lose mid lane big time. I mean, they'll lose the inhib. Luckily, they'll be able to defend a little bit more from that, but they're trying to get some side lane pressure up in the top side with Satab.
Well, that was the pick that we were kind of wondering, like, if they can control this, if Weibo find a pick that should open them up for the Dragon, they're trying to see if ThunderTalk are going to very blindly walk into their jungle.
This is
Satab's
just
getting a
solo
bit
queue
of a alone
status,
time
bro.
here. I
Like,
think this
this
is fine. Look at Satab top lane. He's just hitting a tier 2. He's getting gold for his team.
Oh, Dredge line does connect. Okay, here comes Weibo. They're overextending for sure. Dragon is coming up now. They should all turn back. Tier 2 did go the way of Satab, so that'll be some decent gold. That should be his third item coming up here. TP, I don't think is available. Okay, it is available. Maybe they look to fight this, but the Dragon is already going their way. So it is Weibo going to claim that Cloud Soul and benefit the dive comp that they have.
I wonder if they're going to try and get cheeky. We haven't, I think, seen this year any particularly creative uses
This is
of Rise
a recipe.
Ultimate. But you can see it. Satab, 1xN, and Feather are all standing next to each other trying to see if
This
they
is
can find
so
something.
bad. Like, this is so hard. You're literally begging to get pulled apart at the seams. They have the tools to run you down, TT. They've been spread apart. Maybe they can actually get Hung here. The Unbreakable Will's there. 1xN is tapping here as Hung has fallen. So now we're evened up. Realm Warp going to come through, but not utilized. Xiaohu using a defensive Spirit Rush there. We do lose both frontline supports, and Baron started up by TT. They're scaling, and maybe they finally arrived. 3 items there for both big carries, and they're forcing the hand of Weibo and Breathe. Looking for a little bit of preemptive damage onto Hoya. Beichuan still in the pit. Tien forced to flash out of the fight now. Baron down to about half health. Xiaohu looking for public execution. Goes in on Beichuan. Beichuan's already down. Breathe is rampant on the back line, and he is going off on the Mbessa. Meanwhile, Xiaohu is ringing up the rear with Light, and the bounce off the ward will get the kill for Light himself.
Look at how close this game is. They're not going to be able to get the Baron. They're looking for the end here. Long death timers for ThunderTalk.
Double
It's
TPs.
25 before the next member. It's just Feather by himself. Weibo are going to look to try to end game 1.
Yeah, look at the faces of TT. They know doom is a reality here in game number 1. They gave up a fight. They kept it a little close in the end. But in the end, Weibo were just stronger. 29 minutes in, that will be the breaking point for TT in game number 1. And Weibo will move up to match point on their attempt of a potential first series win of the Group Ascend stage. They looked damn good doing it too, Alec.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy to get that kind of game from them. Yes, it wasn't perfect, but I'm glad that we got to see Weibo take that game in pretty confident fashion. We got to see Xiaohu still be a big driver for this team alongside Tien, and I'll be honest, again, when these solo laners are on point, we actually get to see some of the strengths of this Weibo roster with Breathe and Xiaohu.
Yeah, some moments you want back for sure, but there's some really good moments there, especially from Xiaohu on the Ahri. But it's why you grab this kind of composition for Weibo. You know the prowess that these two guys, Breathe and Xiaohu, have in terms of their kind of target selection in fights and the direction they bring to team fights. And it was on display fully there. I love that we had a very tried and true composition from Weibo, and they were able to rise that executional standard. Even if the 2v2 in bot lane was a little bit iffy, even if there were some moments where maybe some throwing was happening for sure, it is still a rounding of the corner for them and a very dominant victory over a TT team that you have to make sure you put down. Kind of like the double tap meme from Zombieland, because they will always find a way to come back in a series.
They cannot allow them to get any ground in this game. And I'm glad that they kind of picked on, I think, some of the weaker tendencies of ThunderTalk over grouping. We didn't see them actually use the 5 grubs very often. And Satab, this has consistently been an issue for this team, is when he's in a side lane, he goes over for a little too long, or unfortunately in that time when we saw him in bot lane, he was on a ward, he gets caught out, and it makes the game so much harder for ThunderTalk to play. So really good job from Weibo, and we need to see them close out as we get further into the series.
Yeah, definitely you want to see more cleanliness from them, but there's also some big picks taken off the table now that we've gotten our first game out of the way on this best of 3 Fearless setup. A lot of jungle priorities going to shift around. Top lane priorities going to shift around a little bit as well, and see exactly what those changes are going to be. But did you have some bright points for TT in any regard in this first one?
Again, I think Feather and 1xN in the first 15 minutes look really good. The problem is that especially for TT, they do this thing in almost all of their games where when they're behind, they kind of walk into areas of the map and they separate from each other instead of staying as stronger cores as like 3 or 4 members, and then they walk into one part of the jungle and die instantly. We saw it here in this game. We saw it in BLG as well. I think they kind of spread out a little too thin, and unfortunately it makes it very difficult for them to play. So great job from 1xN. We need to see more from Thunder Talk. The rest of this crew really needs to step it up if they want any chances here in Group Ascend.
As soon as I saw like all 5 members spread from like tier 2 turret on their side all the way to the Baron pit, I'm like, this is just a recipe for disaster. Like, they literally have every tool to just pick out whoever they see first and foremost, and a lot of space given there. So is that definitely something TT are gonna re-up on and try to figure out how to kind of tackle their compositional strength there as well. They will more than likely be back on blue side again, so try to keep the priority there for themselves. But you can see here, it's just a Weibo party, and TT weren't invited.
Oh, they were invited. They just got put in the corner. They were like, hey, guys, Pinata. Hey, Pinata's arrived. Look, there's gold coming out of this thing.
There's gold.
We can just keep whacking at it. This is great.
I'm going to need the TT logo in the form of Pinata now, please.
That's so
honestly,
mean. Don't do that.
perfect.
Don't do that to 1xN. 1xN was on our all-pro list in spring.
You're the one that did it.
For Split 1. Yeah, but he gets the
This
pass,
feels
okay?
bad. This feels
Yeah.
bad. Because there's just literally no way, even if you buy that spell shield, like, you can't escape Vi because of the 2-part combo of that ability.
I just also don't understand why as TT we're trying to force a Baron here. I mean, I can understand maybe you're like, wow, we're losing the game. We've got to force the Baron. But, like, our ultimates are certainly more important, and kind of just feels a little bad to see, especially with the fact that Breathe just finding that ultimate, and then obviously, like we saw, the end of that fight, bit of a heartbreaker.
Yeah. Who do you think is MVP then?
I kind of want it to be Xiaohu. I think he played this
Okay.
game really, really well. I am probably expecting for it to be Breathe because he won the lane matchup. I think he was really playing the map very well. And then his Mbessa and like all of these fights just looked incredibly clean.
You might have sold me on that. I was definitely in the Xiaohu boat before you gave me a little bit of dose of reality of what actually happened. I still think there was a lot of influence from both solo laners, and that gives me a lot of promise for this Weibo team. Not necessarily something we got to see consistently from them beforehand in their last series as well. So I guess we'll see who gets it. I do think it has to be between the two. If anybody else gets it, I'll be scratching my head a little bit for sure.
Yep.
We're literally rioting on screen. But I do wonder if there's any give for Tien in that regard in terms of what he was trying to set up for the team and like kind of the access he had with the seasoned assists and things along those lines. But the shock value definitely has to go to one of these solo laners. And it will, of course, be the Tiger King of Spring. It is Xiaohu himself getting an MVP.
Exciting stuff, and especially for Xiaohu, who always has looked good at the very beginning of the year. You know, in history, it was because obviously Uzi on his roster was taking a break until Lunar New Year. So I think I'm kind of expecting to see a ramp up from Weibo in the same way that we kind of expect a team like JDG to eventually reach their form.
Well, the hope is there for Weibo now that they look dominant in this series. We'll see if they can close it out. Before we go anywhere, though, we have to give an extreme and extremely grateful, at least, shout out to our coffee members and YouTube subscribers who help level the show up on a daily basis. We wouldn't be here without you. I got the little thank you from Alk as well. A lot of the additional payments go to improving the show, this awesome graphics package that we have here. Shout out to Chris Sunga. But also being able to pay the talent for their volunteer moments, a lot of the love given to them and our content creators as well, that we'll have more interviews coming up here with shortly. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in chat, to unlock perks like early access to those interviews and maybe even drop in some of your own questions to some of the players in the LPL. But that's it for game number 1 of this best of 3. We'll see if TT can come back after a short little break. Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk, and what a game one it was. Weibo, they waited in a bush, they pounced, then they won the game. That's all that happened. TT definitely didn't have a little mini comeback in there, and maybe give us a little bit of inkling on what could be for TT if they can bring this all the way to 3. But Weibo looking to put this one away, Alk.
Hopefully, please, for Weibo's sake. I do not want to
Why
see a third game in
just
this.
outright?
Like, okay, I would love for TT to do the miracle. If TT are going to win one game, they need to win 2. I am not going to allow for them to win game 2 and then just like very flaccidly lose game 3. Just no, I can't allow that. That's just not chill.
That's the way it goes, though. That's the way.
No, please, man.
I don't know. I always get these weird like outer body feelings of maybe we get 3 games in the LPL, and I haven't gotten to get another 3-gamer here just yet.
You might need to get that checked out.
So yeah, honestly, it might be a personal problem. But we'll see if we can maybe get TT's rambunctious come up here in this game number 2. Let's specifically talk about what we want to see in different in draft. I know we talked already about there being some big meta decisions already off the table here because of everything that was grabbed in that game number 1, but still a lot of things on the table.
Yeah, what I'm kind of looking at is Thunder Talk will get another chance here on the blue side. Maybe now with the Vi and the Oregon, we're going to see more of those team fight AD carries, because that really has been the strength of this Thunder Talk. It hasn't been, we're smashing lanes. We are really good at being able to play the map in a particularly smart or intelligent or unique way. We are by the books. We're looking to team fight. We're going to try to outhands you with our AD carry, and hopefully he's able to kind of bring us to the promised land of a couple Nexus explosions. So I want to see more of the Ashes.
That the promised land?
Maybe we get a couple more Jinx games. Who knows?
Ooh, throwing out a good one there. We don't ever get to see Jinx anymore, it feels like. Maybe once we get to best of 5, but that's a long way away. Now, we go into draft for game number 2. Obviously, TT on that blue side yet again. Going to be banning away the likely candidates from that game number 1 ban list as well. The Kalista, the Gwen ban already. It is also the Poppy and the Rumble ban by Weibo.
So they could throw another top lane ban here. Remember, it was Scion on 3 from Weibo in the first game.
Ooh.
Getting rid of them is Fortune. Interesting. So maybe even prepping for an Ezreal very early on. I don't think it's going to be first pick worthy. I think, if anything, they're going to try and secure the mid lane pick here, especially now that Aurora has gone through and is ready for game 2.
True. That would be kind of fun to see. Maybe a little bit more mobility out of that mid lane as well. Let's see, as Weibo are holding that last ban to the last second. It's going to be the Ashe that you talked about, and it is going to be taken away. So, first pick on the table for TT. Last time around, it was the Varus first pick. Didn't really pay dividends there with how much the blue side first pick can get.
Oh, we just completely missed Nefiri. Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
They banned it the last game. That was the other ban that was on TT's
Beitron's first game of Nefiri here. It only took us a couple months, but a couple weeks, I should say. But now that we're here, gotta see if he's going to be carrying. This is already kind of in his wheelhouse. What are we going to see from him? Can he be the big carry for this team? Because he's really been the initiator, the person that's starting the fight. Sometimes has to give up his life so that TT can find an angle. And we're just getting a world of firsts here. TN's first Skarner game here.
Yeah, I love it though. It's immediate lockdown onto the Nefiri. We'll see if they actually are able to combine that with some real carry performances from their solo lanes, just like we saw in that last game. But that's what they're setting up for here. And a lot of spatial lockdown right now by Weibo as they grab that Talia too.
Wow, the times in which TN has actually played Skarner, it was 2018 Spring, 2023 Regional Finals, and then 2 games at this last year's World. So insane track record there. But now with the Skarner, you have so much great setup with Talia, one of Xiaohu's best champions that we've seen from him this year. And Thunder Talk maybe opting for a bit of a dive, wanting to get right into the face of something like Talia. I like this. This is probably going up towards top lane.
I kind of like it. You're playing around Beitron, which we had said in past, and especially in split 1 of this year. I mean, that was a main focus for TT in finding a lot of wins, was playing through H1's carries. Now they're going to try to set him up for success here as well. They are going to go with the Gnar, so that should be with this Galio in mid.
Yeah, Galio, I mean, we haven't seen Satab play the Galio this year. Obviously expect him to do so, but I feel like this is definitely like, all right, you got to play Ryze. You've been playing a lot of these carries. I need you to take a backseat this game. We need some we need some more support coming in from the mid lane.
True.
So going to be difficult for some of these lanes from Weibo to really push out their opposition, or at least chunk them out very early on. And what I need to see from Weibo is not only how are we moving this Jace around, but how are we again mobilizing Xiaohu and Tian around the map to make it very difficult for TT to play.
That's the biggest kicker. And now that we're in the second phase of bans, we already get that Rakan ban away from Feather. It is going to be the Corki ban as well towards Light. Still been something that we've been seeing fluctuate a lot into that bot lane, especially to add some flexibility to the damage profile of your team. But the second ban is going to be important to think about because it's got to be maybe some more setup around TT is what they're going to be focusing for that next phase. It is the Ezreal.
I like that. Now the Corki's already gone. You've already have the Misfortune and the Callista. So with Ezreal taken away, I'm going to be honest. I'm looking at either a Kaisa potentially here for either of our AD carries.
True.
Jhin definitely comes to mind as well. But depending on what the AD carry is, I think there's a very real possibility we actually get that Jinx game that I was talking about.
Yeah, I could see it. Maybe the Draven too. I don't know if we want to get that wild here, but we'll see the Xayah ban finally by TT as their last ban, and it will be the Kaisa picked up by Light here to add a little bit more damage to their profile that we were talking about, and that's some dive potential to go on top of a ton of CC.
Really great poke coming in from Breathe, and then you just have so much dive if you really want it. Although, I will say from what Weibo are showing, this feels more like a poke slash
for sure.
pick composition. You do have the fact that with so many champions on the side from TT, it is going to be difficult for them to actually punch through a front line, but if they get a seismic shove, suddenly the game kind of changes. So how Weibo play around terrain is going to kind of be life or death for them.
Yeah. The Tristana Rel were the final lock-ins for TT. So they do have some damage going for them. It will be the Tristana bot lane, though. So we'll see if they can adapt some focus down there. But for me, the all eyes for TT are on H1. On this Nefiri, you have to carry on this champion.
So we need to see early invades. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get lane priority, but you're playing Nefiri, so being able to jump walls is not really an issue for this champion very early on. And I want to look at how Thunder Talk are going to play around Beichuan with this Nefiri, because he doesn't have very many targets. I'm going to assume that Breathe is going to be going like the mixed bruiser build of Jace, so you're kind of only focusing Talia and Kaisa, and it's already difficult enough to get onto Talia with her Unraveled Earth.
Yeah, it definitely can be. And I think there's a lot of options for that kind of siege potential, but also objective control from the side of Weibo. And that does bar a little bit of an executionary factor for them to find and set up around those objectives. But I do really like the at least concept of giving H1, at least for TT's side of things, that extra resource, that extra give to try to take down Tien.
He needs to be the big driver here. When we talk about this team, it has almost exclusively been 1xN Feather and then the rest of the crew, the supporting cast here. I think this is by and far away the most, like, I guess, tools and kind of carry potential we've seen from him. We've gotten like a couple of games of Zyra. I think the Nidalee games have been so-so. And you have Nefiri, one of the most important champions that we've gotten, so gonna be big, kind of a big question as to whether or not Thunder Talk can actually get into the backline. They have so much dive here with this Galio and this Tristana. The fact that they can link up, it's very easy for them to play, in my mind.
Yeah. Need to see them be proactive as well and get a little bit of a lead. If the last game was anything to go off of, TES will run away with things. We're into game number 2. Weibo on match point in this best of 3.
Oh my god, we got Jason Arcane. Beautiful cosplayers.
Hey,
oh my god.
let's go. And we also got cheers for both teams more than once. Let's go. We're leveling up. Okay.
I think, the fans are waiting for later in the split. I will be honest. There are a lot of games now. There's a lot of games. The splits aren't as long as they used to be, considering now we're playing a 3-split year. So maybe wanting to
because of the
lack experience.
Because of the lack of Nirvana games, do they become more high priority? Because oh my god, we finally get to see Nirvana like one time a week.
So we talked about this last night, and Grapes was asking me, like, do you think it's better that the Nirvana groups are backloaded or front-loaded? And for me personally, I would like to get all the Nirvana games out as soon as possible, because then I get to watch the best teams play, right? Like, I get to just have only Group
want
Ascend.
2 teams to be eliminated from the rest of the year super early.
LNG
like, let's get them out like next week.
Look, by the end of this month, we might have LNG done with the year, which I'm okay with compared to what we've seen from them. So, focusing back in on this game, junglers are starting on the same side, but important note here for Weibo is that they got early vision and can already know that Beichuan has the possibility of ending up on top side same time as Tien. So, will be something I'm going to be keeping track of as we get through this game in the early game.
Yeah, and I think mid-jungle combinations are going to be super important for the at least bridge building for both junglers in this regard. A lot of CC setup for Weibo once they get to that level 6 mark. I expect that to be the case around that grub fight at some point in the near future. But we also saw a little bit of a late dragon stack start last time around after the first grub spawn. Does this pathing lead to more of that? Or are we just going to fully focus grubs this time around again?
So there's a very real likelihood that dragon becomes very important in this series, or in this game, because of the fact that I don't think either team really wants to kind of play on the side lane. Weibo are slightly better at being able to do that with the Talia and Jace, but I just don't think it's going to be a meaningful factor here. And I think that the dragon starts, specifically this bot lane, is really explosive, or has the potential to be very explosive. So I'm kind of looking towards, after they finish their first clears, whether or not these junglers are going to kind of try to flip their pathing or have some stops ready for the bottom side of the map.
More importantly, though, as my zoological brain takes over, who wins in the fight over a scuttle crab, a dog or a scorpion?
Why are you asking me? You're the zoo guy here.
That's why I'm picking it apart with my brain. I mean, I guess it depends, because that is a giant scorpion. But
like
honestly, a pack of dogs should win that. Yeah, but the pack of dogs got scared. He's a big scorpion.
Yeah, Neferi's now flipped and gone towards the bottom side of the map. Tien's here.
Extals impact, gets flashed and jumped away from by Hoya. But that will be returned to, no doubt. TP's going to get expended by Hoya, and Breathe will pick up some turret plates.
I think really good job on the opposite side of the map coming in from Weibo just to try to protect some of these camps. Now, Satab in a bit of a wary position, dodges out on the flip, and Feather's here to reinforce, but he has been getting taken to task here in this 1v1. He's going to obviously, it's going to get easier for him to play as he goes forward. More levels, more HP, more items to try to help with that, but so far Xiaohu has been doing a good job in both of these games of kind of holding down Satab and putting on the hurt.
Getting a little presence with that walk up from both supports, as we already got the transition to top lane by 1xN. Like, going to be a little bit later on that move, maybe to try to get a dive off beforehand. Tien will be spotted on this side of the map. Grub's coming up in about 1:10. Feather is going to be here.
Okay, so he's noted. They're going to stop the dive, at least not go for it right now. Really smart job from Hoya and the rest of Thunder Talk. I was a little bit worried. We talked about it earlier, right? We're like, Gnar is a champion that doesn't usually succeed in a lot of the dives. So, that was kind of a reason we didn't see him in the lane swap meta that often. But TT, just recognizing that they were able to make that swap, they move Feather over. And, okay, I don't know how much
that was an interaction of all time.
Yeah, his jungler is here. And really, I think this kind of helps the Tristana. Hopefully they're able to actually fight on this top side, but I mean, Satab took such a big trade early on that I think he's more focused on just getting level 6 so that they can play for these grubs.
I love to see teams that know they have an advantage go for little things that mean big differences, right? Just sneaking that dragon before this first spawn of grubs. It's not something we see a lot of teams go for in these days, but it is something that Weibo were willing to go commit towards now. They do get the reset and redeploy onto the top side. Should be there in time for this grub contest. Should be started up, though, by TT, as it looks like Beichuan will be the first one there.
So Hoya does have teleport. I do assume that ThunderTalk, what they're going to do is probably send this Gnar up into the top lane. If a fight breaks out within the next 10-15 seconds, there will be no Mega Bar available. And Hoya's actually ending up staying. So maybe even trying to get a level, trying to squeeze for level 6 on this next minion wave, but he's not going to have enough time to build up enough rage for the ultimate available.
This feels a little tough. Light is trying to keep Hoya here. He's actually taking him at the 1v1. Gets the force out, but Hoya will have the TP, and unfortunately Light does not take TP as the ADC. Actually, Weibo forced out of the grub pit. They realize what the play can develop into. Will just give away the first 3 grubs to TT.
I think they just recognize that, yes, they do have a Jace on the opposite side, so his level 6 is not as impactful, but they've got a Galio. You know, Hero's Entrance is a hell of a drug if you only watch Grand Finals of Worlds last year, so I get it. I understand. They didn't want to play around a potential big loss point there in Weibo's side, and now ThunderTalk coming back into these lanes. They have these early grubs. We do need to see them use it. You have a Tristana this time. The ability to take down turrets is a lot easier in comparison, but we really haven't seen Weibo give them much space to actually hit on these structures.
Looks like we're going to get a little bit of scaling implementation. Tien trying to get in there. Be a dirty son of a gun in the chicken nugget take. It's going to be the first time we see Tien be a little aggressive in his pathing so far here in this one. Which I think if you're going to keep pressure on the Defiri, that's a good thing to think about. Because this champion, if just left to her own devices, will just farm away. And you already see a decent differential being developed there by Beichuan.
Yep. Coming back to the solo lanes here, I'm really liking how Xiaohu's been playing. We kind of saw it in the minimap there. As soon as Jace tries to push that top lane wave, since they don't know where the bottom lane pair is, drops into Fog of War. Because he knows on a dime, he basically has to be ready to go top lane in that instance. But Breathe does end up giving up the wave. Tien will be here in time to try to reinforce this. Hung has actually gone and recalled, so they're going to try and just make sure that this doesn't go down. There's really nothing to play for the time being, so again, I kind of wanted to see how much structural damage can ThunderTalk get during this timer, just because there's not much to play for at this moment.
And if we're teeing off from the last game's performance, obviously it was kind of, as we said towards the end of it, what we expected from Weibo. But that's what a wild card like TT can always bring to the table here in a group like Group Ascend, where if they get the right comp, they get the right trigger, they can absolutely be a menace to the standings here. And it is double round robin, so a lot left to give. What I said, getting stopped in his back. It'll be fine, though. He should be able to just back away. Is going to still commit to that reset, though. Might be in a little bit of trouble. As that top lane is going to get pushed in. They did end up bringing Light and Hung up that way. Still a while till this next grub spawn for them, but about a minute till that next dragon spawn. Weibo utilizing that dragon stacking for themselves last game very, very handily.
And look at what they're doing on the map here. They're just constantly swapping. They do not want to give the Kai'Sa the ability to 1v1 or play against, or more specifically probably the Gnar versus Jace. So everywhere that this bot lane moves, Weibo are next up on the map. It's TT. They're like, okay, we just saw Jace on the bottom lane. Let's try to get our Gnar onto the opposite side of the map. And I love this coming in from Weibo. They're not only matching, but I think cutting off. And now they've made it very awkward for ThunderTalk. It's 30 seconds before the Dragon. Beichuan's going to try to get a recall in here. And if he can get early Eclipse before this next fight, I will say there is potential for them to try to find an angle in this next upcoming objective.
Yeah, the big convergence here in this next grub spawn is the timing of first items, plus the fact that everybody's going to have ultimates this time around. And I think if we're looking at it, Weibo trying to get a early pick before the fighting even kicks off. Looking here onto Feather as well. Going to get the impale there too. Xiaohu steps in and the kill goes to Tien. I think that's going to be a bold TP from Satab, though. Hung is the focus by Beichuan. Gets one reset there. Looking to get some more kills. Gets the heroic entrance as well. Weibo starting to feel the heat of the dog, but Satab goes in and dies. Light takes him down. And now Weibo with momentum at their back. Looking to take down Beichuan and 1x in here. Tien going to flash play. Exalt Impact. Seismic Shove does not hit after the flash from 1XN. That'll be a ton burned by both sides.
And that should just be the Dragon here going over to Thunder Talk. Breathe, going for an all-in on Hoya. He still has Flash. So, not under too much threat here, but really good stuff there from Weibo to find that kill. Find those 2 kills there. And Tian even trading his summoner spells. So these next grubs in particular are going to be a bit tricky for Thunder Talk to be able to fight. There's no ultimates from Satab or Beichuan. And now no Flash or Cleanse. As we get a replay here, I'm kind of glad that they ended up kind of pulling this onto Feather. I think there's a very real kind of likelihood that I think this fight could have gone a lot better here for Thunder Talk.
Oh, Xiaohu getting away from a
Xiaohu!
dive. Step to the King of Spring and you're going to get the claws, baby. That's a tiger to you, Xiaohu, with a massive 2-for-0 under turret.
Well, Lennon, I'm going to be honest.
Bring
That's
your
probably
masses.
the 2-0 there. Oh.
Bring
we
your
TP'd for
masses.
this play. Get me out. Get me out, boys. We're done. This game's over. I mean, like, I'm obviously exaggerating, but they lose the 3 grubs on the opposite side of the map. 2 of them die when they could have just rotated their bot lane up for this play instead. I think a massive mistake coming in for Thunder Talk that, again, jeopardizes the game state here.
No
As
way, man.
they just, I mean, the Unraveled Earth, just so much work, especially with the Seismic Shove. It stops 1XN from being able to auto-attack and maybe get that last auto to get the explosive charge, and then he just TPs out. They get the top tier one as well. In basically 2 minutes, Thunder Talk have just giving their opponents almost a 2,500 gold lead.
Oh, it's giving me a little bit of recollection from that last game, too. All of a sudden, you blinked, and Weibo were up like 4,000 gold, and they did not look back. TT not going to give up on the map state here, looking for a little bit of something on that bot side. Didn't really find much. Need to protect 1XN, but also Hoya is getting caught out. They go for the play on the Light. This is it. They try to pull the trigger, and the dive is not there. The flash comes through, and Light is safe. Hoya will burn his flash on bot side, but they will not take his life either.
Really well played there, coming in from Light, just showing a lot of poise in there. Gets the ultimate out. Does lose his summoner spells, so hey, that Herald that's spawning in 3 minutes, same thing with this Dragon. They will not be available for this next upcoming fight. So someone that they can look to focus, again, with this Rel and Nefiri combo.
Now we are on first items for everybody, except for supports. Obviously, they don't get to have any fun. We are still looking to scale up on Xiaohu and complete that Seraph. So we take a little look at what happened in bot side as well. But does this item spike change anything here? Does it feel like TT have a dog in the fight? At least for Beichuan.
After all that, I think Hoya's just dead.
Yeah, no, there's no.
All right, cool.
He's
Later,
he's
brother.
gone.
I will say that I think the first items for Thunder Talk are a lot stronger, but you look at how they're playing fights, you look at some of the item or more the experience differential between some of the champions here, and I think they're starting to get a little bit diffed. I think the first items are not going to do much here. I mean, even for Satab, it's a scaling Rod of Ages here, and Xiaohu now finished with the Seraphs. He's just that much more difficult to kill.
Oh, it's so tough. And again, we go back to the conversation from draft. It was literally about the spatial construct that Weibo wanted to make around these objectives, around these fights, with all the spacing tools that they have. They've been able to utilize it very well. 1XN still trying to farm his way to victory here. Does have a little bit of a CS differential, but unfortunately the kill going Light's way did change that factor a little bit. So TT struggling to find anything in this series, and they're going to have to keep trying to come up with answers. We have a Rift Herald spawn coming up in about a minute, and another Dragon. Luckily, TT did go 1-1 on that one, but coming up in about a minute and a half, too.
Well, now that they have both of the tier 1s on either side lane, this mid lane turret is very susceptible to a dive.
I think I
mean,
might have lost Alk Battery.
Oh, nope. I was muted on Discord.
Nice, let's go,
Nice.
my king.
I was just saying that with the tier 1s down, this makes the mid-tier one very susceptible to a dive. Like, you can have Talia come in from a side lane and cut them off. You have the Skarner that can get ready. So warding both sides, not only the blue side entrance, but also taking control of Raptors, is potentially going to give an opening for Weibo to, I think, crack this game open and really find a solid lead. Already 3,000 gold up, and a majority of that has been just them outplaying around these objectives. And hey, we've got a couple of those spawning in a few seconds' time.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Beituan's numbers go up in the CS differential over him and Tien and wondering if it's really going to matter, or is this one of those games like solo queue where you have a really fed jungler, but it did not matter because of everything else going on in the game. The Rift Herald is up. I wonder how much priority that takes over the Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. Weibo have actually been very willing to go for some of these Dragon stacking setups, but TT going to be the first to the Rift Herald and start it up now.
So Xiaohu could use his ultimate, but he's kind of retreating from this area. I assume that as Weibo continue to move forward, we're going to be getting set up. There's the Talia wall, but he didn't jump through it. He can just walk out. What?
All right.
Okay.
Well.
All right. Well, now he's here.
The Rift Herald's down to about 2,000 now as well. Beituan is there. It'll be taken by Tien. No way. Gonna get the two-man impale too. Light is just untouched here. Shining like the man he is. Heroic entrance is gonna be stopped in the middle of it. 1xN trying to get the resets, but he's in the wins. Is he gonna get it? He's down. Satab trying to get the cleanup kills out of the rest of Weibo. They might actually get some of these more here. No, wins of more, not enough. Hung gets out, but that's 3 kills for 1 to TT's favor.
Okay, but how much damage now can Thunder Talk do on the map? You already see Beituan pinging over to the Dragon. Hoya is still, he didn't even TP for that play. That could have gone a lot worse, but I mean, Weibo lose the fight in its entirety. They did not have enough setup. I think the fact that this Talia wall is just absolutely useless. Didn't set up the fight all that well. Tien even lands a 2-man Skarner ultimate, but this flash from Satab puts so much pressure, it stops them, and we get to see 1xN finally pop off into this fight, even if it comes at the fact that he has to just flash. He has to use everything to try to get this done.
But isn't that so accustomed to what we've seen from TT? When they find these clutch wins, a lot of the time it's 1xN popping the hell off in team fights. Luckily, they gave him the Tristana this time around, but he's got a large mountain to climb here as another Dragon goes the way of Weibo. That should be getting close to second item for majority members there.
It's tough, though, because as fun as that fight was, Lennon, Tristana no longer has Flash or Cleanse. I think while she does have an innate jump ability already as part of her kit, I think not having those summoner spells is really, really dangerous. They summon the Rift Herald. Didn't get all that much done. Tien's coming over the side.
Tien gets stopped by the Shattering Strikes. They got the turret. That's all they really wanted. It'll force the retreat out of the rest of TT. And it'll be Weibo moving back out. Hoya was getting a side lane turret. Should be able to clean that gold up. Needs to get out of here after that, though. Weaver's wall coming in. He just wanted to get the turret. The turret finally falls, but he might get caught out here. Hoya needing to try to TP, but Xiaohu expertly waiting for it, and now he goes down. Breathe will kill his counterpart and get his first kill of the game.
All right, but look, during all of this, they put members towards the bottom side of the map. Satab's going to, at the very least, crash this wave. Also has Beituan, so that'll be 2 turrets there, and I think Weibo over-indexing to try to get that mid lane tier 1. End up coming the losers in that trade versus Thunder Talk. So some good gold going over to the side of TT.
Very true. And TT, they gave the resources to Beituan. They said, here, take the dog and go on a walk. And he's on 2-0 now. And with 2 items completed, that Black Cleaver and the Clips combo there. So very much in favor of Beituan if he can find the right targets and find the right carry moments.
And we look across from them here, Lennon, and I just see Muramana almost completed here for Breathe. What looks to be a Leandri second item for Xiaohu. Same thing with like a Rage Blade coming in for Light. So once these item wake-ups come through, I mean, there's no real objective to fight for at the moment. Otacon is just now spawning, but I'm mostly looking at that Dragon in 3 minutes' time. That becomes a big issue here for Thunder Talk and how they want to be able to play these fights out.
Very true. I now think the presence Weibo are putting on bot side, maybe they just want to start up the Otacon. Feels a little bold, but honestly wouldn't be out of their wheelhouse now. But I think mid lane prio is definitely the more important thing to them. It is still going to be a while till we get that next dragon spawning on the bot side of things, though. It is getting closer and closer to second items for 1xn and for Satab. See if they can eventually get to that threshold there. Bechuan going to go for a cheeky little steal on the red buff here in top side of the map, and does get it away from Tien.
Okay, so that's nice for now, but we kind of put the onus on 1xn and Bechuan here. Bechuan now on this Nefiri, about a level over his opponent, has those two items like we were noting earlier, and has had an okay game so far on the Nefiri, but we haven't really had that breakout performance, that 1v9 Nefiri moment that just goes, oh, nice, we get to see, you know, a certified Nefiri moment. So I am still waiting and kind of holding my breath before we kind of get excited for Thunder Talk, because they have all the makings of a strong team fight here, but they haven't been able to piece it together in this game.
Bechuan has to use his untargetable there to get away from the seismic shove from Xiaohu. Tien now looking for him on the back end. We talked so heavily about Weibo's setup. They have so much area denial. They have so much setup in CC. They get one big pick, one big flick. It could just be the difference maker. Still so much time for another objective coming up. And Weibo are just desperate to get some more dragons. And honestly, if you look back to it, TT's denial of that third dragon, at least that Weibo would have right now after they denied that ocean dragon, is gonna come back to be a pretty big boon for Thunder Talk.
At the very least, it'll deny the game, or deny the spawn of a soul, at least for the next 6 to 8 minutes. So that's at least good for Thunder Talk. I don't know necessarily. Oh, they're just ripping this. I mean, you have Skarner, you have Isa. Why not? Yeah.
They see Bechuan as well with the wards there, and just pesky little warding control by Hung. Atacon will fall. Flowers aplenty, roses rather. And no denial from TT whatsoever. They repositioned on the top side of this fight. And now Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds out. This is tough. Hoya's about to have Meganar. They try to go the re-engage over on the Breathe. Bechuan has everything in his arsenal here for him. They go with the double taunt. And now 1xn. He might just go for those pop-off resets here. They've got them stuck into a corner. And it's dogs to the fight. Although they already lose Feather. That means their frontliner's gone, TT. Even with Meganar, they're feeling a little bit hesitant. Weibo fighting on the wrong side of the map. Hoya going for a two-man, but Hoya's the big focus now. Look at Breathe. He's going to be chunked. Bechuan, 1xn gets destroyed as a big taunt comes through from Satab. Bechuan realizes he's the saving grace, but Light steps up and shines through the darkness and sits them down. A full ace for Weibo.
And what looked like a potential comeback fight for TT is a comedy of errors for them. Multiple different mistakes coming in, miscoordination coming in from all of the members. It'll be another dragon going over to Weibo. And Lennon, I think we're good to say it. I think Weibo are looking mighty dominant and are getting ready for a 2-0 here in this series.
And it's just a question. It's the conversation of finally, like we finally get to see this team functioning together and actually finding dominance. I mean, yes, this play was a little bit topsy-turvy from TT across the board, but Weibo trying to keep a level head during this is so important to think about.
I mean, like, we can't fight here. 1xn just used his jump towards that brush, so we have to wait. I feel like if we were able to communicate that was better. 1xn still kind of only able to just now fight, and then just jumps through all of them and dies instantly. Like,
he went through the ground.
These mistakes are back-breaking here, and while Bechuan isn't able to eventually kind of win this fight, Light goes into the back line. At that point, the game's already over. You've already lost the fight here. I'm glad that Nofe and the rest of the coaching squad can have a little bit of fun, but it just feels like Thunder Talk are just not all there.
And I don't want to put too much of a introspective point or too much of a magnifying glass on the differences between 1xn and Light. 1xn is a developing player. It's been really cool to see his story propelled forward a lot, but you have to realize the difference in veterancy between him and Light. And honestly, it was fully on display right there. On one side, you have the potential for a massive carry moment from 1xn, gets flubbed there. Light, keeping a calm, steady, ice in his veins approach, goes in and gives that finishing blow that might just be the breaking of the back of TT in this series.
I think that's the difference between veterancy and... Oh, wait a minute. Hong just goes in.
Oh my god, Feather is just dead. Okay, here goes the heroic entrance onto base 1. They can reset the fight onto Tien. Tien's a little bit by himself here, but trying to get out. Has the flash available. Gets over the wall there now. TT, we're trying to look for a little bit of something. They have Hoya with Meganar ulti ready to go and walls around them. They might look for the re-engage onto Tien. He doesn't really have any tools available. Xiaohu has the Weaver's Wall to his name. Light still has the killer instincts there too. TT looking for a push out of mid. They have no vision to this side of the map, though, and Baron started up by Weibo, Alk.
I think Baron is just gone here. Already half HP. Can Baytron make the steal? And even if he steals it, can they even win the game from that point? Weibo do not want to try to chance it. They know that Feather is coming back from base. He has the possibility of going. They got to keep going.
Oh, they TP'd away.
Breathe.
Okay, this is chaos. Oh, my God. Weibo. Tien already got the steal before. Can he get it again? He's going to be stolen by Xiaohu of all people. The Tiger King of Spring is earning that namesake now, and Light on the back line is going to be a menace to society here. A triple kill for the man in the mid lane for Weibo. And Xiaohu heard all the doubters. They heard all the naysayers, and he is making sure that Weibo will start this season with a 1-1 in Group Ascend.
There it is. The general, everybody salute for your leader here at Weibo Gaming. They take a big fight win. They get the Baron, and they're probably just going to be looking to push to end. There's a couple of respawns, so I think we got a little bit more time left in this game, but there's even a Mountain Soul in a minute and a half, and it just feels like all the wind is out of the sails of Thunder Talk. This replay, I mean, we were looking at it, we were a little bit questioning. This does allow for Breathe to kind of reset and kind of come at this fight from a different angle. But this Talia, I mean, he has had so much impact in this game alone. And the fact that he gets to have this much terrain generation and stop the rest of TT is just wonderful to see from the veteran in mid lane.
Oh, man. It is a masterclass performance from Weibo. And honestly, it just feels like TT is getting a little bit overzealous in some of these plays. It feels like the game plan is there, the setup is there, but then the execution is not up to the standard that it needs to be. And now they are backs against the wall. I mean, 10,000 gold down at almost 28 minutes is a honestly a little bit of a coffin here that they've built for themselves. Yep. And Tien's gonna run down what I said, gets the cleanse out of him, and Weaver's Wall. Oh, no. He gets out. Okay, he's alive. He's fine. He's good. He's fine. Everything is fine.
I will say this does kind of slow down the game. You know, they can go back to mid because they're able to rotate so fast, but they could have been able to slap this wave. There's also a bottom lane wave, so they're probably just going to be playing on these two. Neferi has recalled, and time to see how Weibo close this one out. They can push for a couple more waves here and then look for the dragon that is spawning. Just all in on the Light, and Page One just throws his life away. I guess they said, let's get out of this game, fellas. As that's going to be a chase down by Tien. Doesn't hit the Impale. 1xN struggling to find an end into this one. Seismic shove from Xiaohu is going to be the saving grace as Hoya jumps into his doom. It's a death cannonball from him and a death knell from TT. Weibo will fight even more. That's a 12-1-6 performance from the Tiger King of Spring himself. And I can say he's officially found his moment, as they will find a 2-0 domineering victory over TT. That's your 5-star general, everybody. Go ahead. Absolutely. Show some respect. Show some respect to one of the greats here to ever touch League, especially in the LPL. And well-earned MVP. I can already see it. I can see the MVP, 2 MVP votes. And I think not only an important series because we wanted to see them be dominant in this game, but I think a very important win for Xiaohu after getting bodied by Cream a couple days ago. So, good win coming in for Weibo Gaming. And it gets Weibo on the board in Group Ascend. I think there's a much different conversation now that happens on both sides of things. I think it's definitely elation for Weibo. It's what can be possible with this team when we see a performance like this against TT, who's probably the average middle of the pack kind of team. For TT, though, I mean, I was talking about momentum. I was talking about emotions and things like that. This just, as you said perfectly, took the wind completely out of the sails of TT. I mean, it is so disheartening to have a brutal loss like this. And there's a lot of games left to play, but you were hoping to at least get something
to show of in this series.
This is why, you know, coming out of Split 1, I think we had to unfortunately come back to reality. And while it's great that they got that win against BLG once, I mean, we've already seen it. BLG slapped them down on the first day of the LPL coming back from first stand. They barely win up against a struggling FPX. I think the reality is that unfortunately Thunder Talk are going to have to go back to their humble beginnings of being an 8th to 10th place spot. Again, here in the Group Ascend, you're in top 10. There are 4 teams that you kind of have or around your, or 3 or 4 teams that you're kind of playing around in terms of your standing. So you really need to be able to win all of those games in a double round robin. Yeah,
you have to. And it's a little tough. I mean, you obviously bought yourself a lot of saving graces by being in Group Ascend in its own right, but you don't want to be a team that isn't able to find any wins or even give a little bit of a contest to some of the top teams here. And I know, at least transitioning back to more positive things, Weibo's going to be very happy about this one. Not only do they not start 0-2, but we actually get to see what this team can function like, right? There's a reason why we've been kind of really excited about the Tien Xiaohu combination and seeing a little bit more of that in a longer version of the split, because it can be dominant with the way that they play together.
I was really excited to see this as, you know, a potential duo because, especially last year, I know we can probably attest to this, Weibo were an incredibly boring team. This team did not do very much in the early game. They very rarely were able to generate like early game leads, and they were mostly a scaling team that really wanted to play 35 minutes and more. But with Tien, I thought that he would bring some kind of driving force in the early game. He would say, look, I'm moving my mid laner. We are going to one side of the map whether you want to or not, and give this team a bit of spice. And so far, I think we're getting, the best of both worlds. Tien has been a little bit more measured in some of his fights.
True.
And Xiaohu has been a bit better at kind of moving around the map and being better for his team.
Yeah, it's not the Lucian mid that we saw the earlier part of the year that we got from him, even though that's a classic for him in top lane. But it is a lot more consistent performances from Xiaohu himself, and looking at some different choices that he can go with in that mid lane. I definitely think that Talia has to be watched out by a lot of the teams coming up in the future. I know you were talking about both teams' kind of trajectories moving forward. Doesn't necessarily get any easier for TT. Honestly, a little bit the same for Weibo in some regards. They have some easy games with some tough ones coming up too.
Yeah, the FPX one definitely going to kind of be, at least we expect them to start now 2-1 if the match goes the way that it should in our minds. But going up against AL, a team that, you know, we haven't really seen them be able to face up against before, going up against NIP, who I think NIP is kind of on the bubble as to whether or not this is actually a good team here in a Group Ascend. And JDG afterwards, I think you're feeling pretty good about some of these matchups, depending on how JDG looks as the weeks go forward. So Weibo, again, they're a team that we're looking to kind of contest top 4, top 6, and they're going to need to continue to show it. Games like these are great. These are, again, the joke is like the scheduled wins. I want to see what this squad looks like going up against the top of the table here in the LPL.
Yeah, I'd be very curious about, like, to see what they look like if they get pushed, and trying to find that difference in terms of when they adapt and go straight meta deciding in terms of their composition, or if they go with more of these kind of set play comps where, like, we saw that very heavily dive focused composition in game number 1. That's the kind of strategy stuff that I love to see pulled out by teams where they're practicing a lot of like tried and true factors of these 5 squads that are, at least 5 stack squads that have a very easy win condition to try to go for.
Okay, 2 things. One,
what's up?
Are even 1xN in this game, I feel like kind of overreaching in a lot of fights.
Yes.
Is there light at the end of the tunnel here for this team? I know it's very early, but like I'm looking at the format again.
1xN is still good, man.
He's good, but
still
like
good.
We have a lot of teams in the LPL where like the AD carry is really good, but the rest of the team doesn't really measure up in the same way. I'm looking at almost all of our group Nirvana teams, even like again Team WE. We're looking at Taeyun. Where we go to like I don't know, like FPX. We're really excited about Awesome and Jue. And then you think playing the second chance bracket to potentially get into the play-ins for playoffs, you're playing a bunch of best of 5s against group Nirvana teams and other group Ascend teams. I need to see more from this Thunder Talk.
I do too, and I think that's where we were kind of excited to see them against all these teams in Group Ascend. And again, we have to have the caveat that there's a ton of games left for them to play.
Yes.
It is the start of a 18-game spree, or at least 18-series spree for them. So it's still something to keep in mind there, but it's a team where you look back to all the praise and things that we saw from them in the early parts of the year, and you're like, man, I just want to believe. And I believe in Xiaohu's supremacy here tonight, as it will be a back-to-back MVP performance for him in this 2-0 sweep by Weibo.
He's got as many MVP counts as he has LPL championships. So good to see from the general in mid lane. And not much. I'm just glad it was a 2-0.
Yeah.
I'm honestly, not only because I didn't have to watch a third game of Weibo versus TT, but to prove Kelsey Moser wrong. She said I would be getting 3 games in this one.
There you go.
Feeling good about that one.
That's the dub. That's the dub that we love to hear. Alec, it's been an absolute pleasure to be alongside you for this one, even if it was a quick one. Brad, behind the scenes, thank you for pushing all the buttons and being here all night. That is going to be it from me. Yanni's going to be coming in and step in to cover that BLG versus AL series with you. That one's going to be a giga banger. Don't you all dare go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with that next series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 LPL English broadcast for Split 2. Had a great appetizer just a couple moments ago with Weibo taking the win over Thunder Talk, but now we have the main course here, Alk Battery. Anyone's Legend, BLG, going head-to-head. Both of these teams, have a little bit to prove here to show their true consistency and see if they will and well and truly be the top teams that we expect them to be.
We haven't seen this matchup all year long. I think we've been waiting for it. We thought maybe in Split 1 playoffs we were going to get this matchup, but it has been a long time coming. BLG from last year, the incoming favorites for all of this year, didn't even make finals in Split 1. Now I think coming in with a vengeance. They've already started off the year with a 2-0 here in the Split. I am so looking forward to this.
I am too, my friend, and here is BLG. You know them, you love them. It hasn't changed since last last season, I should even say. Bin, Wei, Knight, Elk, and On. These guys, so good all throughout last year. And then, of course, the disappointing Split 1. It's time for them to right their wrongs. And what a way to start it against anyone's.
I think so far this year, Elk has looked like the best AD carry in the league. I mean, that Ezreal performance from the IG series was good enough, but every single game, I feel like he is playing at another level, just a much higher level of consistency than we even got from him last year. I think one of the problems with BLG last year was the top side of the map looked incredible. Elk and On, this 2v2, weren't on point, and it feels like now the opposite is true here.
Yeah, there's still sometimes that On is a little rough, but he is going into form. And when you're playing playmaking supports like that, it's pretty easy to have that sort of thing happen and look a little goofy at times. But as you mentioned, Elk playing absolutely insane. This has been probably the League of Legends highlight for 2025 so far. This fight that you see on your screen here, absolutely incredible. I don't know anybody who could have played this better.
16,000 damage in this fight. Just absolutely nuts stats from Elk. And gonna have to be a big performer here in this series because, again, looking at their opponents, Anyone's Legend, early favorites, winning Demacia Cup, top 2 finish in Split 1, and unfortunately, their bot lane is also, or I guess I should say fortunately, their bot lane has also been performing. And so what I want to see from BLG tonight is, specifically now, can Wei and Knight get on the same page? Because right now, Knight has had some games where we're getting some question mark pings, but Wei in particular has been the biggest pain point for this organization.
Yeah, they've just been kind of there, right? Which is really surprising when you take a look at the nameplates. But I couldn't agree more with you. If those guys link up, this is going to be the BLG of 2024 and could even be better than that. But I like that you touched on the bottom lane of Anyone's Legend. Let's have a look at the roster of Anyone's Legend, starting with Flandra, then Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kael. And you mentioned Hope and Kael. Absolutely crazy so far to start the year. Maybe not on the level of Elk has Hope been, but this is going to be a great litmus test for him.
He's damn near close to it, man. Like, he's played against a lot of great AD carries already here in 2025. He's, I think, gotten the better of Jackie Love in a lot of matchups, and so it's going to be so fun to see these two bottom lanes go head-to-head. And also, there's some storyline here. WE, kind of a through line for both of these teams, Hope and Kael, as well as Shanks being a Team WE project a couple years ago. And then same thing for Elk on the opposite side when he was going over under the name of Jomung. So I think so much exciting stuff here for Anyone's Legend. They were a team that kind of very early captured the hearts of fans here in the LPL. And it's been really fun to watch not only Flandra and Tarzan reach some of those highs that we've seen from them in prior seasons of their career, but now helping to elevate some players that unfortunately have been kind of journeymans or have been lost to the wayside when we look at Shanks and Hope.
And no longer may they be journeymen if they continue to play at the level that they are and the team continues to hum along. I'm sure everybody knows by now that Tarzan joined the team because he was like, hey, listen, I think Shanks is going to be absolutely incredible. And the pairing and the addition of Flandra and Tarzan with Tabe coming in last season in 2024 has transformed Anyone's Legend and has really made this franchise incredibly respectable.
I think if you look at the way that they kind of built this roster coming in, they took the core of, like you said, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle from Team WE. They brought in Tabe last season, and they kind of elevated the standings of this roster. Unfortunately, only cracked about a top 8, a top 6 finish there, which was awesome enough to see. But now we get to see the likes of Tarzan and Flandre. I had big questions coming into this year because Flandre last year on JDG had a very disappointing split, but now here I think he's been unlocked. He gets Tabe, who gets to play with like the fun champion stuff. So it's going to be really cool to see them now go up against other top level teams here in the LPL finally.
Yeah, it's a match made in heaven, Alk, and going back to top level teams, BLG again expected to be the best team in the LPL. Going into 2025, the roster was completely the same. This is the team that went and won both splits last year, came in second in both internationals last year, and this time around they were nowhere to be found early on. And they've had some mistakes at times, but overall here in Split 2 have looked a lot better.
Yeah, and so while we get ready for these walkouts, we got to be thinking about side select. It's going to be Knight versus... oh my god, why am I free? I'm trying to find this, but unfortunately, you has been posting. I want to just take a note. Thank you to you on Twitter.
Yeah, seriously.
She has done a great job of just posting a bunch of stuff, but she's spamming about the T1 stuff. Okay? All right.
Good
now
reason.
I know. It's Knight versus Flandre for the 1v1, which should be exciting, as Knight has been one of the best players to ever grace the LPL, and Flandre has been, I think, one of the most creative players, historically speaking.
Yeah, the old man Flandre can still play a little bit, as we've seen. The hands may sometimes go, but certainly not his. And what really excites me about seeing him in the 1v1 is that you never know what you're going to get, right? Everybody's been going, oh, I'm going to play Corki. There's been a couple of rumbles here and there, but generally speaking, we've kind of settled on a bit of a meta, even though we did see a weirder 1v1 earlier. Maybe Flandre will give us that little extra spice we're looking for. Maybe, give me an Alawi 1v1. I hate that champion. It was the first champion I could think of that
You
was
hate
weird.
the champion, and you're like, I would like to invite this champion into my 1v1s.
Yeah, because hopefully I'll never see it on Summoner's Rift. But 1v1, it seems like it'll be fun to watch.
We got Yorick earlier.
Yes.
We had some surprise endings. We've had more turret takes recently. I know that we're also getting some... We had that fun one with the FPX versus TT matchup, which was great. So, hoping that these players are going to take put some etiquette, I would say, into this game. Please. I hope.
Put some etiquette into this game. Oh, I like that. Maybe, it does take... You need a certain amount of etiquette for a 1v1, right? Because 1v1s are honorable, Everybody is always throughout League of Legends, 1v1 me, nobody else show up. This is the time that you flame each other in all chat. I'm glad that we've actually brought it onto the professional stage, even though we're not really seeing a whole lot of flame, which is good.
Actually, I shouldn't say that. I know. I if you were a high elo solo queue player, you probably typed at least once. So, happens. But Flandre,
I try not to type, man.
Flandre is just such a unique person. He has so much lively energy. I think we had a bit of a translation thanks to Linda, our eye crystallization. She kind of showcased some of a post-series interview kind of coming into one of the anniversaries of Flandre's career and talking about kind of recognizing that his journey was not quite over, that the friends that he had made along the way and some of the experiences were so important to him, and being able to share some of that brotherhood brought him back and kept him playing the game, which I thought was incredible of a story. So I'm always going to be rooting for Flandre, unfortunately. He is just such a great player to watch.
Fortunately, brother. I mean, that story makes me tear up.
There's some games where I'm like, God damn it, man, please don't do this to me. But, we still love. We still send love to him.
I'm sure everybody said that about some of their favorite players from time to time. And
Sure.
already we're seeing a Yorick fan. Knight is like, I don't want you getting any ideas, buddy. You keep that one on the bench. Varus getting taken out too. They're like, none of this nonsense from earlier we saw today.
LPL's already been too adventurous in terms of picks. Usually LPL is a bit more safeguarded kind kind of similar to LCK where they're like, we don't want to touch a new champion, even if it looks really like it has to be overwhelmingly disgusting for us to be able to pick it. That's why I was surprised to see stuff like the Gwen and the Nefiri already pop out. So don't know how much York we're going to be getting in the regular series here, but Knight is going to be picking up his Jace, a very known quantity for a player of his caliber. His Jace is feared inside the league.
Yeah, this guy's incredible in so many champions, but
he won an
see him
MSI
lock
on this
Jace,
champion.
yeah, when you see him lock Jace, you're like, oh, okay, gloves are off, golden left hand gauntlet is on, and oh no, man, I hate this champion. We're picking Heimerdinger. I've got bad experiences with Heimerdinger in these 1v1s, man. No, don't send me back.
This is unfortunately a Tabe classic now, because Tabe's been cooking for the 1v1s. Oh, we've got split cam. We did not tell our cameraman that we are coming to him. Oh boy. Well, either way, for the Heimerdinger, this has been kind of a staple. It's starting to gain some priority. Shanji played it last up against the matchup and JDG, and I know for a fact Anyone's Legend, specifically Tabe, their coach, has been like trying to cook up, because he is also a high elo solo queue player. So he's been kind of going around, seeing what works, asking some one tricks like, hey, what are you kind of cooking over here? What are we thinking here?
Maybe even tanking his own win rate at times. I wouldn't actually know, but sometimes you have to experiment on yourself in order to experiment for your team. So I don't really have that much knowledge about the Jace Heimerdinger 1v1. I'm going to keep it a whole stack. I would think that maybe there's some unique things you can do with dropping down your turret far enough in front of you that you don't get hit by an empowered shock blast.
In theory, the way that I see this going is Knight can poke out the Heimerdinger turrets. It's on Flandra to not stack them so that the accelerated shock blast doesn't actually get all of them. But it should be hard for Knight to go all in. It's going to be on this Jace to kind of whittle away at his opponent and then go for a single fight where he just hammer stances, flies in, and kills the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, it's a large amount of damage, as we've seen many Jaces come through. The players are probably more content to play that because, well, you don't really get to play it that often when it comes to the actual games. That thing is banned most of the time. So we'll see what he's able to do here if Flandra runs himself out of mana and maybe gives Knight an opportunity somewhere.
Okay. It's going to be quite boring, everybody. Go ahead and, if you want, keep your headset on, walk around your house, get some water. I've already got the water jug in hand. So
I got 3 bottles myself.
Bro, you don't have a chug jug?
I do not have a chug jug. Unfortunately, I went to go pick it up and then I got knocked, and I've been afraid of chug jugs ever since. I can't remember the last time I played Fortnite.
Okay, like, is it 3 is it like the plastic bottles or like what's going on? Like,
these are plastic bottles.
Bruh. Not good for the environment, Yanni.
No, not very good for the environment at all. You know what? Honestly, I do deserve to be slandered for that. I will accept.
It's not slander, because slander would be me doing something wrong. That would mean putting false information out there.
Okay, that's true. Yes. I accept the fact that I am very, very bad for not having the big chug jug. Listen, I had a nice nice stainless steel one that I got from my job, and I accidentally left it in my car for too many days and I had to throw it out. I made a big mistake there. I had some really cool anime stickers on it too. I was so sad.
Okay, Yanni, I think this is the only time during the series and on the show where we're going to be allowed to talk about this segment. So, have you been able to play Dragonstorm recently? Have you been able to draft?
So, I have not drafted.
Okay.
I was originally going to go pre-release Dragonstorm.
Yeah. For everybody
however,
at home, we're talking about Magic the Gathering.
Yes, we're both avid Magic the Gathering fans. But what me and my buddies did is we actually grabbed the Commander decks, the Precon Commander decks, and decided to play them because we play pretty high power Commander on Friday nights. So it's a nice change of pace. And man, these decks are great. This set is awesome. I bought a collector booster box when I really told myself I wasn't going to. The Wizards got me again, man.
Dude, I'm trying to find a collector's booster box.
Are you actually?
Yes.
Oh,
They are.
I forgot.
Dude,
You're north of the border. If you want.
Yeah. I'm in
Contact me after
Canada.
this. I got
I
you, bro.
can't
I will-
find
I
them.
will
Like,
get you.
literally everywhere I'm looking, they're like, we don't know if we have them, and we don't know when we're going to restock with them. So,
Yeah, that's a
I missed
conversation
out.
you and I can have later. I got you.
Yes,
Don't
we
worry.
can
I
have
will-
that. Thank
I
you,
got you,
to a certain world leader for the tariffs. But I think we're just getting kind of like the most boring 1v1. Look, we might just continue talking about Magic at this point because it's
Dude.
Hybrid Digger Dog. We're waiting for the Ring of Fire.
Honestly, bro, I'm looking over at my my Mox Ruby I have on my desk, and I'm like, dude,
I hate
I
you.
want to talk about Magic so badly. Listen,
So okay,
I
did
did-
you crack your collector boost box already?
I did. Yes, this was on
Okay.
Friday.
Okay. So what were the hits? What did we get?
Oh man, there were not that many hits. I did get a regular Elspeth though. So those who don't know, token doublers, really awesome in Magic. Definitely good. I hit the like 7-mana Sultai board wipe in the Japanese Halo foil, which was
yeah.
super sick.
Hey,
but
to
other
the
than
guy
that, the
that's
box had good
boasting in
cards.
chat, you got collector boxes? Mods, can we time this guy out? Mods, round him up! Anybody who says they got collector boxes and try to flex on me, get them out.
Oh, you own?
Okay.
Oh, you own an LGS. Oh, that's really cool. It's because he owns an LGS. It's you know that's
all right. Never mind. Hey, wait, you got a LG? Hey, you shipped to Canada?
You should
Mods,
take
get me in
Canada.
contact with this guy. Untime him out right now.
Bring him back! Bring him back!
Take him off the
You see-
gallows this instant.
We'll take a second to refocus here just for a minute as they finish their first items. Maul of Malmortius to Leandries. All right, we can go back to talking about Magic.
It's a local game store. Sorry, I'm telling
Oh,
Kai because Kai's
yes.
asking what an LGS means.
Yes.
I we saw some of the a very similar matchup with the Jace being able to pick up an early Maul Mamortius, so did it make a pretty big difference in that matchup. We'll see if it ends up being the same here, but Flandra does have the Leandries, which as long as he's attacking a minion wave, he'll have a lot of bonus combat power available to him.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to utilize that combat power effectively. Should be able to. You know, it is Heimerdinger. It's not too hard to get some damage down, but you know, luckily we're not dealing with the 100 CS finish anymore. Very
Yes.
happy that that's out the window. As you know, now the players are just incentivized to use it to farm up, and Knight is incentivized to just go in. He burns the Ignite. Flandre,
Oh, he's
though,
getting
dropping
owned.
all the turrets. Oh my God, he's being rifled down, and Flandre will pick up the first kill.
He missed an auto attack, or I think he threw his accelerated shock blast at blowing up the one of the turrets, so kind of chunked some of his damage there. He's going to lose on the Ignite, same thing for Flandre, but he does still have access to the barrier. A lot of gold now in Flandre's back pocket here after getting that kill. Should be able to afford at least an item and a half here. Finishing his boots should be able to pick up a bit
Giant's
more. It's
Belt?
also getting a... Oh, please don't tell me it's a
Oh,
real
no.
Giant's Belt. Please, put it back. Hey, look! Yeah.
Put it back on the shelf.
Tame is literally microing him, being like, nope, buy this one. Buy these items, brother. Okay, here we
listen,
go.
it's gonna be
1,300,
important.
buys another Haunting, guys. Thank you, Tabe, for fixing the build.
Listen, blue side is going to matter a lot in this matchup. Like, let's be honest with ourselves, because you know any advantage that you can squeeze out, especially if you're anyone's legend. I mean, you know, we talked about it a little bit. Perceived underdogs, but by how much is the question? It turns out a blue side differential could be what turns the table.
That's true. You know, side selection has been a large part of the game. Now it's kind of gamified, considering we do have the 1v1s for them, but blue side being very influential for how many very strong champions there are. So it'll be interesting to see what we get here. The Ring of
Ooh.
Fire is
It's
concluding
coming.
here. It is starting to constrict. So I do favor Flandre if this goes long.
Yeah, he did take a bit of a rough shock blast there, but it's time for Knight to maybe go in, just trying to wait for it to get a little closer, trying to maybe smack him into the ring here. Barrier up for Flandre. The Ignites are coming back, so this could be
Uh-oh.
big. Nice sidestep. All right.
Okay.
The walls are closing in, Ulk.
Wait,
It's getting
Flandre has no
intense.
turrets. Wait, he low-key
Wait,
kind of, he can lose
Hold
this.
on. He put the big turret down. He gets slammed on. Oh, it's so close. And Flandre burns away. Good call, Alk. As the win goes to BLG.
Man, I think if he had just saved his turrets, waited for the ring to get a little bit closer, there was no accelerated shock blast anymore from Knight, so... Oh well. Well, that side select, like we were saying, going over to BLG. We expect to see them on the blue side, and what this means now for the series. BLG have their pick of the litter. They can go ahead and pick some kind of AD jungler that they want, and we'll have to see what the priorities are coming into this game, because you look at the junglers, and I am really impressed with not only, I think, the champion pool of a player like Tarzan, but some of the questions that we are going to have of a player like Wei. He was brought in to bring stability to this roster, but he has not really been able to live up to some of the expectations placed on him individually from days past on RNG, and coming into BLG, you are expected to play at a very high level, as this team is expected to yet again make runs at international tournaments.
Yeah, winning it all is the expectation, not just something to aim for. And going up against Tarzan, guy who's got the biggest jungle brain ever, pretty much. The true king of the jungle, lives up to his name, and the soul of anyone's legend, right? And as you mentioned earlier, Wei is a guy that has struggled a little bit, right? When the top and bottom of BLG are firing on all cylinders, Wei has been one of the points that hasn't quite been playing at the highest level, even though he's been playing fine at best.
Yeah, and now I'm like really excited for. I want to get back into this 1v1 because we had so much downtime during the game because it was literally just Jace versus Heimerdinger. I'm
excited, man.
What we're going to be getting from top lane, because at the very beginning of Split 1 and even going into Split 2, it seemed like the top lane meta was very much solved. Jace, Mbessa, Rumble, Jax, these were kind of the champions we were getting, but Bin and Flandra have been bringing in more tanks. We've been seeing stuff like the Scion come through later on in the series, and so now we're here, BLG now, banning themselves the Scion, and now we're going to potentially have Nefiri getting through, even the Callista as well, potentially.
Yeah, Jace will be on the board as well, so the Vi ban coming through means that, as you mentioned, BLG does have their pick of the litter, but anyone's legend could have a very good 1-2 on their side. Skarner will immediately be locked in for Wei. I think this is probably a great champion to have him on, given the way he's kind of been struggling a little bit right now.
Okay, I want to see now from AL, what is their answer? Tarzan has been very creative with different kinds of junglers. We do expect the most likely one to either be the Ivern or the Zyra, but Ivern has just been a plague that no one is willing to touch here in the LPL despite receiving 0 changes. So seems like instead AL right now focusing on trying to just lock up a Talia early on, which is quite interesting to me.
Yeah, I think so too. It's not really what you would expect to see, especially with some of the available picks, and see if they give themselves a jungler or if they just make sure that the Jace doesn't go the way of BLG. It will be that Jace lock-in, so because jungle has already been picked on BLG, options still open for anyone's legend.
All right. Can go for the Imbecile. There's the beautiful Arcane cosplayers. Every time I'm going to mention it, especially if you do a lot of work on there. They're doing a great job. But I'm interested to see what we get as a top lane pick here. It seems like this is going to be the Mbessa. Bin's Mbessa has not been the greatest so far this year. I would expect this would have been a great champion from him. So BLG, they're going to have solid front line, really good ability to snap engage. We get Knight's Ahri this time around. So AL wanting to keep them at arm's distance away from them with this Talia and the Xin Zhao now.
It's going to be pretty difficult, but they do have tools to speed bump Knight's legendary Ahri. I like that you touched upon the Mbessa not being so great for Bin. The good news is, now that we're out of lane swaps, should have more opportunities to show his stuff on this champion, even though lane might not be fantastic. Post lane should be really good as we get into the second half of bans.
Thinking about 80 carries here, you do have to think about, an Ezreal in potential coming through. I'm kind of just real quick, just diving into these champion pools real quick. Jhin becomes an answer, but I don't know. I feel like if I'm BLG, I kind of don't want them to have something like a Xayah on 4 or 5 here. Just makes it very difficult for Mbessa and Ahri to exist. And eventually you're going to hit like 2 or 3 items, and Skarner's going to turn into paper in front of him.
Well, Ashe is going to be taken off, so we do have the main utility 80 carries out for right now. And with a little bit of buddy follow-up, the Xin Zhao and even the Talia riding the rock wall, that Weaver's wall, we could see the Kaisa. That would be a great pairing there, and it will go the way of hope. So let's see if he's got the LPL Kaisa gene in his veins.
Oh, almost every Hope game on Kaisa has been the LPL Kaisa. He has been
He had that big
so
one.
damn good on this champion, and I think giving these two AD carries, champions like the Kaisa, like even the Ezreal, like we saw getting hovered there, just will make this game one of the most explosive ones here at the very beginning of Split 2 proper. So BLG wanting a little bit more time, giving the Alistar, I think, very good at not only the lane, but being able to stop Xin Zhao. I will say, does struggle a little bit being able to play into the Talia and Jace if he finds proper setups. So here from BLG, they've got a very good possibility of just jumping into the backline, finding their opponents. As long as AL can buy space, I mean, you're going to have Jace poke, you're going to have Talia who's able to do the seismic shove. What is R5 here? What is the last pick coming in for the side of AL? This support pick for Kyle has to be a game changer.
Nautilus would fit the bill just enough to disrupt Ahri, disrupt Ambessa, and then even give Elk some problems later on. See if he wants to do that. A little bit more pick-oriented at times. Given the fact that you've got Talia and Zhao, should be good enough. They'll be able to bolster that. So AL's got a really nice three-man squad going on with their mid-jungle and support. Able to maybe tag somebody on BLG to get some early kills.
The thing here for both of these teams is getting to objectives and setting up first, because you walk into Fog of War, or you're walking into a Talia and an Ahri, suddenly there's a very real possibility you're just getting your head snapped off immediately. Yep. Things like an Ambessa as well make that very easy to do. So AL are going to be deceptively tanky once they get 1 and 2 items, especially Tarzan and Kyle. The fact that we have something like the ultimate from Xin Zhao is actually going to make it very difficult for BLG to fight. But you look at what BLG have, Alistar plus Skarner combo, you have the ability with both of your solo lanes to just find a pick onto the back line. AL need to be very careful with how they walk into fights.
Yeah, any misstep will result in instant death just because Ahri can come from screens away to follow up with a charm. You can see Elk fly in, land on top of you, and then be able to hop out instantly. So to be very aware of the resets over on the side of BLG, but as you mentioned, the name of the game will be getting the objectives first, especially Flandre can whittle them down if he's able, and the rest of anyone's legend are able to get there first, poke them down, make life very, very hard. And one thing get to talk a little bit about is, grub priority, dragon priority here. Giving Jace, a lot of grubs has generally been seen as a very successful venture.
Yeah, I slightly favor BLG's composition in a side lane. I think that Ambessa makes playing in long lanes really difficult to do just because of how much mobility this champion has. And Ahri, I think, just has much better kill potential in a side lane. I think she also gets out a lot faster and more safely with her ultimate and the Foxfire. So we're getting ready. Get those gyos ringing here as we finally have the first matchup between BLG and AL to start 2025.
This is going to be awesome, Elk. I'm so excited. I know everybody in chat's excited. I know you're excited. I know the rest of the staff here at LPL English are really excited. And it's a great way for AL to show that, yes, there is a new top dog in town, right? And you mentioned for it, we talked a little bit about pound for pound in player roles. You might tilt it toward BLG. So we're really looking for the progression of Shanks, Hope, and Kyle to really be on display in today's game.
Especially for Shanks, I think a focus needs to be on him being able to hold his own versus Knight. While Knight has shown some errors here and there so far in 2025, he's not been the bulletproof player that we got to see in the last 2 years. I still think the pedigree and just the general level of play that Knight has put forward, the body of work of this player has been so incredible. And Shanks, unfortunately, kind of going up against some really great mids during their playoff runs in Split 1, has been the most consistent member for this squad, but I think needs a lot more games for us to feel more confident about ranking him a lot higher than maybe where he should be anyway.
Yeah. The only way to get the games is to play the games, right? As Hope and Kyle just being kept at arm's length here, always got to be aware of Tristana's E, can deal quite a bit of damage if you get tagged a lot. Let's see, BLG already positioning for level 2, forcing them off the wave. So jungler will clear away from the bot lane of anyone's legend.
Pretty interesting there. We actually got to see I think the other day on Alistar was putting up a performance where level 1 Alistar was low-key kind of scary, which was pretty fun to watch. And here with Elk already having the lethal tempo procced, we're seeing the junglers, like you were saying, going towards opposite sides of the map. Tarzan will be spotted here on these Raptors with a very good ward from Knight. So I'm interested to see how much we can actually get from this bottom lane. I think it's pretty tough to dive a Nautilus early. So I think it's mostly just going to be a full clear, get some early vision, and then once we're back from our recalls, look for maybe a little bit more play on the map, maybe around mid lane.
Definitely the place you want to look when you're playing against an Ahri, and when you have a Talia. It's going to be at least a couple of opportunities to maybe take down Knight, as you said, and not bulletproof like he has been in past splits. So if there's any time to actually do that, any time for Tarzan and Shanks to get him ahead, any time to enable Tarzan or enable Shanks to be the Xiaohu level player Tarzan believes him to be, getting the double MVPs in the last game, the time is now.
We kind of saw there, Knight already getting Shanks to TP and, force an early back just to pick up a tier, but was fading towards this side of the map, recognizes that this is his strong side, and they might even still be prepping for this dive. Wei is behind the turret, and they're full HP with all their summoners. I think this is kind of tough.
I don't care how tough it is to dive in Nautilus, but a great flash there. On gets trapped under the turret, and he goes down first blood to the Nautilus, but they're hopping on top. The flash away from Elk means he will survive a 1-for-1 in the end. A little bit more fighting, but nothing more after that.
If we're still diving on level 3, why did we get rid of Shun? Like, I thought we brought in Wei to be a bit more consistent, but Kyle just here to stop this. Now, Shanks, how much movement speed can he get from the wall riding? Should be able to just, throw in the Ishtal's impact.
Oh, he got him!
Flipped, he's just dead.
He caught him in the middle of going through the wall, and Shanks will pick up the kill. Great stuff from anyone's Legend early.
We talked about how hard it was going to be for BLG to dive the Nautilus, ends up grabbing themselves the first kill there, and then they find one on the exit. So BLG, they were so focused on just trying to get Elk this gold lead that I think they've really jeopardized a lot of this game. They've made it very difficult for them to play. We get this replay of how exactly this went down. I thought this was very creative from On just to get into the back line, but Kyle takes a hook, Hope flashes, and he's still under his turret. This barrier doing a lot of work. I mean, I just don't think it's worth it. Yeah, he misses out on some of that wave, but now you've given over more gold to AL, and I think you've wasted a lot of summoner spells. You've wasted all five summoner spells just to get a bot lane kill.
Yeah, it's so many, and now this will allow AL to go wherever they want for these early objectives, right? This dragon is up, the grubs are coming up. Now, of course, BLG with Tristana always going to push in this bot lane most of the time, so they could elect to give up the dragon, could AL, but see what they want to do, because there are some pings going on the bottom side, and Tarzan's shading down as well.
Because Shanks ended up going for that play, he did have to take another recall, and does mean that Knight has early priority. We're already swapping the bottom lane waves here. Gives them so many options as well, and I think maybe even cuts AL from starting this dragon, because now Mbessa, after pushing in a wave versus Flandra, will be able to start for this fight, can even walk down if they really need to and take control of the mid lane wave so that Elk and On can walk towards this dragon pit. Really interesting stuff here from the side of BLG.
Yeah, snappy move by them, and as you said, you favor them to get the grubs and make things happen with Mbessa and Ahri in the side lanes. BLG feeling the exact same way, snapping those ones up. The trade is for the dragon to the bottom side. A little bit of an extra boost from that Infernal Drake.
So I wonder from here on out, does Wei elect to just cut the map vertically, right? Just say, look, Ahri by herself is going to be very strong. Let's play around our Mbessa and let On and Wei just be absolute maniacs on the map. Let them open up a lot of space for us here.
Yeah, and remember, we said missteps for AL are deadly, and it doesn't matter which side laner you play around. That two-man goon squad will kill anybody on AL. Yeah, just anyone. I was thinking, maybe they won't kill Tarzan. I think they will probably kill Tarzan most of the time, too.
So here now, Kyle is just reinforcing Bin for the time being. We're seeing Elkin on every single wave. They go and push. All right, we're going into Fog of War. We are ready to potentially make a move here. A lot of focus on the top side of the map. Again, Knight and Shanks. Shanks actually down teleport right now. It is going to be coming up within the next 20 seconds, but we'll be kind of having to see if Knight is going to have first movement. We do expect, as the Ari matchup, that it's just a lot easier for him to push and clear waves.
Yeah, you'll be able to move first if you're Knight. However, Shanks can oftentimes get there first, depending on how close he actually is, where the fight could be for a Weaver's Wall. Not too deep into this game so far. Anyone's Legend nursing a very small gold lead at this time, but we talked about how explosive these fights can be. Wei is now level 6. Knight is now level 8. He's hanging on to his ultimate. At any time, we could see these two move around along with On to just pick off anybody on anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend doing well to at least keep the wards up on their side of the map.
Yeah. Until Hope finishes or gets his Q evolve, it's going to be always a lot easier for BLG to get mid priority and push this wave out. So I am kind of looking towards when and what timers they take to actually move across the map. On by himself now has to kind of move away from this. Good use of the headbutt and the pulverize there to just stop that combo immediately.
Oh, he could be off. He might be off. All right. The ultimate pushing him away. He's going to flash too. So definitely an off moment for sure.
Okay. Good job. Good punish there from AL, recognizing he's not allowed onto that side of the map. Also means that it's very dangerous for Bin to continue pushing on this wave. He knows that there's a Xin Sao on this side of the map. If Jace does show up, he has to imagine there's something. And look at how robust the vision line from AL is right now. It's
So
stopping
good.
all of the jungle entrances. It's keeping a big eye on the mid lane. And they're just making sure that, hey, we don't need to really worry about Wei crossing the river line. They are going to, for the most part, be reliant on getting jungle vision.
4 pink wards, now 5 pink wards on the map for the side of anyone's Legend. This is the definition of a well-coached team, Alt Battery. That is awesome to see. This is the stuff I wish I could see in solo queue. Is Elk going to go in for a cheeky little 1v1 trade, taking Hope down to about half HP. 40 seconds until these grubs are up. Wonder what BLG is going to do on now level 6. So if he gets engaged on, he'll survive a little bit longer. But the engage not going to be as strong.
And this is an advantage for BLG. The fact that Elk found that trade kind of locks Hope under this turret. And while Tarzan is going to be able to clear up towards this objective, oh, good cancel from Bin. Just tries to get the unstoppable. So I think that's a pretty meaningful trade that Shanks is able to get.
Yep, just a little bit more power out of BLG right now as these grubs spawn. So see what the move is as Knight and Flandra. Gonna get a nice little trade there for Knight. Given the fact that Flandra's teleport is down, it looks like there's no interest for anyone's Legend to contest these grubs. So they've been started up by Wei, although Tarzan and Kyle are in the area.
You just lose the mid lane wave here. Even if Hope is able to clear this minion wave, walk on over with the Plasma procs and the Killer Instinct, I think it is very difficult. You still have this Alistar. There's the Impale that we were talking about. That's 5 grubs for BLG. Are they going to want to try and flip this?
They want them all. There's one stolen away. Kyle tagged up here, but he should be fine. They forced out Knight's teleport. Big knockup coming through to cancel the Skarner and Alistar. So they do get a key summoner out of Knight.
And this is also going to buy time for Flandra to be able to hit this turret. I mean, no one else is going to be able to match him. Bin just teleported to the top lane. Knight just teleported into that play. So that'll be 2 plates going over to the Jace. And as the progenitor of the tank Jace play, I need to see Flandra on this Jace put up a performance, because he has been such a big player for when it comes to how this team tends to play. And to be honest, while I think some of the carry performances haven't quite all been there, except for a couple of Gwen games, he has, I think, a pretty big role on this Jace to kind of be able to poke and prod and put BLG in awkward positions.
Yeah, if you're going to give him 2 plates on the bottom side, right, and give up these grubs, you are going to have to make the most of that. BLG now moving in to try and break this vision line of anyone's legend. Here's a full engage come through. Tarzan trying to get the back line. On is low. Knight's got a couple charges. Wouldn't impale. Coming through by Way. Hope trying to batter BLG and keep them away for now. Tarzan wants to go back in. On's out of the fight. Tarzan's got to flash away, but Shanks critically was not there to help out his team.
Wonderful vision toggle from our observers there. The fact that they show that AL have no idea that Ahri is around that corner. Multiple flashes, or at least 2 flashes coming in from AL. And while they grab the kill, it's going to be an HP advantage here for anyone's legend and the dragon as well. So I think you're feeling very good about that as BLG. My one worry is maybe in 3 minutes time there is a play going on for this team, but AL now, they've got 2 dragons. We haven't seen much side lane play coming out from BLG as we get this replay here. And a lot of this, I think, is the fact that almost all of this damage goes down onto Kyle, while Tarzan, and you see this damage, it's really not all that much. I love this sweep coming in from Tarzan that makes it so difficult for BLG to actually hit him.
And now Tarzan down his flash. Meanwhile, BLG retaining a lot of flashes there in that little dust up. So see if there's a play to be had onto Tarzan at this in a couple of minutes here. Is starting to get a little bit deeper into this game, all nearing that 15-minute mark. Conditions for BLG looking mighty fine right now. They've evened up the gold. They've got some solid scaling on their side.
Okay, we're going to try and play a little bit more. Remember, we have
Okay.
5 grubs, so making a play. Oh, look, Elk.
Oh, Tarzan couldn't get to him. And Elk is able to hop to his teammates so close on the Wind Becomes Lightning.
A little bit of gold here now going over to the Ahri, but instead they don't want to give up another mid-wave. So saw a preemptive move there from Shanks, trying to see if maybe they needed to cut off in mid and reinforce this side of the map. But small play there coming in. It is Tarzan getting the ultimate out from Elk, right, and potentially saving an even worse play from BLG going for a dive onto Flandra. A pretty soft game, all things considered. 4 kills, 15 minutes. I think I'm loving the fact that both of these teams are kind of testing each other, seeing where they're allowed to get away with stuff, you know, squeezing a little bit in areas and trying to see exactly what both teams are willing to give up and trade.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a bit of a chess match like this. And, you know, I have to say, shame on Elk for almost getting caught out there, even though he didn't burn any of his summoners, because BLG has been so good at playing as a unit and playing together. See if Elk gets caught out here because he is alone, has to burn the barrier. He's flashing away, but he burns with the red buff, and now On could be caught out here on top of Hope. Here comes Way, but Way is pushed away. Shanks coming through, and there's the seismic shove. They find On, the teleport from Flandra. Way has to flash out of there, and anyone's legend making a big play, and they're looking to knock down mid-tier 1.
I just love how ferocious we got to see Hope. Flies in after a single proc of the plasma onto Elk after already getting so much damage down. And this is the kind of play you need to be able to make. Now there's some missing summoner spells from Elk. You will not have those summoner spells available for Hope, but you really want to try to put yourself in a good position for this Herald. You are watching a BLG team that has 5 grubs. You do not want to be giving over this objective as... Yeah, I mean, this replay is pretty cut and dry. Elk takes a full-on involved Q. The red buff that he had just picked up takes him down. And this play in general from AL is really precise.
Yeah, it was beautiful. They saw that BLG has been really good at playing as a unit, and they are able to mirror that with a really nice play. And as you mentioned, Elk without summoners, you have to be worried. Kyle can just walk up and ult him. Sure, you can leap away if you're Elk, but that's not going to help you.
Knight's looking for a TP angle here. Same thing with Shanks.
All right,
Shanks is going to teleport
here we go.
first. Okay.
4,000 HP on the Herald right now. No poke can be landed by Flandra. Shanks
Been
is
with the
joined the
flank,
team.
though.
Knight is here. As you mentioned, been on the side. Herald going to be secured for BLG. And anyone's legend, looks like they're just going to walk it out here.
On is moving first here.
Okay, wait a minute.
Seismic shove down.
Whoa, wait a minute. Bit of a disconnect here, although On is the one who ends up getting caught out, and he falls down. Bin gets onto Kyle, but the knockups are going to be there, and the seismic shove, too. It's a double kill for Hope, and the mid and 80 carry of anyone's legend are playing great.
This is insane. I mean, On tries to find the engager. They're going to make a replay here. I mean, Wei does have the Impale, but it's just not enough. AL they lose the Herald, but they'll find the play on the back end here. Really good stuff. Again, this was the matchup that we were excited for when we looked at these two teams. The fact that they haven't played, the fact that these are some of the top teams here in the LPL. We're already getting it so early on into Group Ascend. I mean, On is just by himself. He's stopping Tarzan, but Knight in the backline is getting stopped by Kael. This means that now Bin has used his ultimate. He's in the fight, but he's just in no man's land. Same thing with Knight. The solo lanes of BLG are kind of letting him down.
Anyone's Legend wanted to prove that their split one is not a fluke. So far here in game one, looking mighty fine. Dragon has been started up, looking to put themselves on Mountain Soul Point. BLG does not want to let them have it. Dragon getting a little bit lower as the Weaver's Wall going to come in and try to split things apart. 4,000 HP and getting lower as Wei is the one up front. BLG off to the side. Elk getting poked out just a little bit. Hook going in, doesn't land, and it's taken away by BLG. And who's getting blown up? It's Kael who goes down. And Knight is ready to reset. Wei is coming to cruise in. Multiple members grouped up, trying to slow him, but he flashes to the side. Another nice job there coming through from Shanks as they are getting rifled down by Hope. He's knocked away. Elk is on the wrong side of the tracks, and they lose the Dragon, but Anyone's Legend win another fight.
On is completely disconnected from this. Elk is going to get away by hiding on their side of the jungle. I'm going to be honest, the problem points for BLG are starting to arise. Wei, while winning the smite, he just gets a nothing impale. He's not able to play against AL, and they completely snap his head off in that fight. As now, AL, despite losing the last two objectives, are up a significant amount of gold at this point, and I love this Weaver's Wall. It stops On from really being able to set up all that well, and then Shanks with this Unraveled Earth, he makes it so difficult for them to really get in there. Kael, you get one. You get one this game, okay? That one was a bit questionable. I'm kind of just surprised we're not seeing the solo lanes of BLG kind of set up. I would really have preferred to see like On find an engage, or even if we kind of get Wei to find something, then we send Bin and Knight into the backline to find them. But that has just not been the case in this game.
BLG are reeling right now. They're down about 2,500 gold as Anyone's Legend have been playing really, really well. Now BLG may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. You stole the red buff. Wei is able to actually get over the wall. The knockups are there, but no follow-up to be had. So he'll be able to at least take that one, put it in his back pocket. But I'm sure that Anyone's Legend, and specifically Tarzan's going to remember that one.
I think Anyone's Legend are really happy with the map state right now. I mean, the fact that BLG haven't been really pushing on the side lane and kind of using some of those 5 grubs. They even had the Herald. They got a single turret for it, which is nice. But, On just died while we were in the picture-in-picture. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's... On is 0-5 in this game. Him and Mako have been holding hands, being like, bro, we are just going to die a lot in these games. Just call it a night. That's fine.
Did not know that Fogo de Chao was open this early, but they are certainly serving up steaks made of On in this game, Alk Battery. The Otacon has spawned on the bottom side of the map. As you mentioned, the map state, very, very good for Anyone's Legend. BLG's solo lanes, sure, Knight's got a totally fine-looking scoreline right now, but as you mentioned, got to see him get to the back line along with Bin. And just them and Wei are just not linking up at all. And meanwhile, for Anyone's Legend, I mean, Tarzan's doing the most.
Tarzan's doing a lot. I really want to point out that the carries here for AL and Shanks and Hope are for sure stepping up, especially Hope.
Oh my God, so good.
After 2022 Worlds, JDG, he makes semifinals. He ends up losing in that semifinals to T1. Kind of just fell off the map. He was stuck on WE for a little bit. He unfortunately wasn't able to really find all that much success. And to finally see this player who I have had like a soft spot for so long, finally, or at least for now, climb back to the high highs that he had already found before is a really inspiring story. So it's early on into the series. We still have a lot of League of Legends to play, but I think the fact that Hope already is having such a successful 2025 is really good for Anyone's Legend.
And the fact that he's even having a successful game in this individual game one that's not even over is further proof that this guy is back, right? He is that guy who made it to Worlds. He is that guy that unfortunately was not able to get the job done against T1, but he's still that caliber of player, right? Shanks proving himself that he is a high caliber player too. This is really encouraging for anyone's legend. It's now up to them to just put this one away after getting a lead. Kyle gonna land a hook. On is gonna go in. Let's see if the rest of the team can show up. He's tagged up and goes down immediately. The Impale lands, and Disaster may be striking. Flandra stays alive for long, but not long enough, as it is 2 kills going over to BLG.
Well, now BLG just get to play the map really wide. They even get to have this Otacon if they really want it. I mean, you have Tristana, why not? So AL, big mistake here. Maybe they can find Bin?
Okay, if they
that's
find
one
Bin, they
kill.
could transition this. Let's see what the move is going to be.
I
Shanks
think
does have
the
that
Otacon
Weaver's
is
Wall
really
available.
risky here.
It is. It's getting lower and lower, 7,000 HP, 6,000 HP. The armor, the MR being shredded from BLG as we speak, and they are forced off. Now anyone's legend are going to do it. The Weaver's Wall coming in, trying to get them off, but Tarzan goes in. So does Hope. Elk does not go down. Tarzan's in the thick of things, and they will find Way, and nobody else on anyone's legend dies, and they will be able to secure Otacon, and BLG have to limp away.
That Crescent Guard got so much value out from anyone's legend. They'll grab the Otacon, they get 2 kills on top of it, and they get the Dragon. Insane play coming in from AL. They're recognizing which angles they're allowed to squeeze for, when they're allowed to find fights. And him being able to start these fights for Hope and for Shanks, such an incredible job. I love what we're getting from anyone's legend here.
They are punishing the hubris and the greed of BLG. And after that, now with these big EXP leads coming from the Flowers, 47-4, the extra damage you're going to get out of that too, this is going to be really hard for BLG to try to come back in this game. Look at this replay.
This starts with them trying to use some of their grubs, the fact that On finds a very good engagement onto Kyle, and then this flash engage. I will say it was a good start to this. Getting the flash out of also Hope is something that is going to be pretty meaningful, but leashing this right here, I mean, Bin just getting caught out before this play basically makes this happen. And the fact that Hope flies in with his teammate, the fact that even this Crescent Guard is getting so much value. We talked about it from draft, right? That this Xin Zhao was going to be deceptively very tanky. Oh, Kyle. Oh, boy.
He's fine.
I saw that Q. I saw that Q, brother. That was tough.
Yeah, but you're right about the Crescent Guard. It's done so much because as Ari, do you really want to be in there, right? As Elk, do you really want to be in the face of Xin Zhao? Unless you're hard winning a fight. No, you don't. Speaking of fights, On going for a big engage here. Teleport coming in. Going low as Kyle as he will fall, and BLG's health bars are looking mighty fine. Flandra gets in. Shanks could be in trouble. He's got to go golden. They're split. Hope gets to the back line. He finds Elk. Hope is carrying the hopes and dreams of the fans of anyone's legend as Bin's got to flash away. A triple kill for Hope and the Baron in the eyes of anyone's legend.
And it seems like the saying is true. Hope is the killer here, man. AL, they get a huge fight and they'll grab the Baron, which will now spill over into that Dragon in 3 minutes time. This game has been even, but you look at the jungle difference. You look right now at these 280 carries, and AL are them in this game right now. It is so good to see as this starts off with Kyle getting picked off, but look at where Knight is, not dealing damage. He goes back in, and this Zonia's from Shanks delays so much time. It buys a lot of space. The fact that Hope just gets to fly in and find more of these members, such a fantastic fight coming in from them. And BLG lacking the ability to actually put damage down onto this Kaisa to stop someone like this Xin Zhao. Good job coming in from them. And BLG, we need to see them tighten up if they want any chance to come back in this game.
So many Kaisas would be a little bit too timid, but not the ones you find in the LPL. Not Hope, the guy who made so many big plays against IG in the series clinching game, has now done it again against BLG. 4,000 gold up, 26.5 minutes, 2 minutes on this Dragon. Looking for Soul is anyone's legend. BLG are going to need to find a way to try to get a foothold back in this river, because I think if they get Mountain Soul, this game will be over.
I mean, they've got Baron. It's so tough for them to be able to push. And now what they'll do is they'll kind of ping-pong between the top and mid lane waves. Mid lane is going to be so much more important as this Dragon is spawning in a minute's time. It's that Soul, like you were mentioning. The fact that BLG even found a single dragon is very good for them. Otherwise, they would have already been looking down them having the soul. I mean, this
There's a
game would be a
teleport.
lot different if
Flying
this was the
teleport.
play. They're going to try and
Uh-oh.
get Flandre, but Flandre, it doesn't matter, though. They're losing so much in mid here just to try to grab him, and he'll be up for this dragon. Who cares?
Yeah, the global taunt is being used on Flandre, and Bin missed his ultimate. Flandre is maybe... No, he made it close, but he wasn't able to actually get the kill. But as you mentioned, they're losing so much. Here's a four-man push. Teleport's coming in, and it looks like Anyone's Legend wisely not continuing the push, worried about these recalls.
They get an inhibitor here. I mean, they'll just recall. Flandre, if he really needs to, can I mean, I guess he doesn't have teleport, but who cares? He has so much movement speed.
He'll get there.
Fantastic stuff from AL. 5,000 gold up. They're going to spend. They're going to be so much more powerful. If Shanks can get a fully completed Zonius here, I mean, this fight gets so much more difficult for BLG. So they need to push up as far as possible, and Super Minions are not going to make that easy.
Well, this is the opening that BLG needed to get this foothold in the river. 25 seconds before the dragon spawns. The only problem is, as you mentioned, you lost so much for it. The waves are not pushing in your favor either. As Anyone's Legend are walking it down mid here. Flandre is not with the team, though, so it's a 5v4. They may have misstepped as they're going to look for Tarzan here. It looks like that is not the target that Way wanted on. Getting chunked just a little bit. Charms flying out, not quite landing. BLG have a little bit of time, but On is down to about half HP now. Flandre is looking to join the fight. Way going to get engaged on the side. They're just poked so low, and Way is not even close to his team. He misses the impale. Tarzan's able to find his way out, and Anyone's Legend are going to dominate this fight, and On is going to fall next. Shanks doing a lot. You get on top of Knight on the side, and he can't even escape the clutches of Flandre. You might charm him up, but that's all you got is looks, Ari, as Knight has to run away. Now the push coming down to the mid lane as Shanks is going to chase off Elk off screen. Will be able to take him down. All right, Knight's still alive. The golden left hand is trying to survive, trying.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's going to matter, Elk.
They're going to end the game. Okay, who cares about a damn Mountain Soul at this point? Flandre's going to TP, and that's it. Game 1 resoundingly goes over to AL.
What a beautifully played game by Anyone's Legend. This was so awesome. They played great. They beat BLG. They punished BLG multiple times, and a 1-0 series lead for Anyone's Legend.
That was an incredible game. I loved the fact that Tarzan feels absolutely zero resentment. He's like, I'm going forward. I'm going to provide space for my team. The fact that Hope and Shanks, I loved that last fight, how we saw Shanks use his ultimate, rides right in the back line, puts Unraveled Earth, makes it almost impossible for Knight and Elk to stay on the same screen, so they end up splitting up. I'm going to be honest. I feel like a lot of BLG were very scattered. The bot lane plays, Way and on that dive, they go down. They trade their lives for that. Way, even in that last fight, misses the flash impale. Bin with uncharacteristic mistakes. We said before his Mbessa wasn't that great. I think we got to see it yet again. This is a worrying trend, especially if Mbessa is going to continue to be a champion we see throughout this year.
Yeah, and given the state that she's kind of in when it comes to solo queue, and given the fact that she's picked a lot, but not like overwhelmingly super, winning every single game that she's in, maybe she will be a mainstay for the entire year. But, the success that we saw out of BLG from prior games, a lot of it was tied into the fact that they were great at grouping up and playing as a coordinated unit and being able to bail out their teammates because they'd be so close by if somebody got picked. And you just never saw it here. You saw it really early on. There was one good play. But after that, I mean, they were so scattered all the time, as you said. And AL, they are a well-coached team that is going to pick you apart if you continue to try that.
I mean, not to take anything away from BLG, they've got Maokai on the other side, who is a very famous coach, especially here in the LPL. So I just think that, aside from, the coach diff that you might want to ascribe to Tabe, just the gameplay itself just was not inspiring from Billy. And this is kind of the form that we have seen them throughout this year. It's reasons why they kind of lost against a team like TT, why they got knocked out by a team like TES in the lower bracket, right? We didn't see them have that clean of executions, and kind of looking at AL now, they have, I think one of the reasons why they've been so successful is, even though in some instances I do think that they have misexecuted fights or they aren't necessarily the most mechanical team, they have really easy to execute team compositions, and having Tarzan lead from the front makes this game so much easier to play.
Yeah, he's been so good at really taking the reins of this team and enabling the rest of the team to play their game, right? Shanks didn't do a whole lot of damage. So much utility this game, right? Played phenomenally. And then Hope, of course, you see his damage share. You saw his damage numbers. The dude played fearless. It was so incredible to watch. This guy, both of them are evolving right before our very eyes. And it's not just because Hope's playing Kaisa.
Dude, this Kai'Sa was so
It was so good. This, dare I say, this may have been a classic LPL Kaisa performance. Sure, it wasn't at like the highest, like, oh, this is a playoff match or anything like that. But like, this was a damn good game of Kaisa.
Almost all of Hope's Kaisa games, like I'm just gonna real quick just go ahead and go to Leaguepedia. I'm clicking on Hope real quick. I'm picking up the match history with the Kaisa. Every game this year has been a banger from him. He has been, I think, one of the he gets the Kaisa pass.
He does,
especially.
absolutely. He's got it.
Yeah. So he's played 6 games. He's 4-2. Trying to look. I mean, he had an insane game versus LGD that they barely won. That was him and Tarzan when he was playing the Nocturne in the jungle. They barely lost against NIP. And then, like, he played against JDG. He rocked that game. 9-0, 11-3, 9-3, 14-3. Now he has this game as well. I just think as a champion, you're just not allowed to give him this year. He has been playing so excellently.
The good news is BLG doesn't have to deal with it, but the bad news is a lot of their really good tools are gone. I mean, Knight and On losing on Ari and Alistar respectively is a big deal. Like, these are some of these guys' best champions. Losing this game, now having them off the board and having to go to something else. These are the champions that they typically pick when it's like, you need a dub, let's go.
Yeah, no, like you're saying, no Ari. There's no Jace, especially taken away by Flandra here. I think it was a really important takeaway as well.
Yeah.
And now, even for Elk, or even for On, there's 2 champions that are immediately gone now, and both of them I think he's performed so well so far this season. So, gonna be interesting to see as we get further into this. I think Hope has just earned himself yet another MVP on this champion. Perfectly fine with that.
Same.
I'm kind of looking forward to Game 2 draft because setting up, I think we really wanted to see this series go the distance, where there's still the possibility of that happening here. But a 2-0 in either direction, I think is a pretty big indictment for both of these teams. BLG in particular, they are a team that came in as favorites and have not had the most solid 2025.
Yeah, it would be. I think it would be definitely more damaging to BLG than Anyone's Legend, but even still, damaging really to both teams, especially with the way Anyone's Legend was able to play in Split 1, and now all of a sudden, you're able to knock off BLG, looking forward. Again, as you said, if it's a 2-0, I mean, oh my god, we don't know, like it throws everything for a loop, right? I guess AL is just the number 2 team, and maybe BLG is closer to being that, like, 4th place team, might be on the same tier of like a Weibo, what we were thinking of earlier, that fighting around for 4th place team.
For AL, I think it would be so important, like you're kind of noting. I personally, coming into the series, was thinking maybe AL has the potential to drop out of top 4, but there's the Kaisa. And now this makes the competition for top 3, top 4 that much closer. And again, still have more games to play. At the very least, we'll have one more game for BLG to kind of prove that to be not the case.
Anyone's Legend knocking down the Chinese legends known as BLG. BLG need to bite back for Game 2. We'll see you in the draft. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We just got done the first game of this best of 3 between Anyone's Legend and BLG. And what a game for Shanks, but specifically Hope, who absolutely hard carried against Elk, who looked very mild that game. He was a bit grazing in the grass there.
Yeah, one part of it is just, you're playing Tristana, right? So I think maybe trying to explore and find different champions, as we are going to be playing Fearless for a large majority of this year. But just wasn't the same level of performance that maybe we were expecting coming into this series. I'll be honest, I was very guilty of this, of doing a hell of a lot of Elk Glaze coming in, saying he's number 180 carry in the league. It was deserved for what he's shown this year so far, but this game in particular wasn't it. This is not a number 180 carry type game.
Hang on. Hello? Chief called, said that ain't it, bro. Get off Tristana.
Yeah.
Play something else. I like the willingness to branch out a little bit. This is not the match to do it. You guys finished 4th last split. This is the team that finished 2nd. The numbers say you are theoretically worse than them. Obviously, we don't actually know for sure yet, but right now it's looking like AL is proving that you got to step up if you're BLG. You have to actually play this game seriously. Who cares if it's the regular split, man? You want to go to MSI? You have to play better than what you showed.
Yeah, especially for BLG, when you look at the fact that the only reason they were in that lower bracket to begin with was because they lost a single best of 5 to TT, which single round robin, you played 3 best of 5s in split 1, and suddenly now you're just kind of done. I mean, it was a single best of 5 away from them being in the upper bracket, them playing up against JDG, and maybe the entirety of history is completely different from that point on.
Oh, absolutely.
So, very different world that we live in, but we live in one where BLG started off in the lower bracket. They had a single life and they get taken out by TES, who are eventually the champions, but I just don't think it's enough. I think the fact that we're seeing BLG, we need to see them kind of step it up, especially here in Group Ascend. You have double round robin, so we're going to see this matchup again, but you really want to get every single win that you can when top 4 immediately qualifies you for playoffs.
Yeah, especially if you couldn't get business taken care of against Thundertalk, right? You weren't able to beat out TES when you were seen as the best team in the LPL coming into 2025, and now you're losing to Anyone's Legend, who is not the Anyone's Legend of old, sure, but is still a team that coming into 2025 you would expect to beat. And even after split 1, we weren't sure if Anyone's Legend could keep up this level of play. BLG, we thought that split 1 was their wake-up call, but they still can't get out of bed. They're like me. They went and they set their alarm for the wrong time and they were late to work. That actually happened.
So you agree that IG is fraudulent? Is what
you know what? Yeah, I'm starting to believe that. I mean,
yes,
dude.
Everybody kept trying to tell me
shame.
this team was good, man. Not happening.
Listen, they had their moments. I was like, all right, excellent. Split 2 placements. It's all them. They've had a bit of a rough start to actual split 2 and in the Rumble stage, and a couple of tough matchups, but they might be able to right the ship.
That
and
FPX
if I
matchup was grueling.
Oh yeah. It was not good. But if they can right the ship, I know BLG can right the ship, and it's gonna have to start now.
Yeah, for sure. So, kind of looking forward to what BLG are going to be able to do. Remember, if they lose today, or if they lose here, that's kind of it. That's the end of our night. I guess we're just seeing BLG. They still are 2-1, so it would even up the score line between them and AL. But I think especially for BLG, you really want to be able to contest TES, who everybody out of the community after first stand was saying, we wish we sent another team. We were looking to a BLG to send back to International, and they kind of got to do it again here. They need to be able to rally in this series, and it is early into the season. Even if they do lose this one, again, I don't think it's that much of a bummer, but it does start to cast doubts onto a BLG who haven't been as impenetrable as we have seen in years prior.
Yeah, in split 1, they kind of had the excuse of you're lane swapping, and because supports show up, it makes it a little bit harder on Knight to exude his pressure, and then of course you're putting Bin in these impossible 2v1s. What's your excuse now? Where is they don't have one. I'm worried that something deeper is wrong with this team fundamentally, because it's just a same run back of a very successful team. We'll have to see if BLG is able to right the ship as we are into picks and bans. They're on the blue side this time around, but a couple of the OPs already been taken off the board.
So Scion staying a consistent ban here.
This
We've
champion
almost
might be
completely
scary.
Yeah, we've consistently dropped the Callista in both games. And wonder if this is just going to be a Varus ban on 3 or... Yeah, okay. So
Good call.
my eyes kind of immediately move over towards the jungle position, especially when we look at both of these AD carries. Kaisa being gone already, I do have to think that something... man, I'm trying to kind of rack my brain here. I mean, maybe you go for, you know, like a Pantheon early with a flex?
We'll see. It looks like they're going to go with the Lilius. They're going to put the ball into Wei's hands here. I mean, that Skarner performance in the last game left a little bit to be desired, putting it kindly. We'll see what he's able to do on the Lilia, champion that's going to demand a lot more resources out of him.
Yeah, and even Lilia, the last Lilia game we got from Wei was barely a win. That was all Elk versus IG. So
Yeah.
gonna be kind of looking towards Wei and the rest of BLG to really rally around this pick. And I wonder what ADs we're gonna be getting in the solo lanes, because now Mbessa, Jace gone already. Gonna be something that's kind of that we'll see how BLG will be able to pilot. I wonder if this is just Callista and
I don't
Nico
see why
immediately.
not. Okay. If they don't want to go for the Callista, I think that's fine. But I would think just, hey, give them Callista Nico. Make Elk and On's life really difficult, because very clearly they are the ones, along with Bin, that are actually doing things for this team. If you make life hard on them, it's definitely going to give AL a leg up. But instead, they do go to the Corki, leaving that flex open, even though we haven't really seen it in the mid lane a whole lot recently.
Okay. Hovering the Yone, a champion that Knight has been able to have a lot of success on in the past. I'm looking at top lane champions here for Bin. In terms of the AD flexes, you still have the Camille. There's stuff like the Gnar and the Jax that are available. They're going to grab the top side of the map here for BLG, what looks to be the case. Renekton here still fine, but really good team fighting. I will say BLG are a little short-ranged, but Yone, I think, solves a lot of those problems with how much mobility and long-range access this champion does have.
Yeah, it gives him a secondary go button as well, so I imagine once we get to the second half of bans, we'll see a couple more engaged supports get taken out, so On isn't able to really set the team up nearly as well. Still waiting on this last pick for anyone's legend. We'll see if they want to maintain the flex or if they're going to just throw all their cards on the table here. I would really like a Maokai here, and they would too as they lock that one in.
Wow. So Maokai, Nico, I mean, you have already really great setup.
Skirmish.
I think skirmishing with the Corki. This is technically a flex, but I think Corki has almost entirely moved out of the mid lane into the bottom lane. So we are expecting this to be for Hope and Kael. A lot of skirmishing power for this 2v2. So BLG, what is their option here in the back end of draft? Are they going to be trying to say, look, we're going to try and match the skirmishing and some of the early priority from Hope and Kael? Or do we say, lane, we can try to pick a lane that's going to be slightly favorable, but mostly looking at either to outplay you in the mid to late game of this, or maybe even have more important item spikes at certain areas?
Let's see what some of the options are. Is Callista getting taken off the board, so BLG not thinking that this Corki will go to the bot lane. Karma getting taken out for anyone's legend taking that one away, so a little bit worried about the Karma going and buffing up, and maybe we'll see something else. Pantheon going the way of the dinosaur. That would be a really, really good support pick with the rest of BLG. It would have worked so well.
Yeah, and even you know, you're kind of thinking about what potential like flipping, like are we gonna try and flip the game on bottom lane?
Yeah.
Ezreal's still available here. AL will have the first pick on 4, so they're gonna have to show at least one of their solo lanes.
All right. Looks like they're at least in the market for an ADC. Well, we'll see if they're actually going to lock one in. I think Misfortune would actually be quite a good pick here. You pair that up with Nico, you pair that up with Maokai. That's big damage coming through if Hope is able to actually set his feet, and they will lock in that Misfortune. So,
All right.
BLG, that short-range team, it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, it just means that all eyes on Hope. Can you find the setup here? You have Maokai, you have Nico to be able to help you. I think BLG really looking at a Ashe Braum lane in particular. Kind of loses out a little bit when it comes to just straight up damage, but I think being able to interact at range, being able to give better setup to your Yone and Renekton, I think perfectly fine. We are going for the Jhin instead. I really think you should have been going Braum here. Yes, it sucks into the Nico, but I think you really need to be able to kind of deal with these champions. And what is Flandra going to be going for on 5?
Surely not that, right? But yeah, you know,
It's good into
also,
Renekton.
Oh my god, it
Okay.
is. You know what?
We're getting
All right,
Yorick
locking,
in the LPL.
We're locking in the Yorick. Let's go, Yorick Mori. And they're going to have the 6th Man of the Year award going over to the Maiden this game. BLG might just be cooked. But, Alk, I want to talk a little bit more about the bottom lane pairing of BLG because, as you mentioned, you thought the Braum would have been really, really good. I mean, I also am really sad about this Jhin pick. Like, sure, I think putting Elk on Ashe would have been, like, kind of disgusting for your really good AD carry, but it feels kind of hard to really utilize the Jhin route here. You don't really have easy ways to proc it on an enemy.
Yeah, it's going to be mostly reliant on kind of as a follow-up to On with this Rel. So we'll be seeing what exactly kind of Elk is able to do. I will say, BLG, if this game goes late, are really, really strong. Yone with 3 and 4 items, Jhin hitting those same power spikes is going to be a menace to deal with. But early game, I'm kind of looking at this. I mean, you have Maokai for setup. Flandra should be untouched in a lot of these fights. I think he'll have a little bit of troubles versus Yone, but Renekton early on as a matchup that you can very easily handle. The fact that you have like the prison that you can kind of put people in and the immobile carries that are on or for Elk and Wei, this could be a huge Yorick game. And honestly, not surprising that it is Flandra, one of our biggest innovators here in the LPL.
We haven't really seen him innovate that much over the last couple of games, and I'm so glad we're getting that little twist here. And sure, while BLG may have these really strong carries as the game goes on, is it really going to matter when your base is in shambles, right? You're going to have to keep tabs on this Yorick all game long. A legendary side laner, a low elo, and you know, at times when you're on a one-trick high elo terror, all the same. We'll see what he's able to do in a competitive match. It's anyone's legend. It would be legendary if they went and this pick got them to a 2-0.
BLG fans kind of quiet after
Yeah,
that game.
I would be
you can
too.
see it in our Twitch predictions, to be honest. BLG fans are all in Twitch chat apparently.
Yeah, pretty rough first game for them, especially since you would think that, you know, maybe some BLG fans are like, you know, it's just anyone's legend, right? Like, nah, bro, this ain't just anyone's legend. This is the anyone's legend led by Hope, the one where Shanks is developing into a monster. See what he's able to do in this mid lane matchup. Corky, typically one of the picks that you see into Yone to just try to keep him down in the lane.
And we've been talking about, you know, Shanks, Hope, and kind of the rest of this AL roster as the junglers are going to be starting on opposite sides of the map, but kind of want to tease a little bit, you know, talking about this top lane matchup. Yorick, a pretty good bruiser right now, especially after some of his gameplay changes, and especially when we're looking, we're just doing
Hang
this.
on. Yeah, we're just going for it here. I mean, Elk is taking a lot of damage, so is Kyle. It looks like the Anyone's Legend bot lane has been shoved off. It was cleansed for Ignite.
Yeah, okay, so I was going to talk about the fact that Flandra is some of the last remaining old school, old generation LPL talent to still be playing. I mean, players like Xiaohu as well, but Bin has been, you know, the kind of the talk of the town, one of the best players in the league, and kind of been the new generation when it comes to LPL greatness. Already bringing LPL to a Worlds Finals again with him and BLG last year, and being able to pick up, or at least push a lot of series internationally. So I think a series like this is really important from being able to kind of see from a perspective like Flandra did get his number last time. Oh my god, it has been
2019?
6 years since Yorick top.
My goodness. I mean, you know what? Like we said, sometimes when you're the old guard, you got to get a little bit creative against these young cats. And Flandra said, all right, young blood, I'm going to show you what's what. Yorick, you know, he gets to use the shovel as a cane if he wants to. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's right in line with that. He's just maybe Yorick cosplay in the future. Who knows?
Flandra is a avid patch notes reader, at least. So
True.
We know he knows that it's there. So Lilia now ending on the top side of the map. Tarzan's gonna actually skip his blue buff, or no, he's actually just leashing it this entire time. But I think there's maybe a play onto bottom side. I know that Corki is getting a
play
lot
up here?
of good damage and chip onto Knight.
Uh-oh, flash for flash, and everybody's flashing on Flandra. Is he going to be able to sustain?
No
He is. He put him in the
way.
cage. He put him in the cage and locked the door shut.
And he got so much healing. He uses the Q. He's able to also get the cage, like you're saying, plus Grasp of the Undying. That's double flashes from Bin and Wei. That completely changes the matchup, by the way. When Renekton no longer has flash versus the versus Yorick, it becomes almost impossible for you to actually deal damage.
Uh-oh.
Elk!
Big damage coming through. Who's going to go down? Kyle going to use his clone and on. Not going to want to go after him any further. So Elk is now down both summoners. Wait a minute. We're going to see. Okay. On said,
go.
nah, round 2, baby. He picks up first blood, and Tarzan inside the jungle of BLG. Shanks is here, but Shanks has no mana. Knight looking for a knockup, forces a flash out, and On's coming in from behind. It's going to be a 3v2 very quickly. Shanks in trouble. He's got no flash anymore. Tarzan flashing over the wall to try to save him, but he burns away to the Ignite, and On
no.
gets his second kill. Is On going to get his third? No, he ends up going down, but Tarzan gets chopped down too.
And that's 3 kills immediately now for BLG. 2 of them going on to On. Not our favorite. It's a lot of assists for Knight and Wei, but you're going to have to just take it if you are BLG. And at the very least, it means that Wei gets to go back. He has all of his camps that he still has to take. He can even reset, go up towards the top side and get ready for Wolves and Gromp to respawn. It's such a risky invade to go for. Yes, Tarzan has so much mobility, but the fact that you don't have a lot of mana on this Corki, very dangerous. We gotta take a look at this replay again. Yes, it's the flash from Elk. The fact that he lives with barely any HP is pretty nice, but want to see this from On. I mean, yeah, he just recognizes, like, you are not allowed to be here, Kyle, and gets a free roam as well towards this topside fight.
Yep, and Shanks was just completely had nowhere to go. He had no mana. He'd used his flash. I respect Tarzan for trying to save his boy, but ended up just costing himself a life as well.
Oh, top lane, though.
Oh,
We're getting,
wait, what's going on up
Yorick.
there? Let's go.
Guess what? You've been trapped again. You've been put
Yep.
in the baby cage.
Hee hee. You can't slice and dice your way out of that one. That was Bin hitting level 6 as well, so no, if Flandra is able to survive off that, I'm sure Bin is really upset with the way the game has gone for himself. But BLG probably happy with the way things are going for them as Grubs have been started up. Wei is there to take them, and that would be a big takeaway and a really big feather in their cap for these solo laners is getting these Grubs.
Yeah, right now what I am going to be expecting from BLG is that if they get a majority of these Grubs, we're going to be seeing probably a 4-1 setup where Knight on a side lane is going to be able to push very, very deep, and then once he has wave control, he has the option of either going for the turret with these Grubs or looking and trying to make a move into whichever lane, secondary lane that BLG are playing for. Just a really easy play and simple one to go for as the Yone. Eventually going for a dive. He's going to get spotted. It's not Hope, it's Kyle. He's just using Misfortune skin right now. And Tarzan's on the opposite side of the map. Can Flandra survive this?
All right, the Maiden trying to even this up to make it a 2v2, but Flandra's got no mana. A slice and dice going in and out, but wait.
He's
Wei is
living,
stuck.
he's living.
Wei is stuck. Flandra ends up dying, but it's a 1-for-1. Beautifully played.
He got him stuck inside of the prison, and then all of the healing from Grasp of the Undying again, plus this Q. Great job from Flandra yet again to at least go even in the trades. And this just means that now the map gets to be kind of split here for AL. They get to have control of the bottom side jungle if they really want. Already stole Raptors. Now Tarzan gets to go to the opposite side, take his red and his Krugs. Has the option to even flip and get ready. Now that he has level 6, I do expect for them to be looking for a dive. Let's get Hope involved. He's going to have level 6 soon. Same thing with Kyle.
And this also puts a lot of like big downtime on Wei, you know, a champion that this Lilia that's so good at clearing out these jungle camps, getting ahead, getting gold off that, and you know, every time he dies, it's a little bit of time that AL has to not worry about that. We'll see if we're going to have any big plays coming out of the bot lane, as you said, Kyle. Once he hits level 6, I'm interested to see him take over this game with this Nico. We've seen a lot of really good Nico support play in the LPL so far in 2025. A lot of big pop blossoms.
Okay. It's going to be one more minion here for Kyle. Kyle, let's get into experience range, brother.
Come on.
There we go.
You can do it.
Lilia
Big CS
is
lead in the bottom
stealing
lane.
some camps. At
Okay.
least was able to get most of these most of these wolves.
Uh-oh.
Opening a re-engage.
Are we going to go all the way in on Kyle when he's level 6 on below half HP? But again, these camps are still being done. Shanks is on the way, but Knight's here first. He's got a level advantage too. And he wants Legend just trying to drive BLG out of their jungle, but Wei ends up snagging the blue buff on, trying to leap away, but he gets rooted up. Let's see what the turnaround is. Bullet time coming through. Does a lot, but a huge fate sealed coming through from Knight. The question is it enough? Wei did so much damage too. He's trying to just get away, trying to squeeze out whatever damage he can. Elk cleanses, but he really can't get closer to Tarzan. Here comes the ultimate coming through. Do you have the fancy feet, Tarzan? He will instead flash away and sidestep. Damn, that tree can move.
But every single one of these plays is predicated with the fact that Shanks is coming in with low resources. This time, only a third of his mana bar to boot. Knight has, I mean, he's playing a resources champion, right? He walks in, gets that fate unsealed, and gets a lot of summoner spells now. That's 2 flashes down for the side of AL. And most importantly, it's that Nico flash that I am looking at. Grub spawning in minutes time. I think BLG are in a really good spot to take those and look for multiple grubs. As in this replay, this starts off with On, I mean, just trying to buffer it, just uses his crash down, and he trades his life. I think because of the Yone ult actually pulls the Nico ult, so the second half of the knockup doesn't actually go through. Really intelligent stuff from Knight.
Yeah, and not only that, Hope was just on the edge of it. If I had my pointer, I would be slamming it on the screen right now because I'm not sure if he was really on the edge of that. But the benefit of the doubt goes to BLG. They have about 1,000 gold lead. You mentioned these grubs in 20 seconds. Kyle is up here. No Pop Blossom, no Flash critically, although Wei may actually just be caught out here. Elk is nearby, trying to put a couple members to sleep, and he does, and they're looking for the turnaround right on top of Shanks. He sidesteps with a Flash, but the teleport coming in for Knight over on the side. Shanks realizes he's going to go down, and he will fall. Tarzan getting flashed on and stunned and getting mobbed by BLG, and the sleeping Giants have woken up here in Game 2.
Yeah, this is starting to get really, really hectic and in favor of BLG. They'll be able to hit these grubs at the same time while BLG are trying to overforce for this turret. I mean, AL, they just didn't have hope in the area, and also, again, getting punished for lack of resource management there. Flandra takes a lot of damage under this turret dive, but with the last rites, with the Maiden out, it is so difficult. Flandra, let's see it. That's 1.
Okay.
That's 2. Kyle's
Oh
here.
my
That's
goodness.
3. And he's done.
Oh,
Yep, there we go.
he's so good. 0 for 4, Elk. Ben Simmons gets to the bench. You got to hit at least one of them.
It's 0 and 4 for the Jin ults, but 6 and 0 for those grubs right now, man. This is tough to play. We already said it was hard enough for AL to be able to match on a side lane. Flandra eventually will become a menace for BLG to be able to deal with, but until that happens, the rest of the map is winning and in pretty dominant fashion. I'm glad we're able to see BLG bounce back here in the second game.
Without a doubt. And, sure, Flandra will be big later, as you said, but BLG, if they take all this standing gold, all these turrets with their 6 grubs, it's not going to matter at that point. Dragon does get started up by anyone's Legend. BLG is nearby. Knight will snap back. On just chilling out, but Wei doesn't look like he'll get close for this, so anyone's Legend will secure their second dragon of the game. So an opportunity perhaps if they can win the third dragon fight to put a lot of pressure down, but that is 5 long minutes from now when you're staring down 6 grubs.
Yeah, at the very least, the Hextech Soul is going to be coming down around 22, 23 minutes, so they need to be able to survive during all of this time. Do not let this gold lead get any larger. And now with where we're seeing BLG, now this Lilia is going to, Lilia is going to continue to skyrocket in terms of how fast Wei is able to clear. Already a level up, so getting closer to level 11. You look at the solo lanes now, and Knight, so proficient, so expert at just trying to make sure that he gets his breakpoints on time, knowing when and where he's able to grab resources to make sure that he is powerful in his own right. And now him and Wei just get to walk around the map, bully Tarzan out of his own jungle.
Yeah, the tree not able to get anything he wants, and when you go Leandries first, that means it's going to be a long way to get these tank items, Alk, and this tree will just be chopped down every single time. Multiple members of BLG infesting this top side. They do see anyone's legend on this red buff, and they are looking to potentially make a play on it. The Swirl Seed didn't tag anybody except for the red buff, but they have moved all the way in. Fate sealed. Here we go. On's going to follow him too. Hope getting pulled in, though. He can't set his feet for an ultimate, and the health bars are so low, and multiple members are asleep. Down goes the tree. Hope at least able to get a kill out of it, but Flandre can't even join the fight himself, as the maiden is gonna die. No, man, that's rude, man.
And Shanks doesn't have TP, so he just has to continue hitting this turret. There's no one from BLG that can match, but it doesn't matter. There's no grubs on the side of AL. Elk is gonna get some free turret plates. Bin is here as well. This should be the first turret going over to BLG.
And this lead is going to get even wider, Alk, because right now it's at about 3,000 gold, but it's only going to get worse. You talked about how you can't let it get worse, and it's
Flandre,
getting worse
no!
as they found Flandre. I'm not sure how much he's going to be able to dodge here. He at least get some blocks from his buddy Kyle, but Flandre still getting run down by damn near everyone. Way picks up another, and this game is cascading in a bad way. BLG on top.
They're going to keep going for this. I mean, maybe Hope gets this
Why stop?
mid-tier one as well.
Oh,
Knight.
Okay, in the
Should be
2v1
out,
he
okay.
will. All right.
They got
No
a second
flash.
turret there. Holy crap. Oh my god, that's so much gold here for BLG. I mean, 6 grubs. You cannot be losing fights like this as AL. It was incredibly punishing, even if they're able to trade for 1 turret. The fact that now this lane is incredibly long might prove problematic as the game goes, but for right now, they're happy with having a 4,000 gold injection into their economy. As we get to just take a look at this. Knight just perfect ultimates here, man. Like, not only gets this, but then he gets the connect back, so he doesn't even get like interrupted by the Nico ultimate. The Lilia ult just continues to apply damage to someone like Tarzan, and they just have complete control of whatever side of the map that they really want.
Yeah, they're continuing to exert that control through Bin right now, as he is starting to do a lot of damage to Flandre. Maybe he's just going to go and try to finish him off here. He slices. Waiting, he flashes forward, and he will be able to finish him off. A solo kill there, but Shanks with that teleport. Hope trying to come through as well. Bin, I don't think he's going to be able to find a way out of this one. He will fall.
Yeah. I'm looking at the item differential, man. Bin already has completed Black Cleaver. Flandre hasn't even... Okay, now he's done with the Trinity Force. That's going to help him a lot when it comes to that 1v1. But already 1,000 gold down. I mean, Wei individually is 2,000 here, so he is a large portion of this gold lead that BLG are holding on to. And now with 6 grubs, you always have to be playing on this side of the map. The fact that now Flandre TP's down, there's always going to be a numbers advantage here for BLG on the top side of the map. Herald plus Otacon plus 6 grubs is a death sentence for AL.
Yeah, it's easy pickings here for BLG. And now with this Herald in their back pocket, plays like they made up top are just going to be that much more efficient. 16.5 minutes into the game. A potential reprieve for anyone's legend. In 25 seconds, this dragon will spawn. It is their only lifeline in this game right now, Alk.
I don't even know. The game is in
yeah.
big jeopardy. They're summoning the Herald. Let's go, BLG. This was the BLG that we wanted to see in this series, right? The one that was going to be able to fight you. The one where we got to actually see specifically Knight in particular really stand up. And so far in this game, the top side of AL has started to flounder. These are some of the games that have garnered a player like Tarzan internationally a lot of criticism.
Not his best game. He has not had any opportunities. As BLG, once they saw an inch, they took a mile. They took everything away from him. They're taking the dragon away from anyone's legend. At least Tarzan should be able to secure a blue buff here, but that is quite possibly the worst consolation prize you could get, as a turret in the bottom lane is going to fall. BLG looking to make another 4-man play on a tier 2 turret.
Yeah, Yanni, I'm going to be so serious.
Let's
the fact
go home,
that
bro.
Dragon got taken is kind of like a death knell for me.
Yeah, let's go home.
That one hurt. We don't have to go home. We still got a game after this if BLG win, right? Like, Gotta play at the best of 3.
Oh, you go
But-
home for this one, you know? This one's...
Yeah.
Oh, all right, hold on, wait. We're starting to see the side lane prowess. Okay, maybe we're not going to see the side lane prowess. So the Knight misses a knock-up. This is a bit of a sloppy fight. He's able to take Shanks to about half HP. The
They
question
can keep
is,
going.
will-
Lilia has the movement speed.
Yeah, it's starting to zoom around a little bit, but that cage, the Maiden also just kind of chilling out. The slows are there. Flandre with a good sidestep, but Shanks is just not fast enough, man, as he is the one man left behind.
Yeah, Q3. It's so difficult to play. It just feels like AL are trying to do patchwork around the map. They are trying to bandage so many different kind of like sinking ships everywhere here on the map, and it's difficult to play out. I mean, BLG are playing such an oppressive style where they can play on the side lane. Anytime they overload onto one side, you just never can fight. If you want to try to play for the opposite side of the map, you have to make it quick because they have 6 scrubs, and with Lilia being so ahead, it makes it incredibly difficult. And then she has a Yone in her back pocket, and then On is completely unleashed to just roam around this map and one-shot everybody or find the engage. This game doesn't get much more, it doesn't get easier for anyone's Legend, and BLG have played this remarkably well in comparison to Game 1 and some of their other series.
Yeah, they woke up, right? And it all started with that fight in the jungle where AL were smelling themselves a little bit on, just chaining back-to-back really fantastic plays. Got BLG rolling, and they never stopped from there. Let's see if anyone's Legend has anything to say about it, but I highly doubt it, Alk. But they're still in this game. The game is not over despite the fact that it's not looking very good. We're not even 20 minutes into it. Maybe a miracle can happen.
I don't know, man. They're in the LDL. The young miracles are in LDL, okay? They are. Yeah, I don't know if this happened in this one game.
All right,
Like,
all right. Maybe, all right. So maybe Flandre.
Give it to
all
me.
right? So I know he's been reading patch notes, but maybe there was a part in the patch notes that you and I missed. Maybe Yorick gets invisibility now, and they just forget about him. He's out of their sphere of vision, and he just is able to backdoor the game.
You know,
Maybe.
I don't hold this opinion, but I'm sure a lot of the community will probably hold this opinion. That sounds like a worse idea than a lot of what Freak has put forward. Again, I don't agree with this sentiment, but I know a lot of the League community are not happy with him as League game design.
He's great.
So,
I think he's great.
okay, again, I feel like you are really trying to get the community to dox you in some way.
That's
Like,
fine.
You
More
are,
than welcome.
You
Pull
are
up.
inviting the Kassadin players to your house.
Pull up. Listen, I got carried by a Kassadin
No!
player the other day. In ranked.
No! We are not... Okay, this was my fault. I shouldn't have taken us there. BLG, man, like they are not in a. I think it is so difficult to lose this game because we've seen how precise when this team is on to be able to start fights, to be able to create engagements, and part of the problem that we had coming in from draft was that while this Misfortune composition is really well set up with double marksman and having the Maokai plus Nico, this Yone gives them such an ability to reach into the backline and stop this Misfortune. You do also have this this Jhin to be able to do the same. So we had issues with it. The early game looked a little questionable, but I think now we're kind of getting into that spot where BLG just can very easily win every single fight, and AL kind of have to make miracles happen around numbers disadvantage.
Oh, it's going to be really
Or
hard.
lose.
Let's
That works
see.
too.
All right. Kyle's going to sit right in front, and even Hope is going to take it too. What a good guy. As I think Kyle would have just honestly died at that point. Tarzan not going to be a factor in this fight. Flandre not a factor on the top side, as Knight has just been keeping him down. And I will take the 4-man unit of BLG over the 4-man unit of anyone's Legend in this particular game because, man, it has been a little disgusting for anyone's Legend to try to deal with. 6 scrubs, I should say, as 4 men strong for BLG as they are looking to take down another Tier 2 turret. It's been a little bit hard to actually get this one, so we'll see if they're able to start a snappy engage.
Well, there's another dragon, so that's going to at least distract them for the time being. AL, if they want a chance in this game, I think maybe getting, your second item completed here on Tarzan is a way for you to be at least vaguely competitive. I am looking at how Flandre is going to be able to stay out on the map and get resources for himself, and for me personally, I do want to see AL funnel some gold into one of these carries. It can be Shanks if they really want it to be. I think Hope is a much better candidate in this instance, especially with what we've seen from him from games prior. If he can get this Infinity Edge in a reasonable amount of time, I think there is a spot where we get that perfect bullet time, and Hope and the rest of anyone's Legend can have a foothold back into this game. But even if they win a single team fight, I think it's incredibly difficult. Probably has to be around this Baron in 1.5 minutes time.
Yeah, win the fight, take the Baron, slingshot yourself back in, and yeah, you're right. It has to be Hope because the burden of execution to win a fight so hard, if you give Shanks these resources, if you give Flandre these resources, is just too high. Whereas Hope, if he's lucky, BLG forgets about him for just a half a second and gives him enough time. But BLG, their minds are sharp this game. I can't imagine that'll happen, but we can hope. As BLG are in the top side of AL's jungle. Once again, they've been there all game long. They've been there since really the early goings. Fight over the red buff will go the way of BLG. And now let's see if we're going to have any chase down. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, Bin's also looking for a potential teleport. If no one else shows on this wave, he can very easily stay. Has, again, those 6 grubs that make it very difficult. Slight win there for AL, right? The fact that they didn't have to overextend, no one died, there was no missing summoner spells. Flandre now completing a Spear of Shojin, so getting into that part of the game where he's a lot more HP, he's very annoying to deal with, and if he lands one of those prisons, then suddenly, the Dark Procession becomes very difficult and annoying to deal with. But BLG, I think, are looking to play around this Baron. This objective spawning means that with those grubs, they can very easily, if they win, find a big... Oh, they're actually just TPing on a Flandre. Maybe this is AL's angle.
And there's Hex Gates coming through too. They are going to try to kill Flandre and then continue a push from there. They will find Flandre, and the wave is coming in. We're seeing pings in the top side of the jungle. AL, though, are they going to respond toward this Baron? I don't think they can, but they're at least around it. They got the right idea.
It's too late. Yeah, it's too late at this point. Knight's going to be able to grab himself a turret here very, very easily. Good job from BLG to punish an overextension. Great ward as well from them. And now, I mean, you just have the Baron. You already kind of see them sitting on this side of the map.
Did he miss that Q?
I'm going to blame Z-Axis. I think
Yeah, well, again, we need to get the pointer out. And it's not even a skill shot. It's not a skill shot. It feels like a skill shot, but let's be honest, it's really not. Baron, up. We're in the Baron waiting room. Somebody's got to start it up on either side. Probably be BLG. No teleport, so probably see him hang around, float around the mid lane area for a little bit just in case BLG determined, yep, it's time to go. But they're playing it slow and steady.
He's also almost level 18. He is 2.5 levels.
He's
or
big.
level
Oh,
and a half
no,
over
bro.
opponent.
Hope! Hope, run! Okay. Whew. It's a horror movie for guys like you and me.
But, I mean, the fact that they can just do that is so powerful there for BLG. Knight can always feign like he is going to be looking for backline access, so Hope not going to be able to step up all that far. Infinity Edge is done for him, so 3-item MF is on the table for anyone's Legend. He'll be able to rip them apart with a bullet time. I am just afraid that it is a little too late, that this game has gone too haywire. Bin is going to be coming in off of a flank. He can teleport if he really wants to. I think that BLG are a bit hesitant to start this up, recognizing that it will be up to a flip, so they want to try to make a pick, see if they can find someone on an off angle that is not ready from AL.
That someone was Flandre earlier, but you're going to need to find one of these members hovering around the Baron up top to actually kick that off. As you mentioned, Hope on that 3 items. Shanks also on 3 items. He'll be pretty powerful. We haven't really seen Kyle do that much on this champion. No really big pop blossoms. Keep that in mind. If he's able to hit one, catch BLG by surprise somehow, that'll be really, really big and could do something to help AL in the dire straits that they're in right now. You take a look at the gold graph. At least Shanks isn't that far behind Knight. He's got the second most in the game. Can feel good about that, I guess.
Okay. Bin, again, still has teleport. He can sit on the side lane. Wei is actually going to be going over to the Dragon. And remember, they have Voracious Otacon Ruinous Otacon right now. So they have the additional bonuses. They get additional rewards from these dragons. 3 Hextech dragons, plus the added benefit of that Otacon. That means they're getting a ton of free stats here. And while AL are kind of all sitting around, making sure that this Baron doesn't get started, it's going to be a free objective from BLG, and they still are going to be able to win on the side lane.
Yeah, honestly, I think BLG is like totally fine to give it another couple more minutes after this dragon goes down, right? I think they're probably content to say, like, you guys can have 5 more minutes. We don't really care. I don't think they should do that. I think that would be potentially a critical error, but it's an option now.
I'm so worried about this game because look at the gold lead is almost shrank in a lot of the roles here, but it is only Wei and Bin who have maintained their leads here. And now we're seeing BLG finally move forward.
Okay.
So Elk and On getting a little bit of poke damage, but Lily is now on the way, so AL are going to have to evacuate this topside jungle. They're literally just letting AL pick up items. Like, Shanks got an entire 3rd item while we were waiting. Same thing with Hope. Flandra is moving his way into like a Black Cleaver potentially here. This game has stalled out a meaningful amount.
AL have done well to bend but not break. Let's see if they're able to actually keep their form right now. Wei marks 2. He's going to drop the ultimate down on them. This could be problematic, but the curtain call coming out, forcing the Tarzan ultimate out. But it looks like we won't see a continuation of the fight here, so just a couple of big ultimates burnt.
And for me, honestly, I will take that if I am BLG,
Yeah.
but you look at what was lost. Shanks, no flash anymore, and no ultimate here from Tarzan. This might be their go button now for the Baron. You already see some of those effects starting to come on through. I think that BLG have completely cordoned off this area of the map. Kyle's going to walk in, but by the time they get over to this objective, it's going to be gone.
All right. Bin is nearby. They're going to engage on Knight with a knock up there, and they're going to chop down Tarzan, and the Baron has been secured for BLG, and they're going to flash forward, look for Kyle, and find him too. A double kill for Bin.
They've got Baron. Yanni, this game has been over, but I think the ending has been delayed here.
Yeah,
Shanks
just a
gets
little
tagged
bit.
by a watch out Eep. The bowling ball does not all that much, and On's going to be looking for an engage underneath this turret as BLG with
found
6
the
grubs
route.
and Baron are going to look to end the game.
Well, Shanks at least was able to QSS away, but there are too many grubs. Knight is bringing pressure down from the top side. He still has his fate sealed as the inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and the inhibitor will fall. They'll move it to the top lane as well. Take that one out too. Tarzan's up in 7 seconds, so anyone's legend may have an opportunity for one final fight if BLG sticks around a little too much. The second inhibitor has fallen, but BLG will wisely walk it out.
Wow. Lot of poise here. Oh, Tarzan faking, going through the portal here. Okay, so finally we're going to take it. They're going to push them out of their base. It's going to be gold being spent here by BLG, however, and big items in particular. Knight saving his ultimate that entire time. It could have potentially ended the game if he found some answers, but 2 minutes before the dragon, it'll be Hex Soul for BLG. So not only the Otacon, not only 4 Hex Tech dragons, but a Soul on top of that. It's going to be so difficult to play. It already is very difficult. They're down 11,000 gold, and another play here onto Flandra from Knight with his teleport.
This is just mean. Why are we bullying the old man as he gets hit by a fate-sealed bullet time coming down, but it splits the gap between the two. Bin ate a face full of it, but he doesn't care, man. And over in the mid lane, Shanks has been engaged on. Tarzan gets chunked by Elk, and here comes Wei coming through. Shanks trying to do what he can, but On doesn't take enough damage. He ends up getting the kill, but it's a double kill for Elk. They're on the Nexus turrets, our Knight and Bin, as Hope is so low. Pop Blossom getting used, but Bin's just able to slice out, and the bullet gets curved on the backside. It took a while, but BLG were patient and poised, and in 32 minutes, they've knotted up the series at 1.
There it is. I don't know what to say, man. That game was kind of over from 22 minutes onwards, and we played another additional 8 just to really drag it out versus AL. Holding on tight for most of that game, but Anyone's Legend very quickly spiraled out on that one. And look, we expected this game to go to 3. I'm glad that it's delivering, but now we need to see on the bounce back. AL will have access to being able to have a potential blue side here in this series. I guess they got blue side in first game 1. Oh, damn. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Is
Blue
this
side 100%
determined?
win rate?
Yep.
In
Are
the
we?
series,
Or is it
guys?
deterministic?
Stats?
Have we comboed off all Alk Battery? You know, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, you know, I think if the status quo is maintained in banning a lot of the OPs, you know, then it could be a little bit more even. But AL is just able to leave up whatever the hell they want. They don't have to ban very much if they don't want to. So, you know, potentially options to metagame the draft there. But in this game too, I mean, BLG, yeah, it was a little bit slower, but like, it was still dominant as hell. Like, we said that if one of these teams got dominated in one of these games, it was going to be a really, really bad black mark on them. And anyone's legend, I mean, this early game, they got ran. Big ups to Wei, because this was the guy that we were like, hasn't really played that great, but really showed up to play in this game. And then, of course, on with those early plays, BLG never looked back.
I'm going to be honest again. I think Knight really deserves MVP for this game. Yes, Wei played a lot better. There were still some individual mistakes, but Knight, his body of work, his resiliency in this draft, and I think the fact that we got to see him play so well was really, really impressive. I mean, this Yone pick literally single-handedly made so many of these plays in this game happen that may not have occurred if he was maybe playing something else or BLG had to play a little bit differently. So I am very excited for this Game 3. Again, we're going the distance with these two teams, and now we kind of have to look at, like, for AL, things that didn't work. I know you were excited about the Nico. I personally, here in the LPL, have not been a big fan of this champion. I think with how one note this champion tends to be, like, it's very telegraphed. You know exactly what's going on, and we haven't had as many of the, like, very creative Nico ultimates here, so
That's valid.
I think that for Kyle, we kind of have to either stick to either going for more of those enchanters, which we have seen from him early on in the season, or stick to the, you know, traditional engage support champions, which allow for us to have really clear lines as to where and when we're allowed to fight.
Yeah, he's been pretty good on them, so we'll see if anyone's legend goes back to them. And, you know, the more and more I thought about it, your petition for Knight MVP in this game, I'm with it. I'm with it. You know, there was this was one of the missteps that Wei had in this game. While he did play pretty well, I just think back to Knight's Fate Sealed right here. I was hoping they were going to cue this up.
Yes.
I think of this as a game-changing play.
This is a huge one. And I'll be honest, on one hand, I really hated the Yorick this game. I feel like Flandra kind of, you know, he had some really impressive moments of being able to play dives, but other than that, didn't have that much impact in this game. He was focused a fair bit by BLG. The other hand of this is now the unique nature of Fearless Draft, especially in drafts like this, where you were able to get rid of Bin's Renekton and the Lilia away from Wei, the Knight, Yone. With this game being a loss, there are still some champions open up for Flandra here. I'm not going to say that Bin has the smallest champion pool, but a unique champion like this does mean that you do set up for further drafts in later time. They were kind of playing with house money, especially, right? Like, you're already up a game here in the series.
Yeah, really fantastic strategy. Pick Yorick to buy yourself the extra champion in the next game, right? But, you know,
If they won, it would have been great.
Yeah,
you know, we would have been like, damn, Yorick.
Oh my
Yorick
God,
won a
this
game
Yorick's
in the LPL.
insane, you know.
But I mean, that's
instead,
the same reason, right? Like,
yeah, instead it's typical Yorick gameplay. Split push, split push, split push. And unfortunately, sometimes when you play with a Yorick, he gets focused because the teams are like, hey, this guy's a split push menace. Never shows up to the fights. It's just not what the champion does. And realistically, you know, anyone's legend was much worse off for it. All right, so you're petitioning for Knight for MVP. Do you think they are going to give it to him is the question. I think they might give it to Wei, but I'm actually with you. I'm with you on this one.
I think it's probably going to be Wei here. If not, I unironically could see an on vote. I think that he played this rel in a fashion that I think is very normal for a player like On. Part of the reason why he is so aggressive and has those moments where he is off is he is forward and trying to create space for his team. He is being a little greedy in his positioning, but he knows that the risk versus reward can be a pretty big payoff if his team is willing to play around it. I think of the Alistar play in the topside jungle where he invaded for a ward, got immediately snapped on by AL in game 1. But here on this rel, when they were so far ahead, he can kind of go wherever he pleases and still has the possibility of making plays happen with the champion.
Yeah, when they're around him like that, oh, look at that, we caught on. Actually, you didn't. Here's the rest of my squad. They hop on people like a pack of rabid wolves. Something that BLG has still been good at despite their deficiencies in some of their game. But they give on another tanky champion like that. It's just pretty bait for anyone's legend. They might fall for it and get taken out. So we still await the MVP. You know, looking at the numbers, you know, it's not like you'll ever see a numbers MVP come out from a game like this. All of them were pretty across the board. So still
5-1,
wondering,
5-1,
taking a while.
4-0, 4-0. Wow, actually, some pretty close score lines numerically. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, nice and even. We like that. We love to see it. Damage numbers, nobody really jumped off the page or anything like that. So
LPL,
lot of
LCK,
deliberation, I guess.
we need to stop with the misfortune. Please.
Okay.
I don't want to see our best team fighters stuck to auto attack. Sometimes I press Q, and then I'm waiting for my big ultimate that most of the time doesn't get much done and is usually kind of a big pain point for the squad. So it's good in lane, but I think it's really fake. So, all right, on against the MVP.
You're not the only one who thinks that the misfortune's a little fake. I know Slayer was talking about it pretty recently, and I'm really starting to tilt toward that side, guys. I think you guys are convincing me, and this game certainly did it. On getting your MVP here for Game 2, and that means we have a Game 3 on our hands. Go get your snacks, go get your water, go hit the bathroom, and then come right back here so you don't miss a moment of the action. Welcome back, everybody. The final game of this best of 3 series. For the first time all year, BLG versus Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend came out swinging in game 1, but BLG were able to bite back. Now with Anyone's Legend, presumably going to be on the blue side, Alk. We're worrying about perhaps 100% blue side win rate. We'll see what the move is here. If anyone can break it, it'll be BLG.
Yeah, and BLG has shown that they have been very resilient at the very least. The fact that, you look at their series so far in Split 2, going 6-0 in the placement stages was really important for them, especially when we looked at, they went 5-1, that's
They
right.
went 5-1, they
lost the game
split
to
with Weibo.
Yeah, they split that one with Weibo, but the IG series, that second game was a little testy. They still haven't, I don't think they've gotten pushed that far in a series, to be fair. Even like their first series of the split against Thunder Talk. This hopefully is going to be a very good test and something that maybe we look back on and say like, hey, for BLG, this was an important match for them to recognize and see where they needed to still plug some holes in as the season goes on.
They slayed their demons in Thunder Talk once again in their first win of Split 2. They went and they knocked off what we thought IG was a team on the rise. And now they need to go and take out the second place finishers from Split 1. And Anyone's Legend, they are trying to keep teams like BLG off their coattails as they are still in search for more. This game means so much to both of these teams, and we're only in week 2 of an 8-week regular season. That is crazy to think about.
Yeah. So we're getting ready for draft number 3 again. We're expecting AL to be on the blue side. A lot of champions already gone. In my mind, I think the top lane pool is a little bit constricted. Flandra has been someone that has cooked. We just saw him on the York to middling success. And for us, we're looking at a lot of the AD carries that kind of have been very dominant. We still are missing an Ezreal so far, but Jinx is up. Varus still up. The Ezreal, or not the Ezreal, but the Ezreal, Jinx, and Varus are going to be champions that I'm looking forward to potentially making it through the ban phase yet again.
Yeah, I'd like to see a Hope Jinx game. Hope has historically been a very, very strong Jinx. So if the conditions are right, slam that pick, shock BLG and be like, oh man, we didn't have the Jinx on our bingo card. Maybe they probably should, but just in case, maybe snip them by surprise. Speaking of snip, a couple champions already cut. The Vi, the Gwen. Thankfully, we're not going to see any of them this series. As much as I really enjoy those champions, change is good.
They're just too free, man. They're just too free to allow. So getting into this now, back end of draft, are BLG going to stick with the Scion ban? Obviously a big champion for a player like Flandra, just being able to hold the laning phase, be really resilient. And there's no Kaisa anymore, so champions that would definitely be a little bit better with dealing with such a tank are, there are still a couple, but definitely going to be whittling away at those options.
So the Fury is still on the table for right now. Scion, obviously we still have one ban left. Now, Azir is going to go away.
Wow.
So Scion's available. The Fury's available. The Fury getting hovered already. I think if there's any time to do it, you just slam it. Why not? There it is.
Yeah, and so big takeaways from last game. Yone being taken away from Shanks. I'm kind of expecting from BLG to actually go for Rise here. This would be another one of the most playeds coming in from Shanks. I think it opens them up to a Galio potentially as a response, but being able to siphon champions from a player like Shanks, who has been very pivotal, might force him into some uncomfortable spots, and we still haven't seen Aurora pop into this series quite yet. So it seems like instead BLG wanting to pick up that Kalista. I'm now expecting Kalista Renata as the answer.
Yeah, I really like this. These are going to be some very powerful picks. You're putting Elk, the guy who we thought was the best in the league, looking to prove it and keep Hope and Kael in the dirt, and then you're giving Bin that Scion that he destroyed IG on. This is a very true test for AL coming into Game 3.
And I think one of the misconceptions about a player like Bin is that he is such a great tank player, or a great carry player, and kind of mid on the tanks, but that has not necessarily been the case. I think he's actually proved himself time and time again on some of these tanks. So going to be quite fascinating as AL going for a poke composition from the bottom lane. Ezreal Karma should be able to deal a lot of damage versus a Kalista and a Renata. And so now from AL, what I would love to see from them is pivoting away from something that's going to go for more dives, going to be more for engage, play the range, make sure that you can get out of the effective effective attack range of a champion like Kalista and this Renata, and suddenly you cut out a large portion of BLG's damage.
Yeah, I was thinking the Ornn would have been good for anyone's legend, and so did BLG. So they took that one off the table. Getting these champions out, these big engage, will be very pivotal. Gnar, I think, a champion that will probably see a ban in the second half here, as that would also be very good for anyone's legend. Anyone's legend, they're trying to determine what they want out to take out the Zyra this time around.
They're probably going to need an AP jungler, so I like the shout. Could mean that Wei might play a Nidalee game, but Nidalee has almost could be Brand, did get buffed, but I think champion players are just really off on the Brand champion. So
I think you're right.
I like the Galio ban though. Galio, especially paired up with Nefiri, can be a very potent combo, and with what BLG are showing, they definitely don't want to have to play into the range of such an impactful champion here. So back end of this draft, BLG will have first pick coming out of this. Probably going to be looking to take their jungle and let Knight have counter pick on 5. That's what I would really love to see.
Ooh, all right.
Oh,
so
the Rise takeaway that we noted earlier.
Yeah, they're looking into taking away that Rise, and I mean, now you have to think about what's available to kind of enable this Nefiri in the mid lane. You know, we saw that Ahri is already gone. Syndra would work very well, get some nice CC, and also would help it keeping BLG at arm's length, staying out of Elk's auto attack range.
If he wanted to get underneath the Rise, he could go for an Akali, which is something that we've seen. The Victor is generically going to be strong, but is not going to necessarily provide a lot in the side lane here. And BLG are very short-ranged. It takes a long time for some of their damage to ramp up. They're going to have to deal with the absolute range of an Ezreal Karma, now a Victor. Flandre, just pick a tank, bro. Just lock in something.
Full tank.
Lock it up. Low-key, Set is really good here. I know we've already gotten a Set game from him earlier on. No way we're getting Sejuani top.
Yes.
Oh my god. Let's go, Flandre.
I'm so happy about this. I thought this champion, when it was being played top, and they were taking Ignite TP, was just insane. I really liked watching it. I thought it had a lot of kill pressure in lane, and obviously brought a lot to a team fight. So I like that they're throwing this down here on anyone's legend, getting creative. That is the key to their game. And over on the other side, BLG, they will lock in this Viego, another big power point to potentially accelerate way through the mid game and into the late game.
Guys, I was told that Fearless doesn't even really get started until best of 5s. What's going on here?
Who said that?
A best of
Who
3,
said that?
Game 3, where I'm watching Flandre Sejuani versus Bin Sion in 2025. Wei got the last pick of the draft with the Viego. He can be a very big carry in this game, but it's all about making it through the early game and getting your mid jungle on BLG to a 2-3 item power spike. As soon as they get these items in, Viego can really take over this game, and we need to see Elkanon perform in a series where they haven't really been able to kind of hit it off as a 2v2.
Absolutely right. We'll see how the bot lanes fare, and this mid-jungle duo I think is going to be incredibly important in this game. I'm not sure how I feel about Nefiri Victor going up into Viego Rise and their ability to keep Viego out of this game. We don't see a engaged support coming in from either of these teams, so the help isn't really going to be there. I wonder if Wei is just going to be able to farm his way into the game, find a small opportunity in a skirmish, and run away.
And I will say, narratively speaking, this game is going to feel really cathartic if AL win for Shanks. Had a massive amount of priority in the draft when we look at the bans that were levied his way, and then even the Rise takeaway from a player like Knight. I think there's a large kind of eye on him, a magnifying glass for AL. Can they clutch up against BLG? And for BLG, are they going to be able to kind of navigate a draft that you already have? You kind of picked this Kalista early, but now you're losing with this 2v2. And now we're just getting an all-on 5-on-5. But Shanks is not here quite yet.
Yeah, and that's not the first time we've said that all series long. Shanks has had some problems linking up with the team. We're seeing a heal
like that?
get expended. Flandra is getting engaged on. Oh my god, they stunned 4 members. We're going to see somebody die. Bin's got to flash away. Keep going, guys. I want to see blood. Elk had rendered Tarzan to keep him away. We will see no kills, but these teams are more than happy to scrap.
We throw in a summoner spell from both of our supports. We get a flash from both of our top laners, and nobody dies.
Oh my goodness.
It's perfect. I love the tension here. Both teams playing for that 5v5. Some things to note. Elk trying to be real cheeky in this bottom lane brush, but minor advantage for Knight early on.
There we go. Here comes Knight.
We're doing this again. Knight's back.
They may have found Kyle. Although Elk is a little low, he's able to hop around, but he
Let's
goes
go,
down
Hope!
first. Hope gets first blood. Shanks is behind them too. Now it's a 2v2, but he does have the well. It's going to force the flash out of Knight. Is Hope going to be able to close out the kill? And he will not land the Q. On does a great job of blocking it, but a good start for anyone's legend.
Well, now Knight is going to have to walk back to lane. No flash, no teleport. If Shanks ever finds a little bit of push in this lane, if he's ever able to get some chip damage down onto this Rise, then it is very, very easy for Tarzan to come on through with this Neferi and get some work done here. Again, I was saying before, you are playing Victor early on, and you start at W. So this is going to be a bit tough, at least for the first 2 levels.
Well, I'm sure Shanks will be A-okay. One other thing to note, Tarzan not going with the popular Smite Ignite. We'll be keeping Flash in the back pocket. Think that's going to be very useful to get out of some of these key abilities. Think the Rune Prison, think the Hostile Takeover, and even flashing a Heartbreaker out of Viego.
This is such a tough bot lane matchup. I think they just want to try to go for the dive immediately. It's 3 camps here from Tarzan. Tarzan has been one of our best clearing and farming pathing junglers, but here now, he's just making sure that Wei is nowhere near this bottom lane.
Well, this is a big turnaround.
Elk.
Hold on. Oh, Kyle gets rended, taken so low. But Hope is doing so much right now. Tarzan is here. He's going to flash over the wall on top of On. Finds the kill. Goes untargetable and is able to get out like a smooth criminal.
Wow. The fact that we have untargetable while under the turret, didn't we literally like try to cut a Kali out of the game for this?
Yeah.
Why is this still here?
All right. Yeah. This is... I can't respect Tarzan after that. No, I can respect.
All right. Well, now here's the mid lane
That
play.
was a super sick play. Here we go, trying to go coast to coast, and Knight is in trouble. Remember, he's got no flash. The dogs are after him. They're running him down. Mailman Rise able to walk away.
Wow, the phase rush there from Knight. That proc is so important for him there, being able to get him out of dodge. Oh my god. It's been almost 2 years since we got Cube still in the league.
Yeah, my goat Cube. Corky top player.
Rare item not. But Tarzan got to do 3 camps, go bottom lane, gets himself a kill, and then just continue this domination, even gets his topside camp. So feeling pretty good about this. This will mean now, though, BLG do get to kind of cut the map in half if they really wanted to. But, oh wow. He wants to protect his Raptors.
Uh-oh. This is bad news. The Goon Squad has shown up. Shanks immediately has to flash out. He's not going to stun anybody up. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this. It looks like he will. Kyle and Hope are coming through the heal just to speed up Kyle to try to get the root on, and they will find On, and he will bleed out in the mid lane.
And now they get to help him push out this wave. I mean, Shanks doing fine for himself. He said, look, they don't have enough damage to kill me. The bottom lane here doing so much work. Anyone's Legend coming to play very early on in this matchup, and BLG just cannot match up to them. They don't have the damage to be able to get away with plays like this.
Dragon in 10 seconds, and Ulk, what a departure. For remember the first game of this series? 2 kills to 2 until like 20 minutes, as they continue to pick on Knight, as the bottom lane of Anyone's Legend are exerting so much pressure everywhere. Knight will be able to at least walk away and survive, but now Anyone's Legend, whatever objective they want, should be theirs.
Okay, this is such an amazing game. I'm glad this is going at breakneck pace for both of these teams. It is only, the first time around for them. It's going to be a double round robin again, but man.
I already
such
can't
tense
wait
stuff.
for the next one.
Yeah, exactly. Tarzan has a small lead over his opponent. Hope and Kyle are doing really well in the 2v2. Not only have they been able to, really bag on so far this game, but even Wei getting involved early on.
Using heal as an aggressive summoner spell is like one of my favorite things to see because
Yeah.
you're just so damn confident that you're going to be able to make a play off of it. It's a huge risk for a really nice reward, and both of these teams have properly executed on that, and it's been nice to see. Chemtech Drake started up here by BLG as it looks like they will snap that one up. The Grubs are available on the top side, but anyone's Legend not really too interested in them right now.
Okay. They're going to go ahead and start this one up. Shanks has to be very careful. You have no flash, you have no teleport. You know they're on the bottom side of the map. On trying to make some flanks, get some really deep vision on the red side here. And now that they know all of his camps are gone, if they get any confirmation, yeah, Shanks, you're just dead now.
All right, let's see if he can clear this wave quickly enough. The turret trying to at least help him out here. BLG doing the whole Twitch tours around the map here. Teleport coming in for Bin as well. They really want to kill Shanks. He is stranded on an island all alone, and the island is filled with many members of BLG. He gets knocked up, and he falls.
Okay. Does get a large majority of that wave, and Kyle did show bottom lane, but Flandra had already invested the teleport to the top side of the map, so this is going to be a trade. Tarzan will be able to steal some camps, so individually this is a lot better for BLG's laners, but for AL, getting Tarzan ahead of the map is very, very good, especially with where this Neferi is.
Teleport going to be used in the top lane. Perhaps anyone's Legend are going to go for a play because the True Shot Barrage is coming through, but the timing was not there. They're going to start the engage on the Knight. Tarzan is only level 5. He'll go untargetable, and they just burst him out. Oh, my goodness.
Yep. Really fun stuff here. Now, Tarzan has the level 6 on and way in the area, but this is 3 plates here for Flandra and Tarzan. A lot of gold going over after that. So the kill as well on tonight, got to be feeling good about this.
Hang on. Do you see what's in Flandra's inventory right now?
He's going for Rod of Ages. This
He's
guy's
going
actually a
for Rod of
sicko.
Ages.
This
dude
guy's
is
a sicko. It makes
so
sense.
sick. Yeah.
Passive from Sejuani gives you innate armor and magic resist. You get the HP and the mana, which are definitely stats you love. AP on Sejuani is not all that bad. Okay, we're getting Rod of Ages, Sejuani top.
This series
What is
has
going
delivered.
on?
We are 8 minutes into the third game, and this series has delivered, my friend. Oh, my God. I do not want this to end, and luckily we will have a lot of time to enjoy this at the very least. 2.5 minutes until the next Dragon. 2 minutes and 15 seconds until the next Grubs. And we've seen nothing but action in between. I wonder if we're going to start to see more.
I really like the position that AL are in. I don't personally enjoy the fact that I'm seeing Shanks have to stand up
Poor
against
guy.
the Scion. I think Scion could very easily go for a tower dive. Wei is on his way down here, but you look at what's happening. Ezreal is incredibly strong at this point. Karma is going to very much be very annoying, and Tarzan is just trying to power clear at this point to make sure that he gets his first item. As soon as he hits Eclipse, he is in such a good position.
He'll be off to the races as Rod of Ages completed sub 9 minutes up in the top lane for Flandra. That was the power of getting a couple of those plates up there. I think he got 3 plates, if my eyes do not deceive me. And meanwhile, on the bottom side, Shanks is being bullied once again. Does get the stun off on the Wei, and Wei's in turret range, and he dies. It's a 1-for-1 in the reset. Tarzan, maybe he has the damage to kill Bin at this point. It's going to be tough. He does have
flash.
a little bit in the inventory. You mentioned he's got the flash, but the shield from Bin enough to keep him upright, but a good 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and now they'll be able to recall a lot of really good summoner spells now. Oh, Knight, you've got to be careful. This is Rod of Ages Sejuani. You just don't know how to play this one,
doing
brother.
damage, baby.
You got no damage.
Flandra tried to kill him. The Realm Warp. Oh, he lived on a sliver.
Oh, there's no Ezreal ult, but hey, more turret plates. Another one going over to Flandra, and now they can play around this top side of the map. They're not going to have Sejuani ult, so I wonder if that kind of makes a difference in play, if they'll potentially go towards the bottom side of the map and play a little bit differently here. They are going towards the mid lane. This game is going really, really fast between these two teams, and recognizing that for BLG, they need to make plays happen. They need to make sure that their Viego's in a good spot and that this Ryze is able to hit his item spikes at correct timers.
Both of these AD carries, you saw them dueling for a little bit at level 7. A lot of power in both of them. Ezreal Sheen, of course, known as one of his mini power spikes. As you can see, Flandra, I can't read the stats, but you know what they tell me? He's doing good stuff up there. He's doing good work.
Okay. All right. We got a little bit of time here. Grubs have been spawned, and you already see that Elk and On are walking. They're at least recalling for the time being. Sejuani and Tarzan are up on this map, on this side of the map, so you can see that AL are kind of reacting to what's been happening in this game. Shanks has been dove so many times. There have been many attempts to be able to kind of put this Victor behind, and so Kyle over here to reinforce the mid lane of AL.
Ward getting dropped on the Grubs, but Wei is nowhere to be found. He's on the bottom side, and with this dragon up, you see the pings on it. AL knows that they're going to be headed there. Couple things to keep note. Both mid laners. Rod of Ages is so in vogue right now, obviously. Whoever completes that one first will have a large gap later on to take advantage of.
I love what they did here. Instead of going for all 6 grubs, instead AL, we saw Tarzan, he took a single grub, putting them at 4. The bottom lane had already gotten priority, so they move into the bottom side river. Now they've connected Shanks here, and they've rotated him in. AL do not want to give them this dragon. They want to make them fight for it. They want to at least force out a teleport from either one of these top laners. And if BLG are able to grab this turret, or if they're able to grab this dragon, they could look for soul stacking as their way into this game to fight back versus AL.
Yeah, this is a snazzy move by AL to try to keep that stack apart. At least BLG is going to need to try to find another way to get this dragon. So we continue to just see the bot lanes hang out mid. Every little pot shot you can get on these turrets can go a long way. A lot of pings coming down here as Wei really interested in starting up this dragon. Teleport's going to be coming in from Bin. Flandra is bringing up the rear, and the mid laners are coming from the bottom side. Shanks will group with his team. Tarzan goes over the wall for right now. He's got to deal with Knight. Meanwhile, the hostile takeover comes through, but it doesn't land on Hope. Here comes the Ezreal. It only hits Bin for a little bit. Dragon's getting low. 1,000. It's stolen away. Stolen away by Tarzan, but Bin's in the middle of the fight, and Flandra's going to be the focus. Who's getting low? Everyone's getting low. Look at the backside.
Tarzan!
Looking to kill Bin. He's getting the resets. He's on Wei next, and he forces the flash out. Elkin on solo on the other side, and Bin is able to trade back onto Flandra, a 1-for-1 overall, but AL get the prize.
And they steal it. Oh my god, Hope, he just blinked forward.
My goodness.
He arcane shifts forward to try to milk any last kill that he can get in this fight. And this should just be AL now, grabbing themselves the rest of these grubs. Wei is going to have to just watch. He has a bunch of his jungle camps that he still has to be able to grab. Really, really smart job here from anyone's legend, just to try to choke out any advantage that BLG would want here in the fight.
We talk about how well coached they are. Tarzan, the soul of this team, carrying the ideas of Coach Tabe into the game. Take a look at this replay. I thought it was going to be worrisome at first with Tarzan stuck with Knight.
Yeah, but Tarzan says, look, I'm the jungler, dude. I do not care. I'm playing Nefiri. I'm going to just jump straight into the back line, wins the smite fight versus Wei, which, again, another mistake, something, a bit of criticism we're going to be levying towards BLG. And while Elk is literally just trying to auto-attack for his life to save this fight, the rest of his damage dealers are just not quite in position. Knight is in nowhere of a spot to really be able to let loose on the spell fluxes. And I mean, we're just not buying space. Bin is sitting there like waiting for Wei to eventually step forward, but it's just not enough. BLG lose the dragon, now lose out on more of these grubs. It's 6 grubs for anyone's legend. And the items are going to be complete. I mean, 4 minutes time, Sejuani is going to be done with Rod of Ages.
It is going to be Omega, and then a couple minutes after that, Shanks is going to be done with his. They're going to be done before night is. They're going to be done before night is. That's something to keep an eye on for now.
Yeah.
Herald going to be up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And anyone's legend, a 1.2 thousand gold lead, but so close to making it more.
I'm just flashbanged right now, man. It's 6:30 a.m. local time, and I just had to mentally process the idea that Sejuani will finish Rod of Ages before Rise.
All I know is that whenever I get autofill top lane, I can pick Sejuani and not feel bad.
Nice. And you're just ruining games. Cool, man. Nice. Very cool.
Yeah, he's just like me for real, you know?
All right.
We're seeing
Well,
Shanks once again have to deal with Bin. I think he's
He
doing
does no
damage.
damage. He does no
I
damage.
think.
to this chat. Undying Despair. Yeah, man. Just walk up, spam 3 spell combos on this guy, deal 0 damage. Very cool. It's going to take a while for Shanks. He's probably going to have to still finish his Leandries and still potentially even look at getting something like an Abyssal, or not an Abyssal Mask, but the Bloodletter's Curse or any kind of damage. Either way, what we're seeing from anyone's Legend.
He hurts.
Oh.
He hurts real bad. I wonder if Flandra's going to...
Oh, my God.
I thought he was maybe going to...
There's so much skirmishing on the top side of the map. Oh, wait a minute. Elk?
Whoa.
What are we doing here?
That's a
Okay.
big cooldown. Like, that is
Right before
big.
the Herald, too. Oh, my
Yeah.
God. Guys, it is regular season. There's no way we're choking this. Ain't no way. Ain't no
It
way,
looks like
guys. What's going on?
It looks like they might be, but hey, it's their own damn fault, Elk. They went and they decided, hey, we want to fight early, and it has not gone their way at times. Herald's going to reset here, but it looks like anyone's Legend. They're going to move up toward it to try to complete it as Shelly face plants into the wall. Wei is up, and he is looking to make a play onto Shanks, but everybody else is here.
I think this is so tough. They're just going to have to continue, and I feel the frustration from BLG at this point because they really wanted this bot lane to get off to a good start. We're getting teleports now. I mean, Ryze is teleporting away from this play. Sejuani is teleporting in. It is so hard for BLG to already get mid-prio. So this is going to be in the short term gold here for BLG's mid laner, but with Herald and 6 Grubs, I think the map is so much better. And after this play, if they really want to, they can even move into topside and secure Shanks this turret. So in the long term, AL come out champions here.
Okay, here we go. Shanks is not nearby. Flandra taken to half. The turret is low. It is still upright for right now. It looks like it might burn. No, it will stay up.
Wow.
It is an auto away, but during this time, Shanks was able to take the turret topside. Knight is going to trade with one of his own in the bottom lane.
Okay, but that's still 2 for 1, and a lot of gold here for anyone's Legend. So, gotta be feeling good about their state here in this game. Dragon is spawning, but it is going to be BLG's. Don't think they're going to be able to get here in time even to chase them out, and Tarzan is getting closer and closer to level 11 here. Gets second point in his ultimate. Very big shift for the side of AL.
Oh, the dogs are in there, maybe. Okay,
Oh
Wei
my God.
does secure that one, but given the earlier state of the game,
There was a
we were
thank you
little
Wei
worried.
post that was going to be coming out if he stole that one.
Oh, Tarzan ended up on the wrong side of the wall. He's going to be all right as Shanks is going to chase him down along with Kyle. Ezreal coming through. It's only going to hit on as they're just looking for more damage. And anyone's Legend, yeah, they gave up the dragon, but because they broke the stacking earlier, it's still a positive play for them. They're just inside BLG's jungle.
Yes, and now they get another turret, so more gold so that Shanks can finish his Leandries, so that Tarzan can get his second item. Even this Ezreal, already almost complete with the Muramana, just needs to merely finish the item. BLG are going to continue to feel this game squeezing down on them, constricting around such low range into a team that thrives in this chaos. You have to try to beat the range of an Ezreal or an Ezreal and Karma. You have to beat the range of a Victor who eventually, once he gets all his upgrades, which I'm just going to assume he has them already or is very close to finishing them, he's going to have slows on all of his abilities, which is almost a damnation for a champion like Kalista or a champion like Ryze, right? So this
Even
does
Diego.
not get easier for BLG.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard. It's looking like, I mean, it feels like to me the only champion that is going to be able to really contend with this, it's going to have to be Bin on Sion getting creative flanks with his ultimate in order to disrupt what AL are doing, and then maybe that gives an opening for Wei, for Knight, for Elk.
Okay. Second item's completed, though. Flandra now completing the Undying Despair. You've got completed Rod of Ages for the century.
Let's go!
And then Leandri's done now. A lot of
Oh,
two-item
wait.
power spikes coming in for,
On just
for the side of
flashed.
AL.
On just flashed. He's going to be all right, but that is a big cooldown down. And they will trade
That's the
ultimates
McHale's
the
as
base
well.
call will save him.
What are
Yeah.
we doing? BLG!
Yeah, I don't know what I'm witnessing here, Elk. It is not the BLG we saw in Game 2.
Unflashed, used his McHale's, and we got the Fates call. What is going on? I honestly, AL should just rip an Otacon right now.
Yeah,
like
that's what
you
I'm
now
thinking.
know that On cannot walk into spaces without getting immediately blown up. I think the worry is that they don't want to give up their mid-tier one, but they're already starting this objective. Let Flandra just kind of lead them around, breadcrumb them in this jungle.
All right, Otacon down to about 7,000 HP, but BLG has gotten into the river. Wei is coming. Elk is 2. Here comes the hostile takeover. It's going to catch multiple members here as they've gotten real
He
low.
steals
and
it!
It's smited away. But where's the re-engage coming? Knight is shoved off, and the Ezreal coming through. Getting a lot of damage in, but the flowers, AL can still pick them up. Ben's got to flash out of there. Elk trying to do what he can, but he can only play up so close because he's getting chased down. Flandra with a big slow. Ben on the side. His shields, are they enough? Knight will fall. Flandra is doing so much, buying so much room for the rest of anyone's legend as the corpses of BLG will fall.
The Otacon may have gone their way, but what was the price as AL win the fight? Now with 6 grubs, how many turrets can we see them take? How much of this map can they completely raise in terms of gold now? They're going to shoot so far ahead, and we still got a dragon spawning in a minute. We've got the Baron spawning in 3.5. They have got to be feeling so, and there's still
they're
Blood
still
Roses.
there.
Oh my God, AL, they're going to shoot so far in the advantage.
Goodness me, this is going to get ugly, isn't it all? Take a look at this replay. This hostile takeover ended up being really, really good.
Yeah, it puts them in range of the Otacon, so there's a lot of damage going their way, especially now that they have to deal with the fact that the Otacon does get stolen. It's a great attempt there, but I mean, the fronts are just way too divided here. Bin is really far forward. You're playing this Kalista. You do not have the range to be able to match alongside these AD carries, and now it just feels like they're eventually getting trickled, and no one can kill Flandra at this point. He is way too damn tanky, and it kind of wastes all of BLG's time.
BLG may be running out of time. 22 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Next Dragon up in 20 seconds. Honestly, I don't even know if this Dragon would be able to pull them back in the game. We're going to try to see them make a play on the Shanks here. Ben goes all the way in, and a fight's going to break out as a member's been caught. Kyle goes down. Good pick here for BLG. And here comes the hostile takeover. Tarzan and the dogs going to bite Hope on the backside just a little bit, but he's okay.
They get control of the Dragon, though. They will be numbers down, but very important ultimates are no longer available here for BLG. On the opposite side, Nafiri getting very close to having that ultimate. And Flandra, if he ever really wants an engage, can just let it rip. So BLG have to be very careful, have to make sure that their front line is doing enough. There is no arcane shift for the time being for Hope here, so it's going to be AL slowly trickling into this river and trying to find an angle.
It's a 5v4, but they don't do any damage to Flandra. Now they're going to target Bin, but he gets the Mikhails and a big shield, so he's all right. Dragon getting lower. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 taken away as Wei and the rest of the squad are out of there. Well played by BLG.
Okay, and that's soul point now for BLG. AL going to try to track through this jungle, try to look to play on the bottom side of the map, maybe even get some damage down onto this turret. Creative use of the ultimate there from Knight. Great job of being able to get his team out of that situation. And does mean that the 5-man of AL are back and on the map.
And there's big cooldowns for BLG, right? That Realm Warp being down, Bin just getting his ultimate, but support and AD carry down their ultimates. So the siege is on. The question is, how long can the waves actually live?
Now we're getting to that point in the game where, yes, BLG have hit their 2-item power spikes. Seraph's Angels, Seraphs, as well as the Rod of Ages are completed for Knight. But then I'm looking on the other side. Shank's getting close to a 3rd item.
Here we go.
Scion ult coming down.
All right, is he going to hit anybody? Not quite, but Hope is going to have to arcane shift of the wall. Now Bin's going to be poked out by this Ezreal. Everybody's all right, so Bin not finding the mark with his last 2, as this turret is still low on HP.
And they're losing out on mid, so they're just going to give this up. They know that at this point, might as well just kind of cut your losses. Try to at least play like we're going to contest mid-wave because, hey, Baron spawning in 10 seconds here.
Anyone's legend. I love the aggressiveness. Never gave up on that play. And did not allow BLG and Angle to find a way in. And as you mentioned, Baron now on the map. And you have to wonder if you're BLG, what are you going to do to make sure anyone's legend does not take this objective by any means necessary.
It's gonna hope that you can try to get a little bit more gold onto this Callista, maybe with 3 items, maybe with Knight being able to do the same. There's an angle. It has to come off of resets here from Wei, and something that we noted earlier was the experience differential that's going to be coming through. Flandra has ticked over to level 16. Shanks has now gotten level 16 on this Victor, has almost 3 items. This game does not get any easier for them to play, and I mean, I'll be real, like, you walk into Fog of War, you walk into a set up anyone's legend into one part of the map, and you are just asking for a world of hurt. I think the only way this game gets any more difficult is Tarzan finds a way to get level 16 in the time being.
Well, I'm sure he'll be there soon. He's on 3 items. You can see a lot of magic resistance in the inventories of BLG, but as you mentioned, with Shanks having his items, he's got quite a bit of penetration too. He's going to hurt no matter what. Eventually, these lasers will whittle down Bin and Knight, and it will chunk out someone like Wei. 2 minutes until the next dragon is up, so BLG, if they have determined that Cloud Soul is their lifeline, that's their opportunity.
Control of mid-wave is going to be the name of the game here for either team if they want access. There's a 2-minute timer here on the Dragon Soul potentially spawning. A lot of damage onto On means that BLG do have to give up this area of the map. Pings are coming out. They're going to try and clear a lot of vision here on the side of AL and potentially try to set up something on the side lane. I think the fact that right now Knight is trying to be really cheeky with, since he does have the Realm Warp, if they can ever sneak into this brush, if they can ever find someone who extends just a little too far, they can open up a numbers advantage and potentially start to snowball back into this game.
It's going to be tough. They did find it on Kyle that one time, but ever since then, he's been pretty close to the vest with the rest of his team. Shanks, there were a couple of opportunities, but you can see Flandra is hanging out with him, making sure that if they're going to go for Shanks, they're going to run into a rude awakening. Wei going to recall here. He's 2 levels down, man. This Viego, 3, 2, and 1. He's got 2 items, but has not made the impact you'd expect to see.
Still have a couple team fights. If they find one where they're able to get those resets, then maybe that's the point. And remember, this was an R5 for Wei. This was the last pick of the draft, so a lot of resources going over to this player. And kind of the only change coming in from 2024. Obviously, half of the year spent with Shun. Shun eventually playing in Worlds, but ended up being the permanent decision here, at least for the start of 2025. And a lot of criticism has come his way so far in this year. So needs to be able to kind of clutch up. This is the kind of game where you are looking towards these players to show that experience, show that level of gameplay, and bring your team to the finish line in what has been a very rough game.
Who's going to show off their clutch, Gene-Alk Battery? We'll find out. This dragon is up, and Elk is half HP. Hope has been laying the hits down on him, and it looks like BLG will have to wait for their potential Cloud Soul.
The dragon going over, and yeah. I wonder if they just try to go for the Baron. You have the Rise ultimate. You already see it. They're going for it. They're going to Rise ult into the pit and try to take this Baron. Good call from BLG.
Bin pops his ult. Bin pops his ult, trying to disrupt them in the mid lane, too. It's going to at least keep Hope at bay. The teleport's coming through. 5,000 HP
Tarzan's here, though.
on the Baron. Here comes Shanks, trying to get on priority targets. They're stuck in the back of the pit. They're stuck in the back of the pit. Wei is trying to dance around.
He gets
and he
it!
secures the Baron for his team. But here comes Tarzan, beating his chest. This is his jungle. A triple kill for Tarzan as BLG fall apart.
And it has just been alive, but he has Baron minions. He has 5,000 HP. Can Sion, can Bin save BLG here in this game number 3?
The Baron for Nexus trade. Oak Battery, we've seen Bin do a lot in his career, but I think this is even too much for him. Let's see what he can do. They're mobbing on top of him. They're disrupting him. They're stunning him. It doesn't matter. They've got grubs. They've got the touch of the void. They've got the victory against BLG.
Oh my god, in a game 3, coming
Banger.
off of a victory from BLG, you now have a game. I'm glad that we had the Jace and the Victor cosplayers in the audience, because I get to see Victor from Arcane take over this game. And what a chaotic game from level 1 all the way to the very end. AL finally triumphed over BLG in their first matchup here in 2025. And I gotta say, exciting stuff for AL, who's been a team that has been doubted, but has so far proven a lot of them wrong here already.
If you continue to doubt this team after this game, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You are not watching the same League of Legends that we're watching. You're clearly just not. You got to go and hit the books. This team is good from top to bottom. They have the clutch factors. They have the players who play at a nice, even level consistently. This is a team that you need to watch out for. They have put the LPL on notice that Split 1 was not a fluke.
They got all the way to top 2. They ended up falling to TES, who they had been having a pretty positive record up until that point. And now AL, a game where Tarzan, I think, really showed a lot of his stuff here. He didn't get his hands on the Vi, but even after a pretty disappointing Maokai game, showing why he was one of the best players going into Worlds last year. I mean, literally didn't have a team in 2024 spring, comes into summer, has a few bad games at the very start, and then just turbocharges and brings Weibo all the way to the finals. I mean, I'm so excited. I think the only thing you can knock against Tarzan is obviously those Maokai games and the fact that he hasn't been able to lift a trophy. So hopefully going to be able to do that again here, but this is just the start of the regular season, man, and finally we get to see AL be so good.
Maybe a team like this could just do it. They still have to get their monkey off the back in the form of TES, and they still have to prove that they are the team that we think they are. This group ascend is incredibly difficult. You could lose to almost anyone in this group, so they need to continue to keep themselves sharp. They're going to need to obviously win a rematch against BLG, but I'm sure they've got their calendar circled for TES.
And talking about the standings now, we're looking at BLG. They are now sitting at 2-1, same as AL. But I mean, to be fair, we said that this was going to be a competitive series, that we could see either one of these teams take it. And again, double round robin, we'll see what these teams look like as we get further into the season. Their strength of schedule gets, I mean, for BLG, I think it's pretty fair. You're going against JDG next in 2 days, WE, so free win. TES after that, then NIP. I think you're basically kind of securing your spot at the very least top 3. And that was the question that we had. Top 3, I think, is pretty locked up for the most part. I think a lot of people would agree that some order of TES, BLG, and AL are there. But it's all about that 4th place spot. And honestly, I think between JDG kind of rising up and some of the whether or not we're really going to see the on-form IG and Weibo, there's a lot of questions as to who is exactly going to be making playoffs in this bracket.
Yeah, now I'm really excited for this I was before this JDG BLG matchup on Saturday morning. For wherever you are on Saturday,
Sure.
That all of a sudden is very interesting, because now it's okay. JDG, can they just continue to show that they are a consistent team? And BLG, we have so many questions about them now. Like, sure, anyone's legend, obviously a fantastic team. Questions answered. They are definitely a top 3 team in the league right now. But BLG, they have a lot of doubters right now. There's going to be a lot of noise.
There's always been a lot of noise, especially T1 fans being hella annoying for no reason about this team. So I'm okay with that. They can keep chatting. There have been doubters for a really long time, but I don't know, man. Like, just the early game plans from this team. I think the strategy that we were talking about from draft, where they put a lot of focus into Shank's champion pool. Rise is not necessarily a champion I've known for Knight, and while he didn't play this game by any means bad, I just think that paired up with a Kalista Renata, who eventually ended up losing because they're playing Ezreal Karma, I feel like there is a mismatch in terms of identity here in the draft, and unfortunately, we put a lot of weight onto Elkanon. They did butt kiss this series, man.
Yeah, oh man, it was... In fairness to Elk, this 3rd game was pretty difficult to play. I think he did the best
true.
he could. But that Tristana game was not it. And, I mean, outside of a couple like that, I think there was only one good hostile takeover. I mean, On had a really rough series.
Yeah, On was definitely off, and it's,
have a player of the game,
one
though,
of the pain
so.
point. Yeah, that is true. But this is kind of the criticism of BLG's bottom lane for the past 2 years has just been that Elk and On, while Elk sometimes has these great performances, part of the reason why they were so successful at the beginning of 2024 was because they had Shun and they were just perma-diving bot lane on level 2, level 3, and that was kind of the meta. Now that they've had to play out more lanes, they don't have these lane swaps as well. Even outside of lane swaps, On has been a bit of a problem in a lot of cases. You can see Flandre getting excited. He just won a game in a series. He just won a full series. Last game being Rod of Aegis Flandre. I would not be surprised if they just gave it to him on that alone.
I mean, I wouldn't be too mad about it. I do think that would be Tarzan Erasure. I think he played a pretty damn good game. There's a lot of players you could give it to. No offense, I would not give it to Shanks. That
was not his fault. He got mega targeted.
No.
Though.
Yeah. No, it's not his fault. It's just it's just how the game went, right? But yeah, I think if you give it to Flandre, I'm happy with that. Give it to Tarzan though. This guy played such a good game on this Neferi, constantly going in and out. Obviously, we had a couple of surprising remarks about that champion, untargetability, under turrets being one of them. But he played well. It doesn't discount the fact that he played incredibly well.
For sure. Riverbed at home, if you're wondering what we're waiting on, obviously we're waiting for MVP, but also, because it's a volunteer broadcast, I am currently trying to update our group standings graphic.
Oh, my goat.
All right, done. It is done. I've done it.
All right, who got it?
Perfect.
Okay.
MVP, Tarzan.
Well earned. Well earned
for
out of
sure.
Tarzan.
He played really well this game. There was a lot of questions after that second game, right, with the Maokai, where he was very invisible. He got completely owned by Wei. And this is going to be another series where we look at AL and we're saying, look at how multifaceted this team is. The fact that Hope can have these massive Kaisa, Jinx, and like different AD carries performances. That the fact that Shanks, I think, receives a lot of pressure, but I think holds composure in these games and still is able to maximize DPS in a lot of instances. And then the creativity of both players like Tarzan and Flandre. Tarzan went 3 camps and immediately went for a bot lane dive and opened up the series with a kill. I mean, what else am I going to ask from such a great set of players?
Yeah, that's what you want to happen. That's exactly how you drew it up. He said, we're going to go dive them, level 3, we're going to get the kill, and then we're going to run from there. Let's have a look at the standings. We chatted about it just a little bit, but now we have them ready to go. TES and JDG, the lone undefeated teams in Group Ascend after Anyone's Legend knocked off BLG.
Yeah. Hey, look, the fact that they're tied at second, perfectly fine. This looks like our playoff bracket, not going to even lie. Like, that top 4 by itself looks like they should automatically be sent to playoffs, and I'd be totally okay with it. It's just this bottom half, the fact that Weibo already at 1-1, obviously taking that win earlier today that we got to see up against TT, I am looking to see what spots are teams like TT, WE, and FPX, if they can play spoiler to any of these top dogs.
Yeah, I think that maybe you might spoil a team like IG with the way that they've been playing. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, there's still some consistency issues from some of these teams as they look to iron those out. So there could always be surprises throughout the LPL. And one thing that we are pleasantly surprised about is our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mong. Your pledged financial contribution helps level up our broadcast, and it gives back to the cast and the crew who give you an awesome product every day. We want to thank you both so much, and if you are so interested, I'm sure the coffee bot in the Twitch chat will be able to help you out with that. But that'll be it for us here tonight. We will be back tomorrow to everyone's surprise. We're here every single day. AL versus FPX and IG versus TES will be up next, and Cubby and Mazel and then Bloxer and Slayer will give you all the action. Then we will see you tomorrow night. Have a good one.